Yeah. The whole thing looks a lot smaller than it used to. What has changed? This is fascinating. The whole thing has really changed a lot. Anyway, I'm sending you all big love, big blessings. Hope you're well. We've got Wild Dharma here. Welcome, Wild Dharma. Glad to have you on the show. I'm not quite sure why this layout is the way it is. They've definitely changed something about the way this thing looks. It's probably just the look of it. Anyway, we shall carry on with the show. Figure that out afterwards. I'm the Bush Whisperer. We've got here with me, we've got Quintavious, as he is known. And Quintavious is obviously, he's a mystic. He's essentially a Christian mystic, though there's a lot more to it. The Egyptian elements to it, Kabbalistic elements to it. Egyptian mysticism tends to be a sort of amalgamation of various different traditions. And so there's a lot of traditions that's been owned by the church. So we say that originally the Catholics went and collected all the manuscripts from all the traditions and they put them all in one place. So Christian mysticism is quite an evolved form. Sending you all so much love and welcome to you guys. Thank you for joining us. And I'd love to introduce Quintavious. Quintavious is a brother I've known for a while. Really an awesome brother. Really got some lovely ideas, good feelings, good vibrations. And he's also been with the round table since it started, just about within the first few, and a staunch philosopher. And welcome, dear brother. Do you say a few words to introduce yourself?
Thank you for the introduction, Shaman. Yes, I do like Christian mysticism. I've studied every not religion, but every mythology on the planet almost. I've been really interested in them. That was strange, but I really like Joseph Campbell. He's a really big influence to me. He teaches me how to take a myth and apply it to the culture that it comes from and the people of modern day, and why some cultures, dissolve and take upon themselves the ways of another. Because
I had to switch Wi-Fi. Really annoying. Thank God I've got two of them. If one's broken, you got the second. So the expensive one's not working. That's a bit of a concern because it's the fast one. It's supposed to be the one that rocks. So yeah, we've also got Brother Aaron here. Brother Aaron has been working with the imagination. If you haven't seen his channel, please do link it in. Shoot it into the everybody chat for us, if you would, Aaron, the link for your channel. And I really need to go and update my channel and add your link of your channel. I will do this. For those of you watching retrospectively or after the show, just go and take a look at my channel and you'll see I will add his link in as one of my recommended channels. I just haven't got around to it yet. I've had a lot going on this last few weeks have been really, really insanely busy. Aaron is a philosopher as well. And essentially, I would say Rosicrucianism was his inspiration, his doorway in, but I think he's sort of opened his doors to various different traditions. An open-minded gentleman. He's been with us now for a number of roundtables. Is this your fourth one? Your third or fourth? Something like that. So yeah, great brother as well. Got some wonderful thoughts to share. I think we're going to kick the ball off really well. Do please introduce yourself, Brother Aaron.
Hello, everyone. Grateful to be back on the roundtable. I believe it is my fourth time being here. Really enjoyed it and looking forward to today's topic. On my channel, I do really try to focus on imagination exercises. I've realized there's just a strong limitation in our ability to communicate with other people as I try to work through their filters and then my own filters. And so I find playing with allegory and imagination kind of allows us to start syncing up and playing with ideas until we start to resonate and really blossom to start to come to new understandings. And I've studied mysticism and a variety of religions and just trying to experiment in the world. I really got my start when I started navigating the business world and started seeing the different layers of reality that are placed in a business environment as I went from a normal worker to engaging in higher level conversations with people that were trying to steer, thousands or hundreds of people to a will or desire, and seeing the different layers of perception based on that. And then that led me to start questioning, hey, is society designed the same way? And then I found out it was. And then learning more about the individual and the psyche. And it just really went from there to, discovering the occult and mysticism and shamanism, and just, I mean, it's endless. So, and that led me, to this space, and really enjoyed Franklin's video series and the great people he's gathered in this roundtable.
Well, thank you, guys. Lovely to have you guys. Yeah, we're going to have a few people joining. Dr. K is going to be a little bit late. We're also going to have, we've only got one lady joining us today. It seems like all the ladies have been off. Ramar's traveling. She's in Egypt. So woohoo to Ramar. Petra's been traveling. She's still jet lagged. She just got back. She said she might pop in. Depends how she feels, but she felt pretty rough having not slept. And who else? Well, anyway, we've only got one lady popping in later, so unfortunately we're a little bit short-staffed for the ladies at the moment, but I'm sure us guys will get in tune with our feminine sides and make up for it, ladies and gentlemen. So much love to everybody. What is the discussion for the day? It's the ambivalence of intuition. So I'll introduce it quickly. Well, intuition, we all have a sense of an understanding or an idea that we believe that we know what intuition is. But I consider intuition to be something more of a bivalent. And by bivalent, I mean in terms of, think chemistry, valency and bivalency. It means it occupies two spaces at once. A bivalent atom can shift between two different valencies. The electron can occupy one or two spaces depending on conditions. So yeah, bivalent in terms of it's got a masculine and a feminine pole. It's active and it's passive. We all consider the intuition to be feminine. We all consider the feminine aspect of intuition because when we are receiving, we become feminine. But intuition has an active pole because it's an aspect of ourselves that is projecting. In order for the projection to be received, there has to be the projection and the reception. And we often forget that it is ourselves that is projecting and receiving. The Akashic field is where all the information, the universal information, is stored and is the foundation of all of this basic dream substance that we call reality. And this is essentially going into the realm of the guru. The guru means intuition, because it means tuition, means teaching. The word guru means teaching. And guru means the teaching from within, right? That's the translation of the word guru. And the teaching from within in the English language means intuition. Tuition is teaching, inner teaching, intuition. So essentially, if you're ever looking for a proper translation for the word guru, intuition is the perfect word. And guru has an active element to it, because when you hear the word guru, you're thinking of something masculine. It's got an active, it gives off information, but one has to be receptive to receive the information. So there's an ambivalence to the intuition, and this is quite an insight into how to develop the intuition, because it does involve shifting between the masculine and feminine polarities within ourselves, the generative functions, as it were, the different polarities of masculine and feminine. We're also going to be looking at how intuition moves within us, the effects of intuition. Ori, please. There, he's getting self-conscious. He wants you guys to say hello to him. I hope you can see him. He's on the back there. It's my Manamit. He's big. He's just ridiculously big dog. I spent a lot of money feeding him, but I love him to bits. So yeah, we're also going to be looking at how the intuition moves through the psyche, the different powers related to intuition. How once plugged into the universal field of consciousness, or the Akash, one is able to gain a sense of information beyond time. One is able to look into the most sublime aspects of ourselves and each other, telepathy. Such aspects are related to the intuition. The chakra we'll look at related to the intuition is the Ajna chakra. The hermetic principle, as I see it, relates to, well, there's three aspects if we're going to look at it in fairness, but fundamentally it relates to the principle of Mercury, in a sense, Mercury being that which is related to learning and information being exchanged and moving, which is what we're talking about when we're speaking of intuition. And we're speaking about the hermetic principle of correspondence, the way all things correspond to all other things. The electromagnetic reflection of this in the physical realm is quantum entanglement. And this is seen below the first veil as a sense of polarity in the heart, and below the second veil as a sense of cause and effect. If you notice, those three hermetic principles are all polarized. And so there's something going on there. And obviously this is manifest in the physical body as generation. And so that is the fourth reflection in the physical body of these three aspects, which is why Svadhisthana chakra, Anahata chakra, and Ajna chakra are all considered to be the heart of the three spheres, which has been discussed at length: the etheric, the astral, and the causal. And the causal consisting of three elements, three planes within the causal, 3 planes within the astral, and 3 planes within the etheric. Essentially, if you want to get right down to it, a factor of 9, 7 planes, but 2 of them are repeated. So there's 2 junction points. So yeah, that's basically what it is. We'll also be looking at how intuition has been affected, our development of intuition because of education, the way education has affected our brains. Since childhoods, we've been indoctrinated how to think, what's right, what's wrong, looking for information from the outside, continually looking to gouge on information without looking within for the truth, because the truth is already within us. Also, the way that the information age has affected this, now that there's an abundance of information available and we've got AI systems, the likes of Google, probably the biggest one, ready to feed us nonsense or information as we like, keep that little hamster wheel in the head turning round and round until we lose our sanity. This is another aspect of this world that we live in, the modern society, that has affected our intuition in a large way. And then also the way our ideas of ourselves in relation to the world have been shaped with regards to Hollywood and entertainment and advertising and shopping and everything else that goes with all the nonsense that we know most of us here watching this don't approve of, but it is a part of life. We have to deal with it. We have to live with it. So I've just had 2 members arrive. I think, if I'm mistaken or not mistaken, who was next who arrived next? Was it Indy? I think it was Indy. I see at the bottom in the order you arrived. So I've got another 2 more people to introduce. We've got Indy. Indy Sage is a wonderful brother. He's a shadow worker. He works with the shadow. He's been through a lot in life, so he's got a lot of personal experience in facing the shadow, dealing with the shadow, integrating those parts of our leave behind that get left behind and get repressed or suppressed into the subconscious. My golden retriever won't leave me alone. Head on the lap. Yes, I love you too, my sweetheart. And he helps people to find integration with their repressed parts, the parts of themselves they've left behind through all of these other things that we mentioned, education, television, information age, and life, that which happens while we're waiting for our plans to mature. I'd love to give you a chance to introduce yourself. And he's also an anthropologist. Heads up.
Thanks for the wonderful introduction.
I'd love you to, brother.
I wanted to mention that also, in addition to the parallels with correspondence and quantum entanglement and the Ajna, I like to tie in the Sephiroth of Da'ath, which is considered the root of all being and knowledge. Is a secret Sephiroth that's hidden on the Sephirothic labyrinth. So I like to combine that with some of the things we were discussing earlier. I feel like there's a strong correspondence there. But yeah, as far as my shadow work that I do, I identify as an indigo child. Funnily, actually, I was with some friends in college one night, and they called me an indigo child. Sorry, my voice is a little scratchy. But I didn't know what an indigo child was at the time, and so I thought they were teasing me, and I told them, I'm not a purple boy. I'm a man. I don't like purple. I'm into blue. I'm colorblind. I can't really see purple, so it kind of irks me. So don't call me Purple Boy. So they were saying, no, we're trying to flatter you. It's a spiritual thing. And so somehow I hadn't figured that out yet. And I looked it up and I thought, oh, wow, okay. They were just trying to compliment me. Interesting. But I told them we were just kind of joking around. I said, I'd be more likely to be the sage king of these indigo children, like the Pied Piper or something. And so they named me the sage king of the indigo children, kind of jokingly that night. And then when my friend had passed a few years later on, I chose to take the name they had given me and became Indigo Sage. But I identify with the story of the law of one that suggests that the indigo rays are spirits that have come from the future to be reincarnated here to provide assistance, prevent a future event, and help people ascend in this time. So I've always appealed to that. And my intuition has always kind of pushed me into understanding that, to me, it would be more likely for otherworldly beings coming from other dimensions to have come from a future of mankind than from another place in the universe. But I like to keep an open mind. And as far as my shadow work goes, I think a lot of the shadow work that I did for myself after my near-death experience has paved the way for me to be able to share these gifts with others. And I'm always trying to plant seeds of shadow work for individuals when I come across somebody who's seeking transformation and self-mastery. One of the main approaches I like to take with the shadow work is you can ask yourself these 3 questions if you find yourself triggered. Instead of emotionally reacting, you can pause and ask yourself, what upsets me more than other people? And the second question is why? Why does that upset me more than others? And the third question is, when did that begin? And so if you can get yourself back to the root of your trauma or your trigger, and you can give yourself self-forgiveness and self-love, and then you can forgive those you had blamed previously, and then take your power back, take responsibility for your mastery, and let go of that hurt and let go of that blame, and be able to come into a place of inner peace and inner joy and inner standing. And it's a beautiful thing. And if you know somebody that's ready to release inner turmoil and find that inner joy and become whole again, Jungian shadow work is a great option for folks to engage in that. So enough about me, and I'd like to get back to the discussion. I know I was a little bit late. I apologize for that, but I really like where things are going with this.
Excellent, lovely. And intuition has a lot to do with the shadow work, actually. I mean, what is produced when one starts to work deeply on the shadow is obviously intuition. Amongst other things, one starts to engage with the inner learning, that aspect of the self, which is containing all of the universe, all of the information field, and able to channel it through it back into our awareness so that we can become consciously aware of what was subconscious and hidden, occult. We've got one more guest to introduce. That is dear Cosmic. Cosmic is a wonderful brother as well. He's intuitive, very intuitive. And he's intuitively synesthetic as well. Synesthesia. He has synesthesia. Let's keep it simple. Yeah. And he's also been channeling his own system of occult workings and therapeutics through a group of beings that he's connected to. I'll let him tell you about that. Wonderful brother. He's been with us on a number of these roundtables already. And I've known him for probably closer to a year. And what a wonderful brother. Do please introduce yourself, dear brother Cosmic.
Yeah, thanks for the nice introduction, as always. I don't know. I feel like, it's weird you say that I'm intuitive. I feel like I'm kind of like the least intuitive of the group, since I tend to be, I mean, I am intuitive, but I do tend to have a more of a kind of a skeptical, intellectual temperament. And I think with this practice that I'm working, this system I'm channeling, it's just that, you know, I've been doing a lot of occult stuff over the years. I've tried a lot of different stuff. I've tried, Western occultism, Eastern mysticism. I've kind of been across the board. And, I think like faith and intuition is something I've always struggled with because I am so rational and scientific in my thinking. and I've kind of had to learn to sort of accept that at some level. But what this practice I'm doing is sort of like it's taking that intellectual side and sort of blending it with the intuitive side, rather than ignoring that that more intellectual, rational side. It's kind of like integrating it and kind of like finding a more complementary relationship with the intuition. I'm kind of the opinion that it's not so much that we need to favor the intellect over intuition, or intuition over the intellect. I think that really they work best when the two are in cooperation with each other, and instead of butting heads and fighting against each other. Because I think sometimes with a lot of people, they may have their intuition leaning towards a more spiritual way, but then their intellect might be kind of running counter to that, saying, oh, this is nonsense, this is meaningless. And no, it's not meaningless, it's not nonsense. You have that inner battle between the mystic and the skeptic inside your head. And I think what I've been doing with my practice, with the things that the Fae have been teaching me, is to instead have that relationship be a lot more like cooperative and complementary. So I think that the two kind of they strengthen each other in the same way, masculine and feminine complement each other. So yeah, that's kind of my take on the whole intuition thing. And yeah, thanks as always.
Well, thank you for that, brother. And you've kicked the ball off. The ball is in play. Welcome to all of you that have joined. I see there's been a couple of people popping in. And dear brother Cosmic has kicked the ball. The ball is in play. I heard the whistle, and it's on. It's game on. So you don't think you're intuitive. I'm going to tell you what I think, if you don't mind.
Just go ahead.
I think intuition has two poles. I think that we have the typical understanding of intuition as being an empathy-based, feminine aspect of being able to subjectively gain a sense of information and gain a subjective sense of information that we aren't fully aware of, where it comes from or how it comes. And this is obviously related to the workings of the idda in the physical system, as it is an expression of the hypothalamus with the pituitary gland, maintaining our hormones, our moods, our emotional dispositions, all of those really subjective aspects of ourselves, which are in some aspect lunar and in some aspect related to Venus, in my perspective. And in some aspect related to Jupiter, as Jupiter has got an interesting disposition, where Pisces and Sagittarius comes in there. So this is as far away from the poles as you can get from each other, in a sense, the one being complete extroversion, the other complete introversion. So these three aspects are seemingly fundamental here. And so I see that is the valid form of intuition, we all know. But people don't accredit intellect with intuition. And when I'm going to speak of intellect, I'm going to be very clear what I mean by intellect. There's been a lot of words said about intellect. When I hear the word intellect, I hear interlect. So lect is got to do with lectures, and that information that connects other bits of information. And so it has a lot to do with being able to think coherently. Now, people often ascribe being a good student as being intellectual. People ascribe being able to speak well as being intellectual, having great knowledge. That is nothing to do with intellect. Some people might be able to speak well because they can remember a lot. They might have an amazing memory, but not such a high-level intellect, in my perspective, and still be able to carry a philosophical conversation to the heights of infinity and back because of all the things they've read and all the pieces of experience that they've been able to retain. But to me, intellect has got to do with the active expression of the mental ability to understand coherently. In the same way that there's a passive ability for the passive intellect to understand incoherently, in a sense, but to still understand. There might not be full coherence or full objectification of the thoughts. It might not be all conscious. It might not be all in the field of awareness. There might be a lot of sublime, subliminal, subconscious thoughts happening to produce information. So there's two ways that the intellect can operate. The intellect can operate on the conscious level, and the intellect can operate on the subconscious level. And so when we look at Ajna chakra, which represents obviously a disc with 2 petals. Or if you want to look at the wand of Hermes, it's at the top, the 2 wings, and the solar disc. And so there's something being expressed there about polarity, about the 2 aspects of the Ida and the Pingala operating as a single unity, because the Shashumna is what it represents. In the Western occult, it represents the middle pillar. So the middle pillar represents intuition, essentially, because it's neither swaying to the left nor to the right. It's neither relying upon logos or logic or relying upon the subjective impressions. So we can either have the impressionist way of thinking or the expressionist way of thinking. And the expressing of the intellect is what we know as intellect. But I consider the EQ to have its own form of intellect. So we have the emotional intellect and the rational intellect. But I think that they're both 2 petals of one thing. And so one might be leaning towards one form of intellect. But wherever there's intuition, there's always creativity. It's a very powerful creative energy. So, for example, you are channeling the Fae. That takes a lot of intuition. Just the ability to connect with something subjective is a highly intuitive act. And then to rationalize what's being told to you into a coherency that you can express it. This has got to do with teaching and learning. So having to learn and teach what you're learning at the same time is the perfect expression of the Guru Chakra, because it involves both the active and the passive aspects of the higher mental functions. And so I'm going to postulate that what we call intuition are essentially the higher mental functions. Hello, Mexico. Lovely to see you here. Welcome. Awesome. And these 2 aspects are fundamental to any kind of realization, any kind of true knowledge. And by knowledge, I don't mean belief, because we assume belief to be knowledge, but knowledge is something more than belief in my books. And so wherever there is knowledge, there is intuition, because true knowledge comes from within. Anything that comes from the outside is a belief structure, and belief structures can become knowledge once they have been tested and found to be true in the world of experience. And so understanding might be an abstract way of contemplating a particular reality or truth, but it needs to be grounded within the wisdom of experience. So that's my little 2 cents worth.
You know what's really funny? You know, when you're kind of mentioning all this, it's like, you know, when the main being that I channeled specifically to talk about magic and learn my system with is a being named Slithithia. She's this fae. She's kind of got like a slender build and sort of like long black silky hair. Anyway, like it's like I spend a lot of time having these long intellectual conversations. And to me, it's weird because it's like I spend so much time talking about the fae and talking with the fae, I forget, oh, I'm channeling interdimensional beings. Like it's become so commonplace. I almost forget that I'm even doing anything magical in the first place. It just feels normal to me now. So it's kind of like this realization. It's like, yeah, I'm having these very rational and logical conversations, but I'm doing it with a fae from another dimension. It's so ridiculous, isn't it? Like, you know, it's like, oh man, I'm this intellectual, you know, I'm thinking to myself, oh man, I'm so intellectual and not intuitive. What do you think being from another dimension that I'm channeling with psychic powers? It's so ridiculous, man. So, you know, I'm glad you pointed that out to me.
Yeah, I like the idea that there's the different aspects to intellect, because a lot of times I see what I would call like knowledgeable, which is really just kind of memorizing a bunch of things and regurgitating it, but it's not really internalized it. But you can also be rational to develop a working model that's aligned to nature. And I think this is where my Rosicrucian type feel comes from, is the microcosm relating to the macrocosm and creating kind of these diagrams and flows of the different forces acting upon us, the inner world versus the outer world, and using intuition to kind of realize the potential for self-deception of the mind when going through these different experiences. And I think mysticism also, it has like the imagination aspect, but it's also leading people through a thought experiment that transcends programmed beliefs, and it really activates their mind and intuition and the heart and spiritual aspect as we share experiences, especially if it's very personal and like intimate details of a spiritual nature, because it breaks down all of that programming. And we find that, hey, we have this inner spiritual nature that is aligned between all of the different human beings, which is just fascinating. And we go through different, I think, experiments and guides of what we work with in order to develop that, and who we're working with to assist us. And it comes out in a variety of different forms that are very personal. Maybe how, Cosmos is doing it with the Fae.
Absolutely. I'd love you guys to jump in. Anybody wants to jump in?
I work as a shaman, and I communicate with the ancestors as a shaman. And I don't think that's too different from talking to the Fae. And people can interpret things differently, but I feel like those who speak with channel star seeds, other dimensional beings, it could be a similar process. I feel like there is a way to access a realm of beings that are unseen. I feel like that's the case, but I can't try to keep it open-minded, and I feel like there's a possibility where what's really going on is we have resonance and morphic fields with other individuals in our ancestry, in the past of humanity, that we can access the mind of. And we may share a mind with other resonant individuals in the past. So that's one of the ways I've interpreted communing with the Fae or the star seeds or the ancestors. That's just my take on that, my personal interpretation.
Peace unto everybody. Peace unto you all. For me, I've been researching the book of Romans in the Bible, and it explains how, I'll just read it for a bit. I'll just read the part. It says, it's Romans chapter 2. It says, "You therefore have no excuse, you who pass judgment on someone else, for at whatever point you judge another, you are condemning yourself, because you who pass judgment do the same things. Now, we know that God's judgment against those who do such things is based on truth. So when you, a mere human being, pass judgment on them and yet do the same things, do you think you will escape God's judgment? Or do you show contempt for the riches of his kindness, forbearance, patience, not realizing that God's kindness is intended to lead you to repentance? But because of your stubbornness and your unrepentant heart, you are storing up wrath against yourself for the day of God's wrath, when his righteous judgment will be revealed." So for me, Paul is explaining how we got our conscience, or what you would call intuition, or knowing right from wrong, which is in the Garden of Eden, or even before then. He's explaining that the Creator who created you gave you understanding to do right from wrong, and you know what's right from wrong immediately before you are taught much by society, because society would teach you different ideas of right and wrong, and culture will teach you different ideas, and they will actually steer you away from what is right and what is wrong. We can all attest in here because of the nature of the room, which is occultism, that there's things in the real world, or just in the regular world in society, that go against your own interest, your own like personal growth, your own personal enlightenment. So you had to go towards something that was opposite of that, so you can learn what is true for you. So this is what is in Paul, in the Bible, and it's also, in what we're talking about now, which is intuition. And intuition is actually knowledge, is wisdom. And there's two kinds of wisdom. There's earthly wisdom, and then there's spiritual wisdom. And Jesus says, how can you know anything spiritual if you're not born again? So that means that you have to, die to your flesh, die to the world, die to culture, die to family, all this stuff, so that you can understand spiritual things. And that will give you spiritual wisdom. and spiritual intuition or pure intuition. So if you're only focused on material stuff like the earth, I don't know, rocks, animals, whatever, you won't really get into you won't really get a real intuition. It'll just be based on things you see, things you can touch, things you can feel, your emotions, and those things are fleeting. They're kind of illusionary. So that was my 2 cents. Thank you all.
Well, I think when it comes to connecting with things in nature, I think it depends on how you contextualize nature. If you view the material world in this kind of Gnostic way, where it's just sort of this dead, unanimated matter, and God and spirit is the only thing that's real, then yeah, that would be true. That connecting to rocks and animals and trees would be, a kind of an empty sort of endeavor. But I think that if you take more of the Gaian approach, as in like Gaia, Mother Earth, and you see that there is a spiritual dimension to nature. It's not so much that nature and the spirit world are these separate planes of existence, but that they intermingle and they intermesh with each other. And I think the problem with our society today is that we basically kind of stripped spirit away from the natural world, whether it be through certain belief systems that might say that spirit, God is sort of separate from nature. Nature is God's creation, or the more common secular idea that, the universe is just sort of blind, meaningless, unintelligent matter that has no feeling. It has no heart or whatever. So I think when it comes to understanding the divine and the infinite, I think there has to be a sort of a recognition, at least when dealing with nature, is realizing that nature is very much alive and conscious and sort of part of God's body in a way. I'm more of a pantheist in terms of my conception of God. I believe that God more or less is the universe. Of course, I don't know, my conception of God lately has gotten kind of weird. I was thinking the other day, like, if I could think of a metaphor for how I perceive God, like, to me, it's like a kind of growing intelligent fungus mold. That's sort of like just very weird and alien and abstract, but also paradoxically not alien and very familiar and very sort of warm. So I think when it comes to the whole finding spirit, it's how you sort of see the world and how you contextualize it, how you see nature, and where you think God ultimately exists, and like what realm do you think God exists in and what you connect to. So I think that there's a lot of different ways to approach that particular mode of inquiry.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Cosmic. I just wanted to remind us that when we talked about the what's it called, Hermeticism, the spheres last time, that's when I realized that flesh and blood profited nothing. Only the spirit profited from the spirit. You can't take your body with you when you go. So I know that there's a spiritual thing, and it's separate from the physical things. For me, especially when we were talking about Hermeticism, I noticed that especially we're talking about mentalism and rhythm and vibration. It's like almost like a mirror of what's happening in the spiritual, in the physical. So it's like there is a clear separation, but it reflects each other. You can't really, for me, mix them all together. It'll be like a chaotic mess. But there's an intelligent logos to it all. You can perceive it, when you get into the rhythm of things and observing nature and observing your own self. You'll see similarities, and you also see some differences. I don't know, but thank you.
I have a question for you, Quinty. When you dream, do you consider your dream body to be an extension of your physical body in a sort of like spiritual correspondence sense?
I used to, but when I got baptized, it was different. I had a out-of-body experience during my baptism, and my real body and like a spiritual body inside my real body was on fire. And another part of me that I'd never experienced before was alive and just doing stuff, like just floating up and being there above me. And then I saw Jesus Christ in my living room, and he touched my arm, and my physical body and that other astral body that I usually use when I OBE and all that stuff, astral project, stopped burning, and it was soothed. And I realized that, oh, okay, I was dead spiritually this whole time. I didn't have that other pure spiritual body that I was supposed to have, because I couldn't have it. I couldn't perceive it. And so now I've been feeding that new body. And the more I've been feeding it, the more it's been growing. And the more I've been growing, the more I can see who my creator is and actually commune with my creator and get things done and do crazy stuff that don't make sense. But you can find this stuff in Carl Jung's Red Book. You can also find it in The Secret of the Golden Flower. I don't know. There's a lot of things that reference it, but they try and talk in riddles. It's really annoying that they do that.
Well, you've shared some lovely, beautiful experience. Thank you for that. And that's definitely into the realm of intuition. And just getting back to sort of round off the introduction, because that's sort of where we're at, it seems. The two aspects of intuition. You mentioned something interesting about spiritual wisdom and earthly wisdom. And this I find is a really, really good way of expressing it. I express it in terms of information from the etheric field or information from the astral field. And I consider the astral field as the energy that's coming to us, but we're giving it back. And the energy of the etheric field is what's going from us, but we're receiving what we're giving. And we're receiving it in the causal field, and we're getting what's coming to us from the causal field, but we're receiving it in the physical body. And so there's this polarity. And this is why I feel that intuition has got this ambivalence to it, because when one gets intuition about the physical plane, and this is what I've noticed throughout my life, it tends to be a very masculine impulse that happens. And because it's a masculine impulse that's happening, we have to align ourselves with becoming feminine in order to experience it, because it needs to flow into us. And so we experience this astral impulse on one hand, we experience the etheric impulse on another hand. And so this astral impulse that we experience, we've got to become totally subjective to it. And so we are used to this subjective reflection of knowledge that's coming to the earth, that's going to tell us about the earth, about what's going to happen here. So intuition of the future, intuition of what's going to happen, we become totally feminine in order to embrace it. Then there's the other polarity of it, which is where we have to become masculine, where we are looking at the spiritual plane, we have to apply the etheric field, because the etheric field becomes feminine, and we read the feminine of the etheric field, which is giving us insight into where it's going, which gives us a realization of a spiritual truth, which we then have to become masculine in order to embrace, because we need to enter into it. So I'll give you an example of each. In the masculine case, where we become masculine, it's philosophy. When a philosopher is dreaming out into the sphere of consciousness and dreaming up an idea that is deep and profound, that deep, profound knowledge that's being dreamt up is basically sorry, someone just walked into the room. That idea is basically being very much propagated by ourselves, and we are moving in a way that we are giving the energy from our consciousness to express that subtle realm of information that we are receiving, even though it is of a feminine nature, because we're piercing into the divine feminine in order to gain these insights philosophically. But when it's the other side, and we're getting intuition about who's going to phone me now, John's going to phone me, we become feminine. When we're receiving information about, you know what, my gut says, take a raincoat. Sunny. Well, I'm going to take a raincoat anyway. And it turns out to rain. So that is when we are becoming feminine, in order to get the masculine input into us so that it can be expressed into this world with action. That's the key. Because we have to receive it, we need to become feminine to it so that it can then be expressed through our actions. But in the realm of philosophy, where like cosmic is, and I use the word philosophy loosely, but philosophy is the study of knowledge, right? The realization of knowledge, true knowledge, which comes from within. It's not in a book. Cosmic's not reading a book to figure out this occult system. It's coming from within him, through the guides, through his fae that are helping him. However we conceptualize it, it's the same reality. The chain of life is working through us. So whenever we are moving towards that philosophical bend of expressing something which is profound, that relates to the spiritual kingdom, we need to become active, because we can't express it through actions. And that's the key. The only way we can express that through actions is when we become artistic. And when we become artistic, we are becoming polarized on both levels. So artism involves tracking information from the astral and tracking information from the etheric, two opposite polarities, repolarizing two aspects of ourselves to be able to plug into both of those frequencies in order to express objectively what is completely subjective in experience. So art is where it meets, and science is art. This is something that a lot of people haven't got. I often say it. Art is science, and science is art, because true science involves the masculine pole of intuition, channeling information. There's a philosophical element to it, which then needs to be brought into a synergetic polarity in order to express that. And the art of a scientist is experimentation in order to prove something. But it's very similar to painting a painting. You see, the painter paints a painting in order to experiment with his feelings and put it onto something so that he can see what it means and gain confirmation of what it is that he's thinking sublimely, subconsciously. The scientist thinks something sublimely and subconsciously, but needs to actually put it out into the world in order to get a perception of it, to see whether it rings true. They're both in the pursuit of truth, art and science. They're both the divine spheres from my perspective. And by science, I don't mean what we've understood to be science, which is basically memorizing theorems. I mean true science. True science is when you're trying to figure out how to do something. Like, how does a monkey figure out how to crack a nutshell that's too hard? Well, it picks up a rock. It thought about it. It gained some kind of an intuitive sense that, hold on, if I bash that with this, something's going to happen. Let me do it. So it bashes that with it and says, something happened. The nut came out. So now it's learned. So in the process, whenever one is learning, intuition is present, true learning. And by learning, I don't mean being taught, because being taught is being pulled tight, is being conditioned. To be taught is to be conditioned. To learn is a very inner process which relates to our own intuition becoming present and us being able to conduct information. And there's two different kinds of learning. So that's quite a beautiful notion in what you said, Quinn, as it relates to the wisdom of the world and the wisdom of the spirit.
I think you actually are kind of onto something here, Shaman, because, if you think about all the scientists in history who've really made some kind of big breakthrough in terms of a new discovery, a new theory, they were sort of looking beyond the sort of the knowledge set that is given them. So, for example, if you think about something like, like physics or something, like an average physicist is honestly, they're looking at the theories, the ideas, and the data that people have already sort of collected and amassed and sort of learned and memorized. And you're right, that's not really sciences. But I think the creative part is when you you see an idea that is beyond the collection of data that's sort of around you. It's just like, it's like you have some kind of thought, well, wait a minute, what is this? For example, with me, like, I've kind of come to this particular breakthrough in terms of, I think that most of human civilization has the wrong idea about consciousness, and that we're like, so many people, even people who are into magic and the occult, believe that consciousness is exclusive to the brain. And the more I really start to kind of understand myself, and the Fae have been kind of, teaching me to sort of explore my physical body more, you start to really recognize that your mind exists within your entire body. And I think this is a much more, like, in terms of just how we experience things, it's a much more intuitive understanding to say, look, when I, grab an apple with my hand, I'm actually experiencing that apple in my hand. Whereas the mainstream narrative, the sort of secular materialist narrative, would basically be leading you to believe that you're not actually touching that apple. You are touching a virtual copy of your hand of that apple within your brain, so that everything you experience is within your brain, and the outside world is completely alien, foreign. It's just abstract, and you can never know it. That's the kind of materialist perception. But in a more hermetic sort of magical perception, it's actually a lot more parsimonious, because you say, when I see a tree out there, I'm actually seeing that tree out there in the world, instead of this idea that it's just this, hallucinated copy inside of your skull. Now, you could go into the other kind of like the more Buddhist idealist argument, then, well, yeah, that's true. There is no tree out there, because ultimately this world is an illusion, but it's not necessarily the same as the kind of the materialist sort of way of looking at it. So I think that when it comes to the creative aspect of science, it's, you find this new idea, this new way of looking at the world, and you can kind of like, but you don't necessarily have the tools to sort of explain it. So you kind of use the sort of tools from science to kind of bridge that gap. And that's where the creative dimension of science is at play. So I just kind of wanted to sort of add that to your initial thread.
Beautiful ad, brother. Yes, definitely a misconception regarding a lot of things, I think, in the world, consciousness being probably the premier one. I'd love to say a great welcome to Jeremy. Jeremy's a beautiful brother. He's, in my opinion, shamanically inspired character. He plays his drum. He's very in tune with the natural spirit and with the spirit of nature, tuning himself in very active ways, working hard on his meditative, contemplative reality, and obviously a wonderful storyteller. We'll probably get graced by one or two of his stories today. He has that beautiful shamanic storytelling presence, which I admire. Hello and welcome. Thank you for joining us. It's an honor to have all of you guys on the show. I think we've got such a wonderful complement of people. Do please introduce yourself, dear brother Jeremy.
Hey, everybody. Can you hear me?
Hey, Jeremy. Yeah, we can
Yeah,
hear
we
you.
can hear you.
Excellent. Thanks for the introduction, as always. I will try to add some stuff as the conversation comes along. And it should be so I didn't get that much sleep last night because the jungle was running rampant. But it's all good. But there's something valuable about the lack of sleep, and especially if you do it with intention. And there's like a leveling out that occurs, and when you don't have enough sleep, and it's a great way to sort of recognize all your background running bullshit, because the things that bother you, they get amplified, and you can you can kind of focus on the surface, and it'll wind you up, or you can let it wash over you and really dig to the core of whatever remains. But I did intend to sleep last night. It just didn't happen. But I find that it's easier to I find myself closer to spirit if I'm sleep deprived. So in a way, it's a blessing. And hopefully some of that comes through for the conversation.
What everyone, welcome to Jeremy. What everyone was saying reminded me of the scene in 2001 Space Odyssey where they reach out and find that obelisk, and it's kind of like there's a new form that's introduced into the population, the individual, that breaks the old model of perception, allows this new flow of energy. And I really like working with breaking patterns and habitual patterns that I've been in, and sleep patterns is a good example. Like now I'm shifting, working to night shift versus day shift in a new job, and it just allows a whole new energy and material to work with, and I think highlights different levels of the intuition and sparks the imagination in a new way.
Yeah, I for everybody here and for the audience, Aaron is an excellent source of information on traversing many different levels of the experience of being. Aaron has done a lot of stuff and been a lot of different places and situations, and had dealings with all sorts of different people, from the low to the high and everywhere in between. So reach out to him. He's got a lot to say.
Yes, brother. I like your addition there. That's definitely going to be one of the things that's going to come up when we're talking about developing intuition, because you're completely on point that there's something about sleep deprivation. And as somebody who's used sleep deprivation to its max, I can attest to it. It brings breakthroughs of its own. I think because when one is sleep deprived, one is forced to concentrate more deeply just to maintain the simple basic task level of affluence one is used to in terms of success with tasks. So that depth of concentration causes the activation of the Ajna chakra. Whenever one concentrates really deeply, the Ajna chakra starts to open, because this is concentration is, there's two chakras. Okay. So there's your chakra here, the ridge in the nose, which is pure concentration. And then there's the guru chakra above it, right? Which is the one that we all know as the third eye. But these 2 points are fundamental. And when one focuses here, one's concentration goes to the next level. And then it automatically raises it to the next point, where one starts to gain insights of unusual things, unusual experiences, physical and non-physical, will come into one's consciousness field. One will just know things. And so intuition relates to just knowing and knowing from within. And so often when we are really sleep deprived, the usual limits that we have upon our psyche, we drop them because we're too tired to maintain them. We have all these rigid walls around ourselves of like, I can't do that, I can't do this, I'm limited here. And then we're so tired, we just, I'm too tired to maintain those bloody walls. And then you just, wow, breakthroughs. But chaotic breakthroughs, inconsistent breakthroughs, because tiredness also causes a depletion of energy. So there's a give and take with that. But there's definitely something to be said.
You said something interesting there, which is chaotic breakthrough. And if you do intentionally take on the practice of sleep deprivation, say you decide to stay up for a night, that's actually a pretty big undertaking. Definitely go slowly. Maybe extend your your bedtime several hours, because you can get wrapped up in that chaos. It might sleeplessness is like this, can be like this heavy blanket that you put over yourself, and you feel this pressure, and this pressure can bring can create a chaotic environment in your head, because you're like I can't do this, I can't do this, I don't care about this, but I had this routine, and now I don't want to work out, or something like that. And you can get wrapped up in this I can't do this, I can't do this, I can't do this. But if you just accept that you can't do these things, or you don't want to do these things, I don't like saying that. You can do anything. That's where the breakthroughs are going to come through, and they can be chaotic.
Yeah, I understand that. I was actually thinking about that recently because I watched this movie called Whiplash. I'm pretty sure you've all seen it, right? About
That's an awesome movie.
It is very awesome. It's amazing, actually.
Love that movie.
And it ties into what you're saying, but also, I'm going back to the Bible again. Paul wrote, he said this, he says, "We put no obstacle in anyone's way, so that no fault may be found with our ministry. But as servants of God, we command ourselves in every way by great endurance in affliction, hardships, calamity, beatings, imprisonments, riots, labors, sleepless nights, hunger, blah, blah." But basically, I've been experiencing sleepless nights also. And I was wondering what is going on. And I asked God, I prayed, I was like, why am I waking up at 4 o'clock in the morning? 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the morning. What am I supposed to be doing? Why am I waking up at this time? And usually when I wake up, I would just, watch TV, or I would eat something, or read the Bible. And God told me I was doing the wrong thing. God was like, "Hey, you need to be doing something else. This is not what I want you to do." And I was like, "But reading the Bible is great, isn't it?" God was like, "Nah, it's not. It's useless, really. I need you to be doing something for yourself." So I realized I had a lot of people calling me like 4 days ago, telling me I need to pray more. And I was like, "What?" So I started praying when I woke up, and I pray for something specific. I pray to have demons exposed, or spirits, so I can see them. And the more I do that, the more I can command these spirits and actually put them in subjection to me and help people and deliver them from whatever they're dealing with, shame, guilt, whatever. And what I noticed in those sleepless nights is that is a gift to be woken up. It is a gift to not sleep so perfectly, because when you get into a routine of sleep, you actually become weaker. As men, since we're all men, we need to be firm and informed, not so soft and mushy. In a very concrete way, we need to be having a hard sense of understanding who we are. You can't be very, what do you call it, double-minded or duplicit or too palpable in knowing who you are. If you don't have a concrete understanding of who you are, people can tell you who you are anytime, and you'll be wishy-washy, moved by the wind. You wouldn't be a man anymore. You'd be whatever people tell you. So I learned that I should work out in the morning now. When I get woken up, I work out, or I'll pray, I'll play my flute. And I realized it helps me live a more chaotic life. And in the chaos, there is strength, because in too much order, you get too used to it and you start to not care anymore about certain things. If things are always the same, you get monotonous. You start losing your passion, your desire, your what is it called? Like a zeal for living. Things get boring. So I love being woken up in the middle of the night. It's a blessing. But to Whiplash, I noticed that his desire to be great was his chaotic journey, because he didn't know how he was going to get there. He just wanted to get there. and he tried his best. He hurt his hand a lot playing, practicing. He was bleeding all the time, and he got hit by a car. He still tried to make it to the thing, and he failed. But in that failing, he became he fell back on a bed of softness, which is his father. His father just didn't care what he did. He was always going to help him. And when he realized, as he was playing, he got up out of the seat because he was embarrassed. He didn't know what to play, and he was leaving the studio or whatever it's called, the theater. And his dad was there saying, it's okay. He gave him that look of, it's fine. You messed up. It's okay. You can come back home. We can, start over again, whatever. Watch movies every weekend, whatever it is. The softness. And he saw that in his father. He was like, now I see where I've gone wrong in my life, being too soft on myself. So he turned back around, sat in that seat, played that song that he couldn't play, and it got him kicked out. And he played it so well that the guy who was against him started to work with him, and he started to help him actually exceed in his desire to be great. And it's a beautiful movie, and it replicates the Bible in a way. Like for me, they always talk about the Old Testament being a stumbling block, or the law being something that stops you from being great. And you can see that because they're rules. But when you understand that those rules, it's just like a pressure on you that's trying to make you better. You don't have to do the rules. You just have to understand that you're capable of doing them without reading them. And when you learn that, it's like God becomes this person who's helping you reach your greatness instead of pushing you down and calling you a sinner, a worthless piece of cheese, or whatever it is. So it's a beautiful movie. And I love that you guys brought up sleep. And it's a great thing to be sleepless, because the spirit of slumber can come upon you and make you weak because you're sleeping too often, or you're too comfortable with the way things are. So God bless you all. Amen.
Yeah,
Thank you.
There's some spiritual gold in that movie for sure.
I'd love to get into that movie. There's been a question that Waldheimer asked a little while ago. I think it's really on point. It's a brilliant question. He asked two really good questions, actually. But the first one is so fundamental. What is the difference between animal instinct and intuition? And that made me think, that's really, really on point, because from a shamanic perspective, we understand animals have powers. Animals have metaphysical, spiritual powers that they're utilizing, and we don't realize they're utilizing it. Like the bumblebee, as just the random example that we all know. Bumblebees, according to the laws of aerodynamics, as we know, it can't fly, but they do. They fly quite well. So there's a lot of things about animals that are in this realm of supernatural, and animals have a wonderful way of tuning into the consciousness field. So my understanding of it is that there are different forms of intuition, and the intuition that relates to the lowest of the chakras is instinct. And that animal instinct is definitely intuition. As somebody who was competing in martial arts, it was a big chunk of my younger life. And when you're in the ring, or if it's a street, whatever your situation is, but whenever you're in that intense competition, you have to switch off your mind and allow yourself to go into the mode of animal instinct. And in that mode of animal instinct, your higher faculties of intuition guide your movements, guide your defenses and your counterattacks, and you get into a dance of flow with the opponent where they don't stand a chance against you if you're in that flow. So there's definitely something powerful spiritually. And when we hear about warlocks, this is the warlock arts. The warlock is somebody that is trained in martial arts physically and trained in occult principles and occult development, spiritual forces. So they have both the spiritual forces to go into a trance of sorts, a shamanic trance of sorts, and then they're trained in the martial arts, so they know how to express physically those spiritual forces for the use of self-defense. So that's the warlock, and the warlocks were very feared, in the ancient times. Like they would have the locks, right? The dread locks. Why they're called dreadlocks? Because Obviously, you saw the dreadlocked warrior on the field. He's a bit of a woo-woo guy. He's going to hit you with some kind of a spell before he hits you with a punch. So, yeah, exactly. And looking into the eyes of a warlock can be very disorienting in a fight, right? Because you lose your flow because they're so centered that you start to swing like a pendulum. And so that makes them become more centered and you become less centered. So in a martial arts tournament where you've got all highly trained individuals, like if you're on a high level of fighting, then it's very much a battle of wills. It's mostly it's a mental fight. What happens when the strikes happen, that's just consequential to what's happening in here, because it's a mind to mind psychic thing that's happening. And it's like two cats. They will psych each other out until they just decide it with a few strikes, but they know before the strikes happen who's won. And so that animal instinct of animals is a very high form of intuition in my respect, in my honor, in my perspective, because they definitely are tuning in to the inner when they are doing this, and they are in some way gaining an insight into what's going to happen next. They're sort of almost one step ahead of reality in terms of tuning in. So they're going into the powerful cause and effect frequency of vibration and tuning in so subtly so that they know whether they're going to win or lose the fight, so they can avoid the fight if they're going to lose it. So there's something very powerful happening with the animal instincts. And when a bird just knows how to fly, it knows from inside. It's reading its deep recess of its own DNA vibrational field to bring out the information which is ancestral. Think about this. What's less shamanic than a bird that's never flown before, flying for the first time because it's in its genes of its ancestors? And it can access the information from its ancestors in order to fly without having ever been taught. There's something quite powerful about that. It's no less than the shaman, which is why the shaman went into the wilderness to learn from the animals, because they are teachers at the end of the day. So I think that's a beautiful, and I'd love you guys to respond to that as well. What do you guys all think?
Yeah, I got a comment real quick. You reminded me of this interview I watched with Mike Tyson. And the comment that he made, let's see if I could do his voice. I'm not gonna try. But he commented that he knew as soon as he walked into that ring and he looked at the other guy how the fight was gonna go, because he would walk in there and he would see the fear in the other guy's eyes, like that, and he knew how it was gonna go. Watch some Mike Tyson fights, and to comment on the animal instinct, martial arts is an excellent way to tap into that. And you know you're going to be doing, you've been training when, say, maybe you're in a sparring situation or a fight, and you do something that it's like effortless. You slip a punch, you go down, you come around, and you throw one, and it connects, and it's like you're not even, it's like not even there. You're just doing it, and to me, that's like you're taking that lag time that we've talked about here before. And you're just going, you're collapsing it, and you're fully present, you're fully in the moment, and like Whisper said, you're just flowing with it, and that type of intuition is different than this other thing where you, or I've experienced it at least, where there's this small voice, there's this subtle voice that is so easy to trample over, but that voice is is some part of intuition that's telling you what you should actually do in this moment or in this situation. And when you follow that guidance, it's like flowing again. It's like flowing in that fight.
Amen. Amen. I wanted to say something about connection with the animals and how birds remember to fly. In the Bible, in the book of Isaiah, Isaiah explains that we are like trees. And when he says we are like trees and he says we're like grass, and I'm like, okay, what does that mean? I don't get it. But the more I looked into it myself, you start to see that, plants, they kind of just copy themselves when they reproduce. It's just it's just the same thing. It's just, it's a copy. And when it cross-pollinates, it's the same thing, but just a little different. And when you see that we're kind of the same as plants and animals, it's sort of the same. It's just we're just copying each other, making carbon copies, I like to say. And the only thing that's really different is the expression sometimes of that copy. The spirit is the same. And so I think that when we, as beings, I would say beings, like beans, as beings, we are like the copies of our parents, or even their parents, in a certain way. And the way we experience the world shapes that, and the way we experience our own selves shapes that. But basically, the inside is the same. And we all know how to breathe without being told. We all know how to speak without being taught, really. You know how to cry and do all that stuff, how to look around with your eyes. You don't have to be told and taught how to do these things. They're just instinctual, natural things. And some things become natural that were not instinctual, like walking and balancing. And also focusing with your ears how to hear and understand things. Like we had to learn how to comprehend words, but that's natural now. We had to learn how to balance on 2 feet, but that's natural now. These kind of things can be embedded into your framework, into your spirit, into your being. Like Jeremy was saying with fighting. When you get into a point where you quiet your own brain, because people who fight, a lot of the times, people who lose, they lose because they're thinking. I used to, do more, what's it called? Kung Fu. But I used to teach Jeet Kune Do to these people in the projects where I used to live. And we used to do these sparring matches. And I would notice that I would teach them something. And while we were sparring, they would try and do that thing, even though they weren't supposed to do that. It was hard to get them to let go and just be one with their own body, because there's a certain kind of intelligence. There's a physical correspondence intelligence, and then there's the thinking intelligence. They're not the same. They have to mix into each other. Like you have to practice something a lot of times, and then it'll become a part of you. So when I would do this thing, I was frustrated with them and myself. I felt like I was a bad teacher. I was like, why can't they do the thing? Why can't they do the thing? And I realized it's because there wasn't enough practice. There wasn't enough ingraining into their being. And so I realized that as being humans, being, people who are living experiences that grow, you have to learn how to quiet that mind that's from talking, and let the body do what it does. And the more you do that, the more everything becomes natural, and every movement becomes a counterattack, or every attack becomes a defense. You don't really have to think about any of those things. You just do them. It's kind of like breathing or tying your shoe. We all know how to tie our shoes, even though we didn't as kids. We had to practice forever. You have to go over, under, and panic about it. But now we can just do it blindfolded. And I just believe that spiritual things are also the same way. You can learn spiritual things by being with yourself. You can learn, like for example, when you have a girlfriend or something, you don't really know your limit in sexual expression as a guy. You don't know anything about it. But when you're with a woman, you can practice, and you're like, oh snap, this is bad. I got a 5-minute count. I got a 5-minute limit. So you have to start practicing and figuring out what's going on that's making it a 5-minute limit, how you can extend it, whatever. And you start to understand your body more. And when you start understanding your body more, you start understanding your mind more. You start understanding your mind more. Start understanding your spirit self more. And the more you understand these things, the more you can just be them without thinking about it. And you can impart that knowledge into someone else without ruining their journey. Like, for example, a lot of people, me especially, I'll just talk about myself. When I was learning things and getting revelations about life, I would always teach them to somebody else. And I would tell them exactly verbatim what to do and how to do it and blah, blah. But it didn't work for them because I was taking away, I was stealing their revelation. All I was supposed to do is point to them in the right direction. But a lot of the times when we understand ourselves more, we want to fix everybody else. And by fixing them, we tell them exactly what worked for us, even though as if it's going to work for them, but it's not. You have to let them walk it. Just like you have to let people, our babies, learn how to walk on their own, or ride a bike on their own, or drive a car on their own. All this stuff you have to let them do. Just like with fighting, you got to let people learn how to quiet that mind when they're in the heat of the moment, and then let that quiet voice just guide them like a dance. So thank you.
That's really beautiful, brother, and so on point, you know. And I think that does sort of it branches into what we're going to be discussing later as well, about how to develop it. Repetition. We'll have to keep that mind cued. Mantra over and over again. Same thing. There's something powerful about repetition. It puts you into a mood, doesn't it? There's a wonderful question here that's been sort of on the board for about 10, 15 minutes or maybe longer, which I think is really an interesting question. And I'd love us all to look at it. What do you guys, do we have some tips for how to recognize people, maybe not just on YouTube, but people who just repeat what they've read or heard? Now, I think that's probably most of us some of the time, some people a lot of the time. You know, a lot of people, it's often, sadly. Some people, it's not so often. With most of us, I think it's not quite as often. I mean, we've all been, they got hold of us in school, didn't they?
Yep.
They drilled crap into our heads, like, zzz, get it in there. Like, repeat it back to me, the answer, or else you'll fail. You know? Oh, I'm going to be in trouble. They used fear. They used, we'll give you a carrot if you win. You'll get a gold star. You'll become teacher's pet. Whatever. There was like 1,000, you know, boons if you win. And like my butt was always sore from being the one who didn't want to play ball. So, but it's a really brilliant question. What do you guys say?
Yeah. So tricky, right? It could be tricky. So if someone's presenting themselves as, you know, maybe like some sort of master, or it really seems like they've got it all figured out, right? You're gonna want to test them. You can confront them. Usually, you know, there's an email or a chat or something like that. If and you know, if they don't want to do that, if they don't want to interact with you openly and be open to what you have to say, there's a red flag. If you are already feeling like there is some bullshit, something in your intuition is telling you, right? There's already something there. And you know, generally just you draw information from a lot of different sources. See who is consistent, who has been doing it the longest. Where does their information come from? When you ask them, where did you get this information from? See what they say. Oh, it came from myself, or blah, 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 or it came from these sources. You can check up on that. And understand that the digital face that you are looking at is a 2D, hallucination. It's not the real person. What you're seeing of me right now talking is not the real me. Okay? All right? I have a light on. All right? I'm not actually blue. So you got to keep that in mind, because the digital realm is rife with hollow husks repeating things to grift you out of your attention or your money. Right? And it's ubiquitous almost. So you just have to be mindful of where this information is coming from. And there's other things, physiognomy, that counts into it. What are their eyes telling you? What are their eyes telling you? Watch their video with the sound off. Focus on their face, on their eyes. Where are they looking when they say certain things? That's what I got.
I have another metric to add to that. I was thinking about the question. It's myself, and I think an easy way to kind of tell if someone is genuinely an original thinker versus somebody who is just sort of parroting other occultists and other mystics is what they're saying actually interesting? I think that's really a big thing. Does it actually stimulate your imagination? Does it actually cultivate a sense of mystery and wonder? And not in this kind of like, fearful way. It's like, oh, the archons, they're going to get you and they're going to steal your soul after you die. And it's all horrible prison plans. Like something that really creates that sense of like childhood wonder. Because I think, something is not original when one, it's probably very boring and dry. And two, you probably sense that you've already heard it before. I think it also helps to kind of already have a sort of base knowledge of most of the systems. So it's like, okay, I know about Kabbalah, I know about astrology, I know about, Helena Blavatsky's work, about chakras, all these things. But then when somebody comes along with something you've never heard of before, something that's just totally out of left field, then I think you're kind of on the right track, because you're engaging in novelty, you're engaging in new information that either you've never experienced before or someone else hasn't experienced before. So I think what it is when it comes to somebody who is original, and I think this actually kind of goes back to the science thing we were mentioning earlier about how there's creativity in science, and that creativity in science is all about, understanding the sort of the field of knowledge that humans have acquired, and then going beyond that field of knowledge into a completely new domain. And I think when it comes to like spiritual teachers, I think that same principle still applies, where you're taking the spiritual knowledge of like certain groups of, occultism and magic, mysticism, religion, but you're coming up with something new. You're coming up with a new understanding, a new framework. And you can tell that someone's parroting and someone is just, copying and fake if basically there's nothing really new being taught. There's nothing new under the sun. They're just basically, they're taking the knowledge of certain systems, but they're not doing anything different with it. So it really is in the same way. Like if you think, actually, yeah, it's like just like a difference between like a scientist who just reads, from the books and just goes by the book versus a scientist who, thinking like a Rupert Sheldrake, something who goes against the grain, who says, no, screw you materialists. I disagree with you. I believe in morphic resonance theory because I think this thing makes sense. And I think with occultism and magic, it's the exact same thing. There's people you can just like, oh, I read the same, Hermeticism books, and I read the same, Buddhist text, and I'm not creating anything new. And somebody who takes those texts and say, I'm going to come up with this new thing. I'm going to just explore this new understanding. So I think that's also a good way to tell if a YouTuber is coming up with something new versus something that's just, copied.
Amen, Jeremy, and thank you, Cosmic. I would say, Wow Dharma, to keep it simple, is there love in what they're saying? Because if you understand cynicism, you can understand anybody. You can get to the root of what everybody's trying to tell you and where they got it from. I noticed that I was opposed to the truth when I was having great teachers. I was always trying to fight them because the truth seems too easy. It seemed too simple. And I was used to overcomplicating things just like the world does. The world overcomplicates everything, and things are simple. Things are easy. Nothing's too difficult, really. And what I would tell you is to listen with your spirit, not your ears. And look with your spirit, not your eyes. And eat with your spirit, not your senses. Because your senses, they crave things that aren't really good for you most of the time. Like, for example, movies. A lot of movies are like violent or full of drama, and it's like junk food. It's not good for you. It's not good for you at all. But you like it. It's fun, makes you excited, makes you happy, but it's not good for you at all. And so when you understand that there's a difference between your flesh and your spirit, you can actually listen to people with your spirit more and not your flesh. You can actually start watching what you eat, basically, I would say it, because there's like junk food you get from people who parrot and lie and try to manipulate you. And then there's clean food that you get from people who actually love you and want you to grow and understand the simplicity of reality. So I would say just tune into your spirit, and your spirit will tell you the truth about everybody. And watch with love and receive with love, and you'll get there.
There was another thing I just remembered, and I'm not sure exactly what this is. Maybe Franklin can speak to it, but I have this practice that I try to remember to do, which is there's this area right here, and if I like open it up, say I'm talking to somebody or I'm listening to somebody, if I stop being here and I move it down here and I open something up, there's something that opens up here, it's like I get a truer sense of whatever's happening with them. It's real interesting. I can't really describe the feeling, but it feels different.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. I had a teacher once tell me one thing you should look for in everybody is authenticity. That's the first thing you should always look for. If someone
There's
is
a sound
hiding,
in the background, by the way.
yeah,
I don't know
I'm
if you
in
can hear
class. I'll exit it out. But I was in class. The thing is that authenticity is an indication for truth. If someone is trying to hide things, like they're trying to hide where they live or what their name is, I don't know, just hiding stuff that you don't really need to hide, then you don't really need to trust anything they say, because they're gonna have a manipulative spirit in anything they say. Yeah, in their face too. Everything about
they're trying to hide their face.
Yes, exactly. And so, yeah, you just need to be observant of the authenticity of a person. Like, for example, if you ask someone a question about where they get their truth from, and they go on a long rant about where it comes from, I don't think you should listen to them really. If they just tell you, "Oh, I got it from God," or "I got it from the earth," or "I got it from myself," something simple, then you should listen to them. But if they go on like a whole bunch of, I don't know, over explaining and trying to water it down to you, I'd be wary of them, because the more people talk, the more you can see they don't know what they're talking about. So just watch for authenticity.
Claims.
I think,
Yes.
and I'll also respond to that question, which it was, how can you tell when people are parroting what they've read or heard or learned, or when they are thinking intuitively or with original autonomous thinking, from themselves. And to me, it's like this. I don't think it matters so much where other people are coming from. I think it matters more where we're coming from. And this is what my experience has taught me, that when one is in tune with intuition, and I do believe one can go too deeply into intuition. When one is truly in tune with intuition, everybody one meets is giving one a message. Have you noticed that? You speak to someone, it's like, this is some like cosmic message. You turn on the radio and some guy's reading something and it's a cosmic message. And you stop at the bus stop and you read an advertisement, and that advertisement is some kind of a cosmic message. So cosmic messages seem to come to us through 1,000 different ways. And somebody reading a shopping list could give you a cosmic message if you were in the right place to receive it. And so from my perspective, it's more important about where we are at ourselves as to what we're going to gain from whatever we put in from the outside. Because our brains have a million billion ways of interpreting information and putting it into a sense of coherency that's relevant and relatively important to our current situation in life, whatever that is. We do anthropomorphize onto everything. And we also do this onto what we hear, what we see, the information we get. So if I do think like a couple of people have said, like Cosmic said, like Jeremy said, and it's basically the same idea. If it bores you, it's probably not for you. If it makes you afraid, well, if it makes you afraid, it might be for you. You see, this is what I think. I believe that when you're getting close from a shamanic perspective, when you're close to fear, that's like you should get out your hunting bow. It's like, okay, it's on, baby. I always used to get excited when I got afraid. I was like, oh yes, it's on. I'm close to something here. I'm afraid. Like I'm alive. Something's making me scared. Why am I the hell afraid? What is wrong with me that I'm getting afraid? And normally those are the moments that you make some kind of a breakthrough into intuition and are able to actually bridge some gap within the heart to gain an access to some kind of a deeper original information that comes from the inner planes. And I say the inner planes, which I should actually be saying the outer planes, because from my perspective, everybody's got it backwards. Everybody thinks their mind's inside their heads. I don't. I think the mind's around your head. I think the soul's outside of us. I think that this physical body is inside the astral. The astral is inside the causal. The etheric is yet inside the astral. And then you've got the three aspects of the etheric, the three aspects of the astral, the three aspects of the causal. I experienced in deep meditation when I went through 9 gates before I was going to leave the world for good. And the funny thing is I was in such a state of ecstasy that I didn't care. I was like, I'm good to go. Tap me out. And they came and gathered above my head. And was there 9 of them or 7 of them? I seem to remember thinking there were 9 of them. But anyway, regardless. And they were like, no, you can't leave. So there's definitely something to be said about this experience of intuition, of going into the outer planes of consciousness. Even the fact that we think about our minds and souls being inside us, from my perspective, is upside down. It's back to front. So I think everybody that's talking, we are all talking about what we've read. Essentially, we can't escape it. Sometimes I'll do it. Sometimes you'll do it. Sometimes we'll all gain information from the outside and put it into coherency. I think the question is whether people are putting it into a coherency with their own experience in some way. And that's why I love Cosmic, because cosmic's ideas come from his own different perspective when it comes to the occult, which to me seem to make perfect sense with all these systems, even though they seem to be contrary or contradictory, but they're not. To me, they make sense. So I think it's the eye of the beholder is the key, and I think that's the focus. Focus on one's own eye of one's beholder and realize that information is already outside of us. We think it's inside us, but it's actually on the outside. The electromagnetic field is resonating around us, and that is conducting thought like a pitchfork into us through the acoustic field of DNA, which turns into emotional reactions. So the amino acids of the DNA are spinning really fast, and these are cascading and bouncing against the amino acids of the hormones, which generate the emotions, and the hormones go through the system and stimulate the nervous system to get a particular flicker rate of electrical arcing impulses, so that the neural system can carry those thoughts of the emotions produced by the hormones resonating with the DNA field, which is like resonating outwards into the universe where thoughts are. So all the thoughts are outside of us anyway. So in a sense, from a personal perspective, it doesn't matter to us, I think, where they are getting their information from. It matters to them. To us, as long as we're getting the information, it really doesn't matter where the hell it comes from.
I think, honestly, Wish Whisperer, you just pointed out what my system I'm working on is all about. It is the idea of, like, so I came to a similar conclusion. The idea that the mind and our thoughts and our ideas are essentially outside of my head. So I'm thinking, okay, well, if that's the case, how do we map that out? How do we measure that? How do we understand that relationship of that external mind? And that's what the whole Zerfax and Zarfax thing is all about. It's recognizing where those things, are sort of allocated in space-time. Like I was just in the chat right now, Mexico asked the question of where are our memories stored? I think that memories are stored in the place where they happen. So let's say you have memories of going to a particular like roller coaster park or some kind of place, a museum or something like that. You'll notice that when you think about a memory of being at a museum, your mind will sort of temporarily be transported back to that museum. And you'll notice too, if you physically go back to that museum, all sorts of memories that you forgot about will start to bubble back up. Like, where do these memories come from? They just seem to sort of sprout out of nowhere. So I think the idea that memory is stored in the brain really doesn't seem to make sense, because if they were stored in the brain, it would be much easier to extract memories if you think about it. Like, just like you think about a computer, you can just, you can just type in your the search bar at the lower corner, just like memories of museum, and it'll all just pop up. But brains don't seem to work that way, or the mind doesn't seem to work that way. It seems to be worked on based on association and connection to thing. And I kind of wanted to bring up another point about sort of like they're talking about like getting information from external sources, reading a book. It's interesting, I've spent in my early occult practice, I spent some time reading up on ceremonial Western magic, i.e. your Goetia, your Enochian magic, and some of that other stuff about channeling spirits. It's interesting that when I read back at those passages, other than like contacting the spirit, these books really don't teach you how to do magic. The whole idea is that you get into your crystal ball, you put the sigils, you get your candles, you stare into it, you conjure up the spirit, and then it's the spirit that teaches you the actual magic. The spirit gives you the actual knowledge. All these grimoires and occult books are basically, they're just kind of like, they're basically an astral yellow book. You look up, it's like, okay, I want to know about necromancy, so I need to contact this spirit, or I want to learn about how to heal people angelically, so I'll contact the Archangel Michael. But notice that none of the actual wisdom in these grimoires and these magical texts are actually within the texts themselves. So I think that's kind of the interesting part about magic, is that you're really, all they are is just sort of like a go-between between you and the spirits, where I think the difference between that and religion is more like they've kind of compiled a compendium of the wisdom and knowledge that the spirits have sort of given them, and that you could just sort of like cross-reference in a book. So I think that's kind of my thoughts on that.
Do you want to go ahead and answer, Indy?
Yeah. I was just going to mention a little side tangent. Yeah, as far as discerning authentic information from parrot speaking, so to speak, repeating information, I have some personal experience with this. I had some really mind-blowing experiences that were very subjective and took me decades to be able to put words to the experiences, to be able to communicate them. There's volumes of wisdom and knowledge and understanding in this experience I've had. But I've found that being able to find familiar concepts to convey these ideas made it a lot more effective at being able to communicate. When I tried to put my own words to it for a long time, it seemed to be hard for people to grasp a lot of times. But I want to go into some of the information, just for an example. It was shown to me that all is one, not only in the present, but all through time. And so when I saw this, I then later watched an Alan Watts video called Buddhism and Science. And he explored the concept that all is one as well. And when I was watching the video, I kind of had an epiphany. It started to manifest to me the understanding that what I'm really trying to communicate here is what I then called at the time wrinkled space. I started to understand that all of what we consider matter is just wrinkled space that's been wrinkled upon itself and is expanding back into space. Later on, I learned that space had an older name called ether. I now refer to the concept as bundled ether. So this is my own personal information, but I like to communicate it as with aspects of string theory involved. Concepts of the black hole and things are articulated and explained. Gravity is explained. The expansion of the universe is explained. Half-lives of atoms are explained. So being able to reference these familiar ideas and show the framework of the unraveling bundled ether, facilitating a deeper understanding of explaining the things in science that have not yet been explained and understood. This has been really part of one of the 5 aspects of my life endeavors, to be able to pass this information to somebody that has the credentials, to be able to go into a laboratory and test this information, to see if it's applicable on a grander scale in the cosmic level or on the particle science level. So, but that's just one example I wanted to use.
I'll go ahead and answer. So for me, I have always realized that whenever I enter into a new situation, I'm never going to know what I don't know. And that's a repeated phenomena. And being open-minded requires that I'm also, somewhat open to being manipulated by people that have more knowledge than me. And that's just going to be part of the dance. I'm going to meet people that are going to have good intentions and people that aren't, and intuition can kind of help decipher that. And also, when I'm in the role of a teacher, I also kind of need to test people. So I test them and I try to kind of shake them up a little to see, how are they going to respond to it, determines how well I can, dive them into my own perspective. So I also got to realize that perhaps some people are going to be doing the same thing to feel me out and see, is this person really ready, or are they going to respond in a manner that's going to cause me some trouble? And so I'll use the example too that, it takes a great mechanic to know a great mechanic. And so when I was building a drag car, it was heavily modified and I was looking for someone to tune it. And the tuning is so important because it could blow up the engine or it can make it not work at all. And so what I ended up realizing is that these shops were tuning for a profit. So realizing that they're doing this for a business to make a profit, and I can do it on my own, and I'm going to invest a lot more time and effort into it, but I'm also responsible for the consequences. I can't, lean on a shop and say, oh, you blew up my car and now you owe me money. It's if I go out and I blow it up and I wreck and die, well, I'm responsible for it. So this is really the path of self-learning, which has much more consequence and much more self-responsibility versus leaning on like an accredited university with titles and it's a much more easy, and a lot of people are going to be going towards that path. So the focus is just you don't know what you don't know. And also, people who hoard information and use a place of authority, I think they really close themselves off and they damage themselves, because they're putting a framework around where if they know the information, they know it's not theirs to keep. It's God's, it's divine. And so for me, I have to give a lot of that freely. It's not I'm being an instrument of the divine to give this information and get feedback into the world, because I'm on my own journey as well. And so I need to use these other people as feedback in order for me to navigate. And if I close off and, I'm just trying to be a grifter and profit off of these people, I'm going to close myself off to my own guide, and I'm going to harm myself by harming other people. So I think that's a really important factor. And then also realizing, if I'm an effective communicator and effectively influencing people and doing the divine will, well, other people are going to start to use some of my information and resonate with it truly. And kind of like my effective NLP or communication is going to be so strong that I can start to see they're using the same terminology and ideas that I have, even if they don't necessarily give me credit. And that goes back to, me offering something that's not mine. So I can't be in an ego position and be like, you didn't pay for my course or give me credit for this info. It's I'm passing on information for the benefit of all humanity and truth as a whole and service to others.
I like what Aaron said about only a mechanic can know a good mechanic, because it makes me think about a parable, but also what he said about keeping an open mind and knowing that people with more knowledge may manipulate him or will indefinitely. It's actually true. I would like to just give a parable. Like, why would an eagle, a chicken, like an eagle, small baby eagle, why would a baby eagle go to an emu or a penguin and ask it how to fly and listen to the answer? So I'll just leave it at that. That's what I think about authenticity and understanding who's to listen to and who's not.
Yeah, I think that's really beautiful insight, Aaron. Thank you. Definitely, there's a tendency to want to knock information when it's not coming from the intuition in others. But some of the information they might be spouting came from the intuition from someone else through a broken chain. So there might be a break in the chain. Like, for me personally, I couldn't go to university. It was like a real push to finish high school. But I'm a rebel. A rebel without applause. I keep waiting for the applause. It never happens. And I was always in trouble in school. I was having to get cuts because I refused to do homework. I refused to open my physics book. I refused to open the history book. I refused so many things. And so I suppose while Dharma has got that rebellious nature as well, and people with a very rebellious nature tend to be drawn into the shamanic sphere, in my experience, because the shaman is the misfit. They're not going to fit into any kind of a logical, that they operate from a perspective of going towards intuition at the expense of all. Like, to become a shaman, you don't sit down and study books. Luckily, I studied books before I was drawn into shamanism, and I was obsessed with books and the occult, like very much similar to Aaron, drawn into the Western occult first, and thought I'd exhausted all the avenues in the Western occult. I was like, okay, I'm done with that now. Let's see what the East has got to offer. And I went to the East and I digested the East and Tantra, and it absorbed me. And I was like, wow, okay, this is the next level. And I realized, okay, so now I'm working on the astral sphere. That's interesting. And then I came across a shaman and he inspired me. And then he initiated me and there was this explosion. I was like, oh my gosh, that sound. I don't need any of this nonsense. So the shamanic path is all about dropping the knowledge, in a sense. Going into nature and observing that there is a book. Nature is a book. And if we allow ourselves to relax and stop thinking we can read the book of nature, and the book of nature it speaks in a language that is universal to all of us through the heart. And the heart's intelligence is essentially what the shaman is seeking in the wilderness, which is why they'll be drawn. The shamanic path will draw you to do stupid things. I think stupid things I will never ever ever do again as a parent. Like, it's just okay. Today, listen, I got to share this with you guys. Mexico was there. We went for a walk on the beach, and as true as God, I'm looking at the sea, and I'm like, "Hey, what's that?" And we take a look, and it's true as God, it's dolphins. Oh, there's another one. There's another one. Oh, it gets better. Then I noticed the spray. I'm going, hold on. I know that's a whale, but it's very young. So we're watching, and then you see them rolling around, and it's a killer whale. Ochre. There were 2 ochre that were spotted for sure, and a number of dolphin. I think I clocked about 4 dolphin. Hard to say how many dolphin there were because you only see some of them at the top at once, and they take turns to come up. And then they headed off towards where the wild birds were at the distance because there was obviously fish down there. But what a beautiful treat to see. And I was really kicking myself. I was like, dang, because we were on a bunch of rocks here and there was a patch of water and then other rocks. And if I'd gone to the other rocks quickly enough, I could have gone to the ochre. They were not that far away. Now, there's a lot of great whites where I live, but when the ochre are there, the great whites go and hide away. And we were close to the first shark attack in South Africa, by the way, historic place called Windmill Beach. I've always wondered what it'd be like to swim out from there. But now that I'm a father, I got to think. So the shaman is drawn, and I'm thank God I did all those stuff when I was younger. Stuff that involves risking your life. And I think there's something to be said about adrenaline junkiism, or why are people drawn to that? There's something very shamanic about that. It's about sort of forcing yourself to go beyond your logical limits and just have a breakthrough. And whenever you have those breakthroughs, it's intuition. But at the same time, one can, as Aaron's saying, spark it in little gentle sparks. You don't have to have one big explosion of intuition and then like they've banged it open. You can have lots of tiny little sparks along the way, and slowly but surely create a line of intuitive sparks to create a line of knowledge that comes from the inside. So there's 2 ways. The one is like a gentle arc of knowledge. Then the shaman is like going nowhere, going nowhere, going nowhere, going nowhere, go bang, and then you catch, they probably all get to the same place at the end of the day, from my perspective. I don't think there's any path that's better or worse, but I think that's a very interesting share, that middle path attitude, which is so contradictory to shamanism, which is ironic, because shamanism is about balance, but it's about reaching balance at the expense of all else, where it's not a very balanced way to reach balance, from my perspective.
I was when I was in college, I did a lot of diving, like underwater. I went to college in a place called Santa Barbara, California, and then Ventura, which is further south. But I was one of the classes that I took was a underwater photography class, and we were on a boat for almost a week, going around to the different islands out there, and we did a couple of night dives. And so when we were right next to an island, we weren't that deep or anything, in the kelp beds and stuff like that. And when you're diving at night underwater, it's like being in a pitch dark room that moves with you. Hopefully you got a flashlight. I had a flashlight, a very small, weak ass flashlight. But so we went in as a group of students there, and we were kind of going around, and I want to do my own thing. So I let the group, pass me up, and then I'm alone in the kelp, just looking around, and it's It's really beautiful. And then to my right is the open ocean, the open Pacific, right? And I'm looking out there, and it's, it's just darkness. It's just pitch blackness, just a void, right? And there's something very, God, I don't know, almost like freedom, because like it feels like you just go into it, formlessness. But it wasn't. It's not empty. It's the ocean, right? And so as I shine my light out into the void there, I see these little pinpoints of light flickering. I'm like, oh, those must be some sort of fish or something like that. And I was like, all right, I'll go out there a little bit. It's kind of like going up into the starry sky, but I'm going this way. And so I'm, going out, getting further away from the shore, just into nothingness. And I got dive bombed by a shark. And that area out there, there's great whites out there, but I don't think that this wasn't a great white. It was a rather small shark, but it went right in front of me, like not even 3 feet away. And so I just see, silver, the black eye, and the teeth, and then the rest of it go past. And I'm not trying to toot my own horn here, but I didn't feel any fear whatsoever. And that actually surprised me in the moment. I was like, I should be feeling terrified right now, but I just feel exhilarated. But I also kind of read it as an omen, and I was like, all right, I'm not gonna test my my luck here, and I went back. But that Franklin, they were talking about the orcas, reminded me of that.
I just wanted to mention that orcas are technically a large porpoise, so they're very closely related to dolphins.
Yeah, we were talking today about how people have been taught to fear orcas. How there's like laws. Am I right? Are there not laws in the USA about you're not allowed to engage with them? Am I right or am I wrong?
I think it's international law. It's illegal to engage with any dolphins or porpoises. Try to communicate with them.
Yeah, I think the Aleutian natives will probably put your head on a stake if you try to go out there and mess with their spirit brothers. I'm not joking. I'm not joking. I where they're you can't mess with them.
That's very interesting because I swam with orcas before, and they are huge. They're big buggers. They are massive. Oh my God, they're big. Whoa. And they go high up out of the water. And when they hit the water, there's a lot of noise. They hit the water pretty damn hard. And you're like, I do not want to be under you when you do that thing, that trick, And we were pretty close to them. And far out to sea, like 1.5 Ks out to sea, like 30-minute swim, 25-minute swim out to sea, half an hour swim. You lose track, you can't see the land anymore. But that is so fascinating. Like, why would they not want us? Because to me, what these creatures represent is pure intuition. Speaking of guides, speaking of intuition, speaking of animals. Hello, Third Eye, welcome. Lovely for you to join. Lovely for you to join us. But yeah, so we're not allowed to engage with orca and dolphin, but to me, they represent the intuitive aspect of our consciousness when we're talking about connecting with them as guides. Because I'd had these astral experiences when I was younger of swimming with these creatures in some other kind of a medium. And they were teaching me. And so this was why I was drawn to be with orcas. And there was one friend of mine, a close friend of mine with me. and he also wanted to come. So I was like, well, I'm going to swim out there. And he said, I'll come. And I said, seriously? Like, dude. But he's very staunch. He teaches Kalari Payato, and he had been spending a lot of time with his Guruji, his guru in India, who was his Kalari master. And Kalari, I don't know if you know it, it's a form of martial arts. It's very occult. Very occult. They deal with marma, and they use sound to disable an opponent with the voice. Sort of like the enemies of our tradies. Those women from Dune, what were they called? The priestly. Everybody's been discussing.
Benny
Dune.
Gesserit. Benny Gesserit.
Yes. You sent the link for the director's cut. I am so looking forward to watching that. I'm going to try and watch
Aaron
that
did.
as soon as I can.
Aaron did, yeah. But I look forward
Aaron
to that.
did.
Sorry, what was
Sorry,
that? What
Aaron
was
did.
the martial art that you mentioned?
Kalari. It's called Kalari Payatu, but it's Kalari is what it's commonly known as. There's northern school and southern school. He was training in the northern school, and with someone in the south who had been trained in both the northern and the southern schools. His guru in Kerala, which is where it set up shop. His Guruji. So anyway, and he had come to visit me at Ulm Beach in Karnataka because it wasn't so far from Kerala where he was training with his Guruji. His Guruji is in Karnataka, if that makes sense. So I was like, come and spend time with me. So we were living in a hut on the beach. What operates as a shop, just living in that hut and eating fruit. You know, the guy would come past with a basket of fruit every couple of days, and we'd stock up on fruit and try and hide it from the monkeys. But so anyway, my point is the profound spiritual experience of being with these ochres and being close to them sparked within me an intense trance. When I came out of the trance, I didn't even know which way the land was, because you couldn't see the land. So I could sense through my inner where the land was, even though I couldn't see it or couldn't remember, because I turned around, circled so many times that I'd like, you just lose it, and the sun was almost above us. I was like, oh my gosh. And he started to get like a bit worried, and I was like, it's that way. He was like, are you sure? Like, because if it's the wrong way, we're just going to swim out to sea further, you know, it's going to get ugly. And, but, and then it's a long way back to land. After it takes you about 15, 20 minutes before you can see the land of swimming. And, you know, so there's a lot of ground to cover between yourself and the land. There mustn't be sharks. Because when you're floating on the top, I've had encounters with great whites when I was surfing, and it's a lot less fun when you're on top, because they come up at you and they bump your board and they circle you and they come out of the water and you see this thing circling you, and you can't watch it under the water. So I'd rather be under the water to face a great white than on top of the water at any day of the week. I'd look it in the eyes rather. But yeah, that's a powerful experience of connecting with a shark. I would say there's something quite intense about it. Though the idea that ochres are illegal for us to communicate with, this to me is a little bit of an indication, and it brings us to this other chapter of this discussion, which is, what is it that's preventing us from engaging with our intuition? From education to psyops to information age, Google's got all the answers, and the kids have just learned that Google's got all the answers. You know, these AI systems can just think for us. We don't have to think for ourselves anymore. AI will think for us. We don't even have to remember phone numbers anymore. Our phones will do it. We don't have to know where we're going. There's a Google Maps. We don't have to remember anything we need to know, just Google it. It's if you think about the implications, it's quite disastrous. And then, of course, there's Hollywood and films and how they program us. So what do you guys think, to open this chapter of the discussion about the way in which we're programmed with regards to intuition, the way in which films, the media, Google education has shaped us to become so habitually locked into particular operations of mind and the ways that we think and believe that we've been cut off from our innate intelligence. And that, I think, would be a wonderful metaphor or a simile. No, is it a simile? Yeah, a simile for intuition would be innate intelligence. I think that represents intuition to me. Or a good way of describing it, that innate intelligence that comes from within. So what do you guys think about this?
I think
Fear is a big one. Go on, Indy.
I think I just want to say something quick. I think there's a huge stigma about intuitive powers that we get pushed on us as children. You know, we're kind of like taught that we have an imaginary friend that's not even there, and the ability to see spirits. You know, people associate that with schizophrenia. You have a broken brain, you're diseased. You know, I think that over time, a lot of people that have these intuitive powers start to see through the BS and start to realize, okay, this has been stigmatized and demonized, but there's real power here, and there's real access to something greater here that some people have and some people don't. So it kind of makes sense where the people that don't have those faculties would kind of demonize other folks who do. But I think that's definitely one of the aspects that has kind of pushed us away from getting into our intuitive powers. But go on, Jeremy. Let's hear what you have to say.
Yeah, I actually have a question for our Christian brother. Is he there?
Hey, I'm here.
Hey, what is the world of man?
The world of man is society, civilization, the things that are sinful, I guess. We would say the flesh, the body, the carnal mind. Basically, what the Bible is trying to say is that the only op against yourself is your carnal mind, which is connected to your flesh. And a lot of people misunderstand that, and they go, oh, you know, well, if it's our bodies, then why do we have pleasure sensors and all this stuff? Like, are we supposed to hate sex and all this stuff like that? And it's like, no, it's not what it's saying. It's saying that when you get too ingrained in the experience of the flesh, you lose what is spiritual. And that is basically what the Bible is trying to say, is to resurrect your spirit through your flesh by denying your flesh sometimes, like a little bit, like fasting, participation, what do you call it? Giving of yourself to someone else, enduring pain, enduring suffering for someone else, love, all that stuff is supposed to resurrect the spirit in you, which is, you know, your heart and your brain, and being truthful, being honest, instead of being manipulative, facetious, and carnal. Carnality is all about advantage. You know, how in the wild, the thing that is most evolved is the most apex, or the most advantageous of the nature. But in reality, that's not really how we want to be, because we realize that the people who love and give to those who are less fortunate are the ones that are doing the right thing, not leaving them behind. You know, like as a father, you understand what I'm saying. Like a baby comes out helpless, useless, basically. It's an asset that you can't really profit on. But you have to be compassionate and give to that useless asset. That's love. That's the truth about the book, or the truth about Christianity in the whole.
I actually kind of wanted to jump back on what Indy was saying earlier about schizophrenia. I think that in our culture too, when it comes to concepts of spirits, we use the term schizophrenic way too often. Whereas if you actually spend time not only studying schizophrenia and talking to actual schizophrenics, you notice there's a big difference, because just simply talking to spirits, I don't think really even constitutes as schizophrenia, because really with schizophrenia, one, you can't really even like hold basic conversations with people. You can't you functionally can't even take care of yourself, because you're basically confronted with all these like involuntary voices, and you're just kind of like, it's a very like, because a lot of these people who quote unquote have schizophrenia, I'll put that in quotes, is that they're always negative. They're always these voices of doubt and and fear, and like, you're gonna die, and if you do this, where the thing is, when you talk to spirits, it's like, one, you do it voluntarily, so it's not some involuntary. You go and make the conscious choice. I am going to talk to this being because I believe it exists, which is very different than just having loose wires in your brain and some random voice just comes out of nowhere saying that you need to die or something, or so I think that it's the other aspect that we have to kind of consider when it comes to the skepticism of our culture is that you think back more in history. I think a lot of that skepticism is sort of a reaction of Western civilization dealing with the Dark Ages. We're so, traumatized by superstition and witch hunts and all the kind of the darker sides of sort of the Spanish Inquisition, the Crusades. We're so terrified by that. We were just willing to throw all of it away instead. But in a lot of ways, we threw out the baby with the bathwater. And I think that because we're so terrified of, and I think the other aspect of like intuition is that we're afraid of, what if I become like the evil cult leader? Because you think about cult leaders, like your David Koresh's, for example, who thought, I'm literally the prophet and I'm going to be the doom, and the world is coming to an end and you have to do this. And meanwhile, he did all sorts of horrible stuff too, like abused children. And, he was a pretty awful person. But the reason I point out David Koresh is I think sometimes we're afraid to tap into our intuition, because how do I know I'm not that guy? How do I know I'm not, channeling something evil, or I'm just being delusional? And so people are afraid to, and I think when we're talking about society as well, the idea that there's this sort of consensus that we have to conform to. You have to conform to the group. You don't want to be seen as an outsider. You don't want to be seen as the crazy person. So you have to kind of like, kind of hold it back, and that's why we're afraid of exploring your intuition, because we're afraid that we're intuiting something that is not in connection with the tribe, so to speak. And I think for me growing up, I was always, a kid who was picked on a lot. I was, somewhat of a social outcast, which, it sucks for its own reason. I don't really need any sympathy. But what it allowed me to do was, because I was already sort of at the bottom of the social totem pole, so to speak, I felt like I really had nothing to lose. And so because of that, it gave me this freedom to sort of explore ideas and myself in a way where it's like, well, I can't conform to culture anyway, so I might as well just do my own thing. Whereas with people who already have a stake in the game, people who already they're concerned with their status, they're concerned with what their friends think, they're more hesitant to tap into that natural intuition, because they don't want to upset the tribe. Maybe all their friends around them, they believe a certain thing, or they have a certain belief system, and they don't want to step on the toes of other people. So in order to be polite, or save face, or not lose friends or family, they just sort of go along with what other people go around. So I think, if anything, one of my possible theories as to why people have such a difficult time tapping into their intuition is that fear of being sort of ostracized from the tribe, so to speak. That and so I think that kind of having that sense where you can get away from culture, be your own self, and you don't really worry about what other people think, or whether or not they think you're delusional or right or wrong or moral or immoral, that gives you the sort of the freedom to explore that intuitive side of yourself. Because I think that's kind of what it is. It's that fear. It's that fear of, getting kicked out of the tribe.
If I may jump in, I like to use Bush Whisperer as an example, because before I understood, what do you call them, the archetypes in reality, I really looked up to Giordano Bruno, the astrologist and mathematician who got burned for no reason, just for being truthful and sharing the knowledge with everybody else. And Shaman, our Bush Whisperer over here, he is someone I admire. He's kind of like the Christ character for me. No offense, but it's because he's been ostracized at a young age. They called him the devil because he drowned and he came back, and he was just a regular person. But he started to see the world differently because he had that experience that no one else could relate to. And because no one could relate to it, they ostracized him and pushed him out, probably because of his skin color too. And that is what happens to the Christ. It happens to people who are individuals, some people who are unique, who have a gift, have a talent. And the thing about the world is that namos, the Greek word for culture, I guess, but namos is the enemy to intuition. People do things that they don't even think about just because other people do them. We are a parrot society. We're a parrot species. We copy what our parents do, not what they say. We do what we see. And so Franklin, our bush whisperer, is an example of intuition going off and growing instead of being shut down and conforming. And I think that in this world, a lot of the sciences are psychologies, and even the medical field has biases that they just go with. They go with the flow, and is wrong. Like I just see it that way because a lot of people have individual things. They have individual insights, individual problem solving skills, all this stuff. And math even explains it to you. You can say, hey, I want you to get to 4. Show me how to get to 4 with addition. You can have so many ways to get to 4 with addition. 1 + 3, 2 + 2, and it's you can do it different ways, but a lot of people want to ostracize somebody for doing it a different way instead of realizing that, oh, okay, this is just their way of doing it. Let's understand how they did it that way, why it works, and not push them in the dirt. But the way society works is that we just like to push out the one who's unique. And going back to schizophrenia and talking to spirits or imaginary friends or even God, whatever, your ancestors, people who are dead, whatever happens to you, whatever, people will use that as a tool to push you out even more, because people want to push out what they don't understand from their field of view. People don't like having things they don't understand in front of them. It's a fear thing. They'd rather put it behind them or in their blind spot so they don't get to see it, so they don't have to deal with it anymore. It's called scapegoating or black sheep scapegoating. And you can see it in the Bible when Moses had to give the sin offering of atonement to Azazel, a demon, a fallen angel, and people like to push past that because they don't understand why he does it. They're like, "Ooh, Moses is a Satan worshiper or something, blah blah," or that's because God, Azazel was an angel back then or something. No, there's nothing to do with that. It's about being an individual, understanding that you have to suffer in this world to be who you are. You have to suffer. You can't just come out and be, oh, I'm Jeremy, or oh, I'm Cosmic, or oh, I'm Iggy, I forgot it, Indy. Sorry, you can't just be Aaron, you can't just be Quinn without suffering. You have to go against what people think you are, and you have to go against what you even accept being told that you are. You have to, otherwise you'll be something that you don't want to be. You'll be what people think you are. You'll be a subject to other people's will. You'll be weak. What is that? 7. 7, yeah. And so you have to be an individual. And to be an individual, you have to suffer. And to suffer is to understand love and compassion for your own self, to be your own friend, to be your own buddy, to be your own encouragement, to be your own mother and father. All this stuff you have to find in yourself. And all these schools of thought about intuition or the spirit within, all this stuff is trying to teach you how to be that for yourself, because God is alone. God was by himself, and you are alone. You're by yourself. No one can get in your head but you. No matter how much you try to teach people who you are, like if you have a wife, a partner, she'll never really be in your head and know what you think at all times, and you'll never be in her head. So you have to understand you're alone, but you're working together. And I think that's a thing that people in the society don't want to do. They don't want to work with you. They'd rather push you out. So I see Bush Whisperer as a person who exhibits that. And I love that he shows it with love everywhere he goes. He's like, hey, I love you. Much love, blessings, blah, blah, blah. Hope you're thriving. Yeah, I hope you're prospering, blah, blah, blah. He does that all the time because he understands people, because he's been there. He's been pushed out, and he gets it. And I love that people can go through that even in the smallest sense. Like, you can be a normal person, a trust fund baby, and you can feel that sense of loneliness even though you're rich. Like, a lot of people feel lonely. And we look at them and like, hey, you don't have to, you don't deserve to feel lonely. You got a lot of stuff. You know, you got all this money, you got parents, you got friends, you got a whole life ahead of you. Why are you feeling lonely? It's because it's innate. We all feel lonely because we come from the same thing. And we just have to learn how to love ourselves. That's all it is. Intuition is loving yourself, is wisdom.
Yeah, I think that was a lot of good examples there. And I definitely think a lot of it comes just from people realizing the fear of their own programming starting to break down. And I kind of take the perspective, my belief system should be strong enough that I can try on something else and be able to integrate it, not be fearful of it. And so that's really what I try to do, and why I enjoy going to so many different groups and learning from a lot of different people. I think it strengthens my belief. It doesn't deteriorate it. And one of the examples I use is one of the best books that I got on Christian mysticism came from an ex-Luciferian. And so if I would have been afraid to engage with that person and think they were the devil, I would have never gotten that gift that strengthened my own beliefs. And I think I think there is some true mental illness, but a lot of it, I think, is the suppression of people with higher ESP and higher, I think, levels of spiritual perception, and it helps prevent them from growing or even self-organizing. And when I was a child, I used to have bad hallucinations when I got fevers or I got sick. And I'd also hear a little bit of some darker voices that I could distinguish. I was like, those don't sound like mine, but I was afraid of telling people, because then I'd be worried, oh, they're going to think I'm schizophrenic and lock me up and all these bad things are going to happen. And so I just have to suffer with this. And so I intuitively ended up learning, I could speak the Psalms or sing Amazing Grace or pray, and it would help suppress some of these darker voices. And it really was surprising me when I heard Jerry Marzinski, and when he worked a lot about clinical schizophrenia, and he found the same thing. And then it's just like these light bulbs started going off. And then I came to realize, well, there's a lot of thoughts that can come from outside of us that aren't even our own. And it doesn't make me schizophrenic or anything. It just helps me to distinguish what is coming from me and what's my authentic self versus what's the feedback from outside, especially now with the technological age and all of these, frequencies and internet and people so connected. It's really important that we distinguish, what's coming from inside of us, what's coming from God and our guides, and what's feedback that we need to recognize and then be able to push away. And I think that's something that's really important, that we all need to equip ourselves with.
I love that you mentioned technology in the form of resonant frequencies, vibration being the key to all things, the key to alchemy, the key to inner change, the key to shifting consciousness fields to a different octave of being. And the fact that we are swimming through a proverbial ocean of microwave frequencies, radio UHF frequencies, Wi-Fi high band frequencies, and everything else, right? That's basically around us, which and we haven't even mentioned the fact that this is constant electrical arcing. And when the electricity turns on the grid, it's like zzz, it's where you guys are in the USA at 60 hertz. Where I am, it's 50 hertz, right? They say 60 hertz hurts more than 50 hertz. Although it's safer because it's a lower voltage. Yeah, It hurts less, but the voltage is higher, so it kills more, apparently. All of that resonant frequency, don't we find that rather interesting? That the electricity is particularly tuned in to 60 and 50 hertz. Okay, so America was developing ahead of the rest of the world, right? Technologically. So they started with 50 hertz. But when they realized that the brain's frequency of 60 hertz is in tune with the brain's frequency, they were like, hold a moment. This is our frequency of choice, which is rather fascinating because all the TVs are resonating at 60 hertz as well. So this is definitely having an effect on, for example, triggering a lot more epilepsy than it used to with 50 hertz. Yeah. 60 hertz is more likely to trigger the epilepsy because it's more in phase with the vibrational frequencies of the neural system of the human body, and the brain and the eyes, which is running at 20 hertz. So 3 cycles of 20 hertz is 60 hertz. Everything's in phase with the numbers, which is rather quite interesting when we look at it. I do not believe it's by accident. I do not believe it's by accident at all that we've got this 60 hertz. And I think it is probably, if we were to look at it more closely, there's probably going to be some resonance between that and the microwave frequencies of our phone, and how this is going to disturb our neurological system. Because from my perspective, consciousness is on the outside of the body and it's an electromagnetic frequency. Well, it's actually a very high frequency of pranic resonance, but the pranic resonance has an effect that is electromagnetic frequencies that the brain can take in and resonate with. So this resonant frequencies outside of our body, the consciousness field, is now at war with the cacophonic resonant field or group of resonant fields that are all trying to break into the same resonant fields as what we're conducting through our consciousness field. I don't believe it's by accident. I believe it's the same reason why it's illegal. I was just reading up just now and I was shocked. So South Africa's jumped on the bandwagon. Apparently you can get into trouble for communicating with whales. They'll have to prove that I was communicating. I was like, I was not communicating. I'll be Bill Clinton. I did not inhale. I took a drag of that joint, but I did not inhale. That will be my official line. I was swimming and I was pretending to communicate just because I didn't want to feel out of place with these animals, but I was not communicating. Can you believe this nonsense that they're making it illegal for us to communicate with these animals? There's something very sick about this. And then they put them in oceanariums, right?
Yeah.
There's something very weird and twisted going on in the world. And I think it's really online with these resonant frequencies. Oh, the other big one. I used, my ex-girlfriend and myself lived in Croydon. And we lived right by the green belt of Croydon, next to all those little waterways. It's really beautiful, right on the outskirts of Croydon. Really green and beautiful place. And we used to feel it. I used to feel it whenever they turned on the machines. I could feel it running through my body. And I'm very good at sensing water, like if it's under the ground. I don't use rods to dowse. I just feel it in my feet and my hands. Take off my shoes and I feel it like there's a change of frequency when there's something else different under you. So I could feel these things turning on. I was like, whoa, my energy field is repolarizing. And I could tell the direction. I could dowse the direction by turning until I was like aligned with this thing and feel, okay, this is what's going on. And was able to plot it on a piece of paper, the two of us, and then compare that, use it like a compass on the maps, and then see where it was pointing, and then look on a map and then we actually discovered the base that was creating the resonant frequencies and what frequencies they were putting it out on, and that they had a 5,000-mile range. And what the official story was, there were 13 towers that were 200 200 and something meters high. We're talking 600-700 feet high towers, aerials, masts, and 13 of them arranged in a geometric pattern. And they would turn this on and put like extreme kilowattage through it. And you could feel it running through your body. And obviously the scientist in me was like, well, I've got to be able to prove this. So I started playing with metal and tinfoil, and I noticed, hey, things become magnetized when this thing is on. So we played with these magnetic, we'd have a long piece of pure foil on top of a wooden spoon, yeah? Organic wooden spoon, and have a piece of metal that you could see that it was becoming a magnet, yeah? And notice that when you sense them turn off the machine, the magnetism stopped. So we actually were able to prove to people who came to our home what was happening, because it's such a far-fetched story. And you say, no, let's set this up and say, this isn't a magnet. We're going to turn this into a magnet for you. And people will be laughing. And I say, no, you hold that thing. I want you to do it. And they say, now? I say, no, wait. You're waiting for them to turn it on, because we got to map it out. We knew what time they would turn it on every day. You see? There was patterns to what they were doing, and it had to do with the chemtrails that were sprayed in the air. So we were able to correlate. We had maps of the aircrafts flying over our home and kept track of which aircrafts were in the flight space, because you got these apps that track all the airplanes, and the ones that aren't numbered or labeled are military, interestingly enough. And the ones that were dropping big chemtrails weren't even on the map. Incredible. So you'd see this big thing dropping chemtrails, and you look for it on the map. It's not on the map. All the other aircrafts around your London sphere, your part of London, are there, but that one isn't. Fascinating. So we started noticing there's something going on. So when we saw those aircrafts in the air, we knew the machine was going to turn on once they dropped the trails. They first drop the lines in the air, the trails, then they turn on the machines. The machines turn the particles in the air magnetic, and the magnetism of the particles cause it to become like little magnets pulling towards it bits of organic matter, dust, and water to create raindrops, to create clouds. Cloud. So it's a form of weather manipulation. And these things have got like a 5,000 mile radius distance, by the way, these towers. And they were from us, as a crow flew, about 300 and something miles away from where we were. So we were really close to the source. So people would come there and we'd say, okay, now it's turned on. And they said, can we do it? I said, no, wait, give it time to charge up. And it'd be like, okay, now it's going to be magnetic. And they'd be sitting there with us, and they'd be magnetic, and we'd make supper, whatever. And I'd say, oh, it's just turned off. They'd be, what do you mean? I said, the magnetism's draining. And I'd be, just give it a few minutes to drain completely. Try it, and it would be a magnet. The magnetism would have lost its elements. So it's quite easy to track. For those of you that are feeling this at home, for those of you that have sensed this, if you feel a sudden shift in your magnetic energy field, if you're in tune with your magnetism, and you feel the resonance changing, and it becomes dense, and you're like, and you feel your head feels like it's doing this, then it's normally because your energy field's being repolarized in some way. And then if you can turn around until you feel this, like you want to rock like a pendulum, and then you're facing the direction. And so you can actually figure out where it's coming from, the wave, because you'll actually be able to be like a compass, your body. That's basically how this works. So you can then figure it out, and then you get yourself, make sure it's something that can become magnetized. You need a piece of foil that can become magnetized on a spoon. And that's how you do it. You sort it. So you then obviously you need a little steel bar, right? So basically you can then figure out when it's turned on by testing your magnets. And those of you that think that might be happening, build one of those little contraptions and test them for when if they're suddenly becoming magnetic, it's because there's a frequency around. This is going to affect your brain waves. It would make my head feel like it was expanding and contracting in my head, like this. Very weird sensation on the head. And it would make you feel a little bit queasy in your stomach, a little bit. Your guts didn't like the sensation of it. And your energy field around your body seemed to be vibrating like this, changing its tones, trying to figure out what it's doing. Instead of having a consistent resonant frequency, it would be doing one thing, like a dance, this, then that, almost like a ping pong ball being hit this way, then hit that way, hit this way, hit that way. So for those of you that have experienced this, I think it's worth testing to make sure if it's happening. If you've got smart meters, oh gosh, don't even get me started with smart meters. And to those of you on Telegram, welcome. If you want to be able to be a part of the chat, pop onto Facebook or onto YouTube or onto LinkedIn, wherever you're following this. There you should be able to comment. Can LinkedIn comment? Yes, LinkedIn can comment here. Yeah.
I've got to go do my stuff. It's been a pleasure to be here and participate in this. There's a pretty good chance that I will come back later towards the end. So it was great to see you all, and take care.
Peace be with you, Jeremy. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, Jeremy. Bringing your lovely energy. Enjoy your beautiful little girl.
Thank you, Jeremy.
Om Shanti.
Oh, that's good.
Oh, hello, Shaman. I wanted to. I liked what you were saying in the beginning and at the end. I did notice that also. I started to. It started to hit me more when I saw that movie that Dr. K mentioned. I think it's called Leave the World Behind, because when he mentioned it, I was like, the movie was boring. so I watched it again, and I saw that the first thing you see is the landscape. They show you the landscape on purpose, and it's because the world we live in, or the society in America, is actually profiting off of these high vibrational places that will transform you. They actually make you pay to go into these places, or they actually cut them off and make them like a tourist attraction or whatever. So a lot of people don't want to go to them because they don't want to be bothered with all of the, gift shops and all that nonsense. So they end up not going. But the thing that I noticed is that they do it on purpose. It's to actually stop you from exploring your own connection with the world, with the earth that you're living on. Because you're right. There are different places that have different frequencies. Because what you said about the orcas reminded me of what happened to me with blue whales. Because I never really cared. I never really cared about whales, or I just didn't give it. I didn't care. I was like, fish. But when I heard a blue whale sing, in person, I felt funny. It was like it was doing something to me. I don't know how to explain it. It felt like the sounds of that animal were pushing me. And when it was pushed, it's like it was pushing me, but I wasn't being pushed physically. It was like it was pushing, I don't know, like dirt off me or something. I don't know. I feel like I was being cleaned by the thing. And after that experience, I just couldn't stop wanting to listen to more of that animal. And it was hard to find. I knew the difference, though. You can go on YouTube and type in blue whale songs or all this stuff, but you'll get humpback whale songs and other nonsense, and you can't find what you're looking for. And it reminds me of the binaural beat craze, or cymatics. Like it's hard to find a pure tone online, because they'll label something pure tone, and you listen to it and it's got all this other nonsense on it, and you're like, this ain't working. And so I realized that it's on purpose. They do it on purpose so that you can't find out what vibrations or what frequencies work for you. Because when you find out those frequencies and vibrations, you can actually excel and escalate to a place of constant, what would you say, elevation or evolution. You'll keep evolving in your own exploration of yourself. And what I noticed is that when I went to the Rocky Mountains over here in Georgia, man, that place is high vibe. Is there something about it from the moment you step in, even on the outskirts of it, you feel different. And when you start walking around and going through the trails, you feel hard to explain it. You feel like you're being changed, like you're going through surgery or something, but it's not painful. It's just a cathartic feeling. It's just a good feeling. And you're right about the magnetism in yourself. I'd never noticed it that way. I never really had to play with metals. I have a silver dream catcher and a gold dream catcher that a friend of mine made for me. And the silver one especially makes me feel really interesting during certain times of the year. I actually had to move my bed around in November because I couldn't sleep anymore. And I put it on and I was just sitting in my room doing Tai Chi. And I was like, something's wrong with my room. And I was talking to, what's his name? Reiki Zen about Feng Shui. And he gave me some insight about it. And I was like, oh yeah, I should probably change my room around. Maybe that's what's wrong with me. So I changed my bed and I changed it like 3 times. And my brother made me use a compass so I can know which way was north and which way was south, so I can have my bed lined up in that trajectory. And I noticed that in that time, November, I needed my head to be facing like northeast. Otherwise, I couldn't feel comfortable sleeping. So maybe there's a reason for that. Maybe the magnetism of the world is shifting and we need to constantly, gear toward that so that we may not be pushed out of our element. Because, a lot of people have a high vibe. They just have a high energy. Like, I know you understand because you've been in India. That place is full, everywhere you go, different energy everywhere. But you can tell that certain places make you feel a certain way. And some places may be lower than your energy is. And you, instead of conforming to the place, you can change the place based on your own vibe. And you can go to another place and it'd be higher than you. And then it will change you to get to where it is. And I think that's important. But the world is the way it is. They try and it's like they're trying to put nature into a box, or rather put you into a box and nature outside of it. And you can't really get to nature in a free way. But hey, Dr. K, I was just talking about you.
I just realized something. Dr. K is in the house. Dr. K, when did you sneak in? Gosh, I was zoning out. Dr. K is Kiana Coates' lovely Kalal brother. He's got a university, a study college of sorts. What does he call it? He's got a lovely name. He's going to tell us all about it. He does grimoire work, fundamentally rooted in numerology, but all different aspects, all different types of numerology. He does these wonderful grimoire life path readings for people where he'll basically investigate all the aspects of all the different numbers, everything from the name to the date of birth to various different facets, and put it into a cohesive story for people to be able to understand where they're at and why they're at the way they're at and where they're going. And of course, he's steeped in all other aspects of the occult, and he's going to be sharing some of his insights with us. Thank you for joining us, and welcome, brother Dr. K.
Hey, Dr. K.
Love, peace, and power, Franklin. Love, peace, and power, Quincy. Love, peace, and power, Indy, Cosmic, Aaron. It is wonderful to be back with all of you. Please forgive my tardiness. It has been a busy day. I have been listening to what I can of the conversation, and you guys have been going in as always. It is wonderful to be back. Please don't let me break up the conversation.
Well, thank you for joining us. And yeah, we've been going around in a lot of the circles where we're into the aspects of, you know, how it's like you go to the car shop and you buy this Ferrari, right? You get it on the open road and it won't go faster than 80 miles because some bugger got into that engine and put a limiter in there. And it's sort of like what's been done to us with regards to our intuition through the media, you know, television, schooling, all aspects. We were discussing how the electromagnetic field, and you know, it's funny. You were talking to me about Dune the other day, and people have. Oh, I got the director's cut for the film of the old 1984 one. I cannot wait to go and watch it. The full film, the director's cut. So that is going to be a pleasure. It's going to be like going back to my childhood, you know. Because it's I haven't seen, I did see that movie since I was young, but I watched it a few times when I was young, you know, because when I was younger we did that. We'd watch films again and again. So it's definitely got a mark in the mystery arcade occult multiversity. There we go. That's what it's called. Mystery arcade. That is the school of Dr. K. So yeah, basically where we are at in this modern time with regards to our intuition becoming more of a memory and less of a tool, I think. Because what I've noticed is that when I lived in the jungles, I lived barefoot. And when I tell people that, they go like, why did you live barefoot in the jungle? I was going, well, it's safer. And people would like scratch their heads. And the particular jungle I lived in was extremely dangerous. I can't tell you, it's one of the most dangerous places on earth. If you get a cut on your toe in the sea, it will get infected. There's no way around it getting infected. The microbiology is so diverse. There's phosphorescence in the water. So you can swim in the water and you'll get these little lights all over your body. It's really cool. And this phosphorescence is quite a serious thing, right? What we don't realize is it's got lots of little beings living in that water. So anyway, in these jungles, if you got a little nick on yourself, you would get infected. So I was like Clint Eastwood, only I didn't have a 6-gun on my hip. I had a bottle of alcohol, a container of turmeric, frankincense, all ready to go. So whenever there was a nick, the goal was that within 10 seconds, I've got alcohol on it, frankincense on top of that, and covered that with a thick layer of turmeric, like a cake crust. If you nicked yourself, if you got a cut, and you would still get an infection. But if you were quick and you did it well, the infection would be minimal, it would be managed, and you would get over it. That's how intense this place was. So you could die from cutting your toe, literally in the jungles. Like, it's a ridiculous concept, but that's really how it was. So I found that my instinct was to take off my shoes and live barefoot, because when you're bare feet, your feet are on the electromagnetic field of the earth, and it actually engages your intuition. It's a shamanic thing. It's part of the law. So being naked on the earth with your feet on the earth gives you that resonant grounding energy field where you feel the earth's frequencies talking to you, to the point where you're going to lean against a tree and the earth says to you, don't. And you look and there's like one of those bitey kind of spiders. You were going to put your hand right on top of it kind of thing. Or you're going to step there and the earth says, don't. And you look, oh, it's one of those snakes. Let it go past first. Or these pods of ants that I reckon can eat us. Some really lethal ants in the jungles out there. Like ants you don't mess with. They will eat you. And I mean, everything else from wild boars to, to leopards and the wild bull. Those are probably the most dangerous, if I'm going to be realistic. The most aggressive of all the animals. If you are on the wrong side of their animal or their babies, which is easy to do. But yeah, so I was barefoot in the jungles, and being barefoot actually put me in a state of danger. And because I'm in a danger, it heightens your triple burners action. I'm sure Mexico will tell us about this. So your triple burner is going to regulate your fight or flight instinct. And when your triple burner gets increased, its flow of energy, then you feel that impulse to fight or flight more likely. And then when you meditate on controlling that impulse and focusing it into a narrow beam, it causes all of your energy fields to expand. So there's something very important about the triple burner and transcending our limitations of mood and consciousness and danger. And so being barefoot gives you the impetus to be in tune with nature in such a profound way that you sense the danger before it comes. Hence, you stay alive. So that was the purpose of being barefoot in the jungles, why I never wore shoes. And it definitely increases your sensitivity because you know that your feet can get injured in a place where you can get an infection very easily. You pay so much more close attention. And because you're paying so much more close attention, your senses become so more profoundly used, you become mindful. The mindfulness automatically stimulates a deeper focus of concentration, which regulates the consciousness field of thinking and emotional waves, so that you're more in tune with the intuitive functions of the higher mental potential. So this is the purpose for being barefoot in the jungles, from my opinion. But definitely there's something to be said about these electromagnetic frequencies, and when we ground ourselves through our feet, it helps. Another thing that helps as well is wood. For those of you that want to find a remedy, get yourself a thick, solid staff. I know I'm sounding Merlin-like, but flow with it. If you've got a piece of wood, a big, solid, thick staff, and you hold on to that staff, it grounds your electromagnetic field, because wood is like a buffer. And you can use that wood to buffer your electromagnetic field against other electromagnetic fields, which is why the wizards used big, solid staves. Because if your electromagnetic field is being disturbed by the electromagnetic field of another wizard who was attacking you with psychic energy, you were more likely to withstand that energy if you had a staff, because your electromagnetic field could buffer around that pole, if that makes sense. I hope it does. Well, to continue that thought, since I've sort of left us floating in the ocean, what would you guys say about the regulations of our consciousness through the foods that we eat, and the changes of the chemistry in our body, and the way that the chemistry is affected by the minerals that we take in as our so-called RDA? Perhaps they've lied to us about how and what we should be eating. And by introducing different elements and minerals and salts into our body, too much sodium chloride and not enough of the other good salts, it changes the resonant frequencies of our consciousness. And that possibly makes it easier for them to engage with us with technology. So what would you guys say with regards to diet and intuition?
No, I agree with you. There's a guy named Dr. Yaki on YouTube who explains, especially to the Black community, about the foods that we eat that are harming us, because I guess melanated people have a different physiology than what is considered the standard in America. Like, they give you a standard of, food pyramid, or we got that food graph thing, and none of it applies to melanated people, especially like dairy. Like, dairy is pretty big on the graph, but a lot of melanated people are allergic to dairy because they don't need it. We get our calcium and vitamin D from the sun because of our melanin, but things like that hurt people. And when you don't have the knowledge or the understanding, especially with your blood type thing, because different people who have different blood types need to eat different things. But when you don't have the understanding and you follow the culture or the tradition of what everybody else is eating, you're actually harming yourself and making yourself sick unknowingly. And you think you're doing what's healthy, and you're confused on why you're not healthy. And I believe that comes down to the things that they, tell us is healthy, like iodized salt is terrible for you. Sea salt is great for you. It's more natural. Your body processes it faster. It gets the job done. And a lot of things like orange juice, a lot of orange juices aren't even really orange juice. They have synthetic calcium, or what do you call it, vitamin C's in it, and synthetic, a lot of synthetic things that it hurts your body because your body doesn't really recognize it the same way. Same thing with sugar. We have a lot of sugars that are chemically manufactured that actually hurt you. But when you have real sugar like cane sugar or coconut sugar, these things flow through you, and it's better for you. Same thing with oils. A lot of people like to use vegetable oil, or I forgot the other one. So it's one that Southern Americans use a lot. I forgot what it was called. But better oils is like coconut oil, avocado oil, olive oil. All this stuff is better because it's more natural. It flows through you. So I feel like there's a lot of synthetic and chemically based ingredients in the food industry, and it is painful to you. Like for example, enriched flour. Boy, I didn't know that's what's hurting a lot of people. Bread that we're eating is enriched. It's enriched flour full of synthetic stuff that's killing you. And you need to find organic flours. It's easy to find. Just find organic flour and use that instead. But so many companies don't care. They don't care. As long as they can sell the product cheaper and more quickly, then that's all they care about, is the profit of it. And I think that's why the world is the way it is, because of selfish profit and selfish gain in the expense of others, And a lot of people understand that the expense of them is not what the world is supposed to be like. So they try and learn a counter to the poisons that we're eating, like Dr. Sebi, or what's his name? I forgot the dude's name. But you can find that a lot of people understand the truth, but then they get silenced, which is really annoying. Even you, for example, Shaman Franklin, like you can explain to people on your little talk show thingies about what is healthy to ingest, and you'll see that it doesn't get, it won't get as much traction as other things, because they'll be purposefully shutting it down. And it's crazy. They don't want people to be healthy so they can propel their pharmaceutical business.
Yeah, pharmacia means harmful drug, and it came to replace the druidic herbal medicine that had been so prevalent before that time. And it's always been there. It's just been pushed to the periphery now, and it's been stigmatized and demonized. And I was shocked to actually see an article saying that 2 supplements have now been found to actually have health benefits. I mean, we all know that a lot of these supplements are extremely beneficial. Anyone who's tried them knows. But we don't see like $1 million funded peer review studies that support them yet. But now we do. We finally found that vitamin E and there was one other one, I think vitamin D, have both been found to have great effects and statistically significant statistics showing that they have definite health benefits. So there's all these studies, peer-reviewed studies, that show that pharmaceuticals are effective. A lot of times they won't show that the long-term effects of the pharmaceuticals are extremely detrimental. They do a 5 to 10 year study a lot of times. Very rarely would they do like a long study that shows people in their elderly years that now having side effects from medications they took in their youth. And that's what they're trying to hide from us. But regarding our diet and specifically our intuitive faculties, I know, thank you for mentioning, Quinty, Dr. Sebi. I believe it was Dr. Sebi that mentioned the alkalizing diet. And if you can alkalize your diet, it's been shown to decalcify the pineal gland. So the pineal gland, Descartes considered to be the seat of the soul. And many consider that the pineal gland is our portal to connect with our higher consciousness of the divine within. And some might say that the pineal gland enables higher intuitive faculties. So I've found personally from practicing the suggestion that alkalizing your diet can decalcify the pineal gland, I found that in my meditations, my spirit visions were much more profound and came faster. And so I've been able to develop techniques where usually it would take about 15 minutes to go into an astral projection or a spirit vision. But now, instead of putting my hands face down or face up, if I can put one hand face up and the other face down, I can leap into an astral projection in under 5 minutes now, after having alkalized my diet. But I noticed that if I eat more acidic foods, which have been pushed to the mainstream as like the preferred food of like the American diet, and we have the standard American diet, SAD lifestyle, SAD. And maybe that acronym was intentional because the acidic diet that's been pushed on the American mainstream is extremely detrimental in a lot of ways. But like Dr. Sebi says, when you have an acidic diet and you have an acidic pH balance, you are now a host to all of the known conditions and diseases to thrive and take hold of you. But when you've alkalized your diet, you become immune and incapable of contracting parasites, diseases, and conditions. I really feel like there's definitely a lot of merit to this diet and this approach, and it can be extremely helpful. So part of this is like staying away from meat and dairy. Also a lot of grain foods and things like potatoes and such that people have kind of buttered up in the market industry, and have a lot of bad preservatives and additives in them. Also, we want to look at the detriments of synthetic foods, frankenfoods. There's some serious problems that come from preservatives, food coloring, and artificial flavors. So if you can avoid that kind of stuff, we don't really know how bad that stuff is for us yet. We do know it's terrible. Also, bovine dairy, cow milk, has been found to be extremely harmful to the human body and does not provide any calcium to the human body at all whatsoever. It's actually been found to leach calcium from the body in scientific studies, which is why the Milk Does a Body Good campaign has been made completely illegal. They are not allowed to say that anymore because the only thing about milk that's been found to do the body good in studies is the vitamin D that's actually added into the milk. That's not actually in the milk. So there's many dangerous foods out there that are just very popular in the Western diet that are really not good for us. In India, they don't use onions and garlic on a daily dietary level. They kind of tend to wait until they need them in an injury or a state of sickness. It will make you have a brain fog, which can be good if you want to relax and be in peace and just heal. And it causes fatigue. It will make you tired. So this is great for healing and when you're sick or something like that. But it's really not good especially if you do labor work and you're eating onions in your diet. It's going to make you confused and tired. It's not necessarily going to be good for you. But I could go on a long time on nutrition and things. Some other people to talk.
I've really noticed that fasting and diet changes have been really important for me when I'm experimenting with shifting different consciousness patterns. And I also noticed there used to be a strong fear around fasting in general. And we're kind of programmed to believe that, oh, you need to have these 3 meals a day. And I've seen it in myself and other people when you don't stick to a meal schedule, or if you don't eat, it's going to affect your mood and all this. And I think in reality, it was pushed in order for corporations to increase their profits and their sales by making people eat more and more and just continuing to generate more revenue. But fasting and then just kind of playing with, I'm just going to introduce specific foods and see how it shifts my consciousness, has made me a strong believer that there's different types of foods that influence my thought patterns. And especially if I'm going to be working with any plant medicines, then I definitely need to stick to a specific diet. And if I want to have a intentional experiment. And also, I think that it helps in order to generate kind of like, I refer to it as internal cataclysms. Sometimes I can get so stuck in a pattern and a set of programming that I need to fast for an extended period of time in order to break that thought loop, that cycle, and then start to reintroduce foods. I also think foods is a way that we can connect with our ancestors. And I think there's definitely different types of people and different cultures that the food really grounds the community and helps them self-organize. I don't know if maybe it's on a higher like astral body type level, and maybe by forcing or influencing a whole society of people to eat more of fast foods or whatever the type is, it's creating a larger kind of enigma or self-organization and a pattern of those people eating the same things, and so they start to think the same way. But I've also noticed kind of there's seems to be a fear of, there's all these germs and stuff in natural products, or having a farm, or these fake outbreaks you see in the media that your lettuce is going to kill you, and it propagandizes people to, oh, you've got to only drink this ultra pasteurized milk and things sprayed with pesticides, or you're going to die and contract all these illnesses. But then there also seems to be a fear that's developed around, there's these bioengineered foods and it's going to suck you into a hive mind, so you've got to only eat organic. But then there's some manipulation of organic type foods as well. So I try not to go into maybe either path, because it seems like it's kind of like a little dualistic, or playing both sides of the profit fence. So I definitely enjoy more fasting and using intuition and meditating, I guess, with specific foods, and see how it specifically affects me.
Yeah, Aaron. It's funny about the labeling here in America. They lie a lot. Like, for example, on V8, they'll say 100% juice on the front. Then you read the ingredients in the back, and it's like 12% juice in the ingredients. And that's really funny to me, because I think it's unfair to trick people that way. Like, they'll put organic on the front, and at the back, nothing organic in it. And it bothers me that that's allowed. I think that's not fair. I think that's hurting people, and it's allowed because the companies, I guess, they get a free pass to lie, even though fraudulency or being fraud is actually a crime. But when a food company does it, it's okay. That's crazy.
The
Yeah,
laws were changed. I'll just add this quickly. I won't even say that swear word. The obsession with sticking needles in our arms phase that we all went through, because of what was blamed on China. Basically, they changed the laws in a lot of countries that corporations were able to, and you can check it out. The law went through in South Africa, attracted in all countries. It's not just America. Even though America had the worst food labeling laws that I'd come across when I did my researching many years ago, and I'm sure it's probably digressed since then. But they literally made a set of laws because there were corporations were having a hard time getting all the ingredients. That was the official story. So they created shortages on purpose so that they could change the laws. And then the laws were that the corporations were allowed to change anything, so many items on the ingredients as per their own whim, based on their own reasoning. They didn't have to mention it or change the labels. And that law was brought through during that time of arm sticking needle madness. And they never changed it back. Sorry, do please continue.
Yeah, thanks for mentioning that. And it was also mentioned earlier, I think, by Aaron, that sometimes these organic foods are being tinkered with as well. And I've heard recently that what they're trying to do with the organic food sometimes is they will take genetically engineered bacteria and expose them to the organic foods. So it can say on the label organic, everything on there, but they're able to put in these pesticides through the bacteria. And so that's one of the things you have to look out for. Also, genetically modified foods, there's studies that have not been made known to the public about third generation sterility in rodent studies. When they're exposed to genetically modified food, they become sterile after a few generations. And so we're coming into the third generation of in our species after having been exposed to genetically modified foods. So it's going to be determined by whether the children that are growing up now are going to be viable or sterile, is going to determine whether those studies have been a prediction of what's going to happen with our species. There's a good chance that genetically modified foods are a way to create sterility in the human species as a way to control a population. But the needles and the prick in the arm thing, that there's a big chance that also influenced sterility, especially with younger vulnerable kids and adolescents. Also, strangely enough, and I think I might have mentioned this on a previous episode, few individuals in my county, when they were under 18, were asked by the doctors if they wanted to become sterile without asking parental permission. So they're really trying to sterilize children in so many ways, through vaccination, through genetically modified foods, through actually making them sterile with an injection for that. So that's something to look out for. That's very, very alerting and confusing.
I agree, Indy. Thank you for bringing that up.
Mm-hmm. There's several movies and shows about a sterile population where they don't really explain how or why. A new show that's called Dystopia kind of suggests that there was a corporation responsible. They didn't say how they did it. But the show Children of Men, the movie Children of Men with Clive Owen, the premise is that everyone's sterile and they haven't had children for over 20 years. So there's no children in the world. And then there's a child that the woman becomes pregnant in the movie. And so everyone's trying to find that baby. But they never explain or articulate how did people become sterile. And it almost seems like it's a future scenario where people all ended up sterile and they're like, how did we end up like this? We don't know. So I feel like they're trying to kind of give us hints about this a little bit through the media.
That's a very good point, and I think that actually brings us to the next part of this conversation. They're putting minerals, they're putting xenoestrogens, which we know is affecting sterility in men and causing women's wombs to go haywire in the same way that men's scrotums and their men's bits go haywire. So, and like you say, that's just one part of it, xenoestrogens and all the other microbial. In the USA, by the way, I remember seeing a milk carton that was organic milk, but on the back it said made with cloned cows. So in America, like 10 years ago, they were able to register cloned cow milk as organic milk. Can you believe it? Because the cows were fed organic material. So there you go. These clever buggers, they find a way around everything. But yeah, there's definitely a psychological element to it, because auto-hypnosis or neurolinguistic programming can have a psychosomatic effect on the body as well as the psyche. So they're hitting us from both directions. And this comes into this discussion. In the media, in the films, they're programming us with this idea that humans are going to be sterile in the future. And they're getting us used to this idea on the one hand. And then on the other hand, they're feeding us the poison that it takes to become sterile, because they know that some people, their minds will override the poisons in their bodies. So they need to account for that. They need to actually put in the mind poison and the body poison. So the ritual is complete, as above, so below. Fascinating the way this is done, but it's definitely a big part towards creating a stupor in our consciousness field and in the flesh, so that we become trapped in particular patterns of eating, even intuition when it comes to food. And that is very interesting. Have you ever stood in a supermarket? And people used to stare at me like I was crazy. Close your eyes and just center yourself and go away from all thought. And just open your eyes and see, like you're standing in front of a whole big thing of fruit and veg. And just open your eyes and see which one catches your eye first. Like, where does your eye want to turn? And turn where you want to turn. And look at whatever you want to look at. And go and grab it. Put it in your basket. Yeah? It's a great way to shop. Because we're so indoctrinated into our patterns of what we like to eat, what we want to eat. When you do that, you also learn new forms of alchemy, because you got to now learn how to cook this new food. Like, okay, what is this? How does this get prepared? But I think we've been disengaged from our intuition when it comes to eating. And it's probably the most important place. I think alchemy starts in the kitchen. Inner alchemy, change, like everybody was saying, you know, like Magic was saying, like basically like you were saying recently, like Quinn was saying, we do need to, oh yes, before I get too caught up, we've got Soraya in the house. Soraya in the house. Welcome, my dear Soraya. It's an honor to have you joining us. Soraya is a poetess and an inspirationalist. I've named her an inspirationalist. I know it's a funny word, but I made it, and I say it without a lisp. I say it with a list. And she has a wonderful channel on Telegram where she shares all sorts of beautiful poetry and images and videos, and some of her art of late, which is also very inspiring. And it's all basically inspiring us towards intuition, really. In fact, intuition is a really good topic for Soraya. Welcome, my dear. If you're near the phone, say hello. If not, then say when you can.
Is she not near the phone?
My intuition was saying she might not be there right now, which is fine.
Well, I wanted to piggyback off of what you said about what you. Oh, there she goes.
Hello. I'm here.
Hello.
And do tell us about your channel just before we carry on, my dear.
Welcome.
Sure, it's
Infinite Words of Love.
Yes, exactly. You said
With
it
an at
right.
in the front.
Is that a .com?
No.
What?
At Infinite Words of Love. You go into Telegram, and you just go into a Telegram search bar, and you write at Infinite Words of Love, and you'll see her.
Yeah, and it's the same name on Instagram.
Or join any group.
Yeah. And share enough.
And it gets reshared and reshared. I see your stuff popping up everywhere.
Yes, it does. People like it. So it seems.
It's because it speaks to the intuition.
Yeah, I do everything per intuition. So maybe that's why.
What comes from intuition leads back to intuition, so they say. And I think love is the glue.
Yes, it is.
You were going to say, Indy? Was it you that was saying something?
It was me. Oh, Indy. You're muted, Indy.
Sorry, it was you. Sorry, I just realized I got totally sidetracked and blown away by realizing Soraya was here.
I wanted to mention Go ahead, Quincy. Is it Quincy going?
Yeah. But I used to do this thing when I was doing magic, to have my phone in black and white all the time, because I knew that the advertisements in the world work on color. Like it's all based on colors. Like it just influenced you with color. So I was like, all right, let me just keep my phone, the thing I use a lot, with no color, so I won't be influenced. But now I've been doing it again. Even when I shop, I'll put my camera on and put it on grayscale sometimes, just because I know that some things I really don't want, but I can't tell that I don't want them right away because of the colors. They're speaking to me, or the design. You know what I'm talking about? So I'll incorporate that again now and put it as a, hey, exactly. Amen. Amen. That's cool. Yeah. And so I put things in grayscale because I know that, I don't know, as a melanated black guy, that my family has been through like slavery and stuff. So we're like prone to certain colors and we fear other colors. But I realized that I can heal that by just going against my instincts and doing what I know is correct based on ignoring the color. So when I look at like fruits and vegetables at Sprouts, I go in with my phone and go grayscale and pick the things that I know I need, not the things that look nice, like a lemon. Lemons are pretty to me. I love the way they look, but I know I don't need too much. And honey is beautiful. It looks like gold, but I know I don't need too much. So I have to help myself not overindulge or overdo certain things based on how things look or how things taste. Because, you know, a principle that's in from Solomon, you know, the wisest man, or I call him the dumbest man because he didn't have any spiritual wisdom. But he says that bitters, what is bitter to the mouth is sweet for the body. And I realize that's true. Some things taste terrible, but they're good on the inside for you. So I try to live my life that way. And by doing the no color thing, it really helps me. So I admire that about what you said, Sean. Thank you for sharing. That's cool.
Yeah, thank you for mentioning that, Quinty. I know that sweet things and sugar in particular is very damaging to the mind. One thing is that mitochondria facilitate the nervous system. There's over 200 mitochondria in each neuron, whereas most cell there's at least 20. I could be getting that wrong. There might be 200 in each cell and 2,000 in each neuron, but we're always finding more mitochondria than they say there were. But one thing is that sugar is damaging to mitochondria and mitochondrial health. So if the mitochondria are facilitating our nervous system, sugar is going to diminish the capabilities of our nervous system and higher thinking. Also, sugar has been found to cause what they're now calling diabetes type 3, creating an amyloid plaque and Alzheimer's disease. So sugar is bad for the brain and the mind, and sugar can be very diminishing of the energy of the body, because the mitochondrial health gives us our energy, and the mitochondria diminish that. So as much as we are told that sugar gives us energy, and we see that sugar does give us the carbohydrates that we need, it can actually lead to spikes of our energy levels and a crash where we're in the long term getting worse energy levels from the sugar. Also, I wanted to mention lead. Lead is said to be in a lot of the supplements that we can take. And so I think they say in the processing of the supplements of vitamins that we get exposed to lead sometimes. But lead was also pushed on us in lead paint, in lead gasoline, which wasn't made illegal until the mid 70s. It was in 1978 that lead paint was banned, and in 75 that regular gas no longer included lead. But There was leaded gasoline in on-road vehicles up until 1986, and leaded gasoline wasn't banned officially until 1996. But lead can cause antisocial and psychotic predispositions for humans that have been exposed. And it gets passed down for 3 generations through the bones from the mother. So when you've been exposed to lead, it will take 3 generations for it to weed out of the bones and keep people away from having the predisposition to antisocial and psychotic and violent behaviors. But what scientists are saying that they estimate that there was a major drop in the IQ levels from people who were exposed to lead in the 70s. That's all they're saying right now, officially. But studies have shown that it does lead to antisocial behaviors.
Just another one of them. Yeah. They've definitely learned how to intercept the mental sphere of consciousness on its way into the body by changing the tuning of the central nervous system. And obviously the synapses are quite important, right? Because the electricity has got to travel across the gap of the synapse. Now, what does lead do? Lead shields. So when you've got lead in your body, one imagine it's going to affect the synaptic exchange of electricity. And that frequency will then be affected. And that frequency being affected will throw the organs out of sync, I'm guessing, and definitely affect the communication of the messages which are of pure consciousness and mind as they are entering into a neurological form of coding, so that they can be interpreted in the brain and turned into ideas related to the parietal lobes. And obviously the thalamus is the, I keep going on about the thalamus, this naughty evil thalamus. Well, it's not naughty evil thalamus. It's not fair to call it naughty evil because it's the good guy. It's where the pineal lives. It's the pineal, bed, the bed for the pineal, you could say, where the pineal sleeps and has sweet. Quinn mentioned lemons, and lemons are incredible. Le mon, the moon. I think there's few things that detoxify the body like lemons. Because not only does it actually, for a start, what does it do? It pushes all the positively charged hydrogen ions out of the body. Yeah. And in the process of pushing the positively charged hydrogen ions in the body, which also helps for the breeding of life forms that are against our propagation, against our goodwill, shall we say. So in life, you've got these 2 principles. You've got entropy and anentropy. We're an anentropic form of life. We thrive on anentropy. Then you get entropic life forms that thrive on entropy. And where you have entropy, you have these positively charged hydrogen ions. And where you have anentropy, you need these negatively charged hydrogen ions. So lemon brings the negatively charged hydrogen ions into the body. Even though it's an acid, it goes through an alchemical process to become negatively charged hydrogen ions, and in that way pushes the positively charged ones out of the body, which means that the bacteria required for what we call viruses to find a home doesn't have a place to find a root. Sort of like it's a desert for those creatures because they need those positively charged hydrogen ions to thrive. Their metabolism doesn't work without it. And we need negative hydrogen ions for our metabolism to work well. Obviously, gut health is very important. When there's too much acidity in the gut, what happens? The system starts to break down, and nutrition starts to break down, and malnutrition is a result. So a lot of people, I think, are suffering from malnutrition based on too much acidity in their bodies. This was Magical Crow was sort of getting into this, and this does affect the central nervous system's ability to regulate its vibrational field in order for the information to move between the senses and the organs. And when it's not moving between the senses and the organs, the body consciousness shuts down and we lose the awareness of our body consciousness. because mind is operating through our bodies and our consciousness, as well as our other aspects of our being, which are less than physical. So there's definitely something to be said about all these things that we've been sort of triggering on here. And I think it comes hand in hand with, hey, teacher, leave those kids alone story that the Floyd were talking about. We could take a moment to talk about that, critical race theory. They want us to become a bunch of racists, right?
They do.
Yep.
It's pretty crazy. Race is not really even that big of a factor. I think blood type would be a better.
How can you put the word critical next to the word race and then put the word theory next to that? I mean, you don't even have to read the textbook. It says it all. Critical race theory. Oh, wow. One race being critical towards another race. It's a theory about how races are criticizing each other. It's a heavy level of propaganda. And unfortunately, the propaganda has been already put there by Bollywood, Hollywood, Dollywood. That's quite cute, hey? Dollywood. Chicks on bonnets selling cars and shampoo. Sorry, ladies, I'm saying chicks, but any woman that's naked on a car bonnet for a TV advert deserves to be called a chick. Because that's just like, she realizes her body and her sexuality is being exploited so that men will get a hard on and go, I need one of those cars. I want one of those sitting on the car. And since she's sitting on that car, if I get that car, I'm going to have one of those sitting on the car, right? That's really what this is all about. The mind does that. It builds those links. So there's definitely been enough propaganda into our consciousness through the media. And, it is sad. But I do agree with what Meta Soundworks was saying as well. It is a mental thing. We can transcend all of this. We can change our bodies with our minds because our bodies are made out of 70% of water. So now we need to look at Immortals experiments, which I'm sure everybody watching this show probably know. Ice crystal experiments, happy ice, sad ice, angry ice. The words matter, the thoughts matter, the intention matters, the emotions that we hold when we express and hold those words and bind those words through letters onto water. The water remembers the intentions and the emotions that we've projected into it through our consciousness field. So we can reprogram the water in our body. We were talking about magnetism earlier. I find those of you that want to connect with magnetism, this is probably a good place to start. That is tektite. I find that tektite, and you'll find the same thing with
Magnetite?
Sorry?
Magnetite, maybe?
Yes, magnetite is very intense for feeling that kind of energy as well. The reason tektite does it is because it's a liquid. This is a liquid in my hand, by the way.
Wow. Incredible.
Yeah, that's a liquid.
Like glass, kind
Isn't that a cool liquid?
Yeah.
Like, it's a liquid. So it's glass. And glass is a fluid. And so this is a glass that is formed when a meteorite's entering the certain atmosphere level. In the entry to the atmosphere, heat, pressure causes the liquids, the glass, the silicon, to reconstitute with certain impurities. And so that's called tektite. And like you say, magnetite is very powerful. It's called lodestone. If you find that, lodestone. Oh, and I'll mention the other one, of course, for electrical, quartz, piezoelectricity, quartz, or any stone. Tourmaline's pretty good. I find tourmaline's quite magnetic as well, to be fair. But yeah, so the right stones for frequencies to become in tune with the magnetic frequencies, which I call the Ida from the Vedic school. This tektite, which is a kind of a glass, and I was trying to remember the other kind of one. You must remember it, Indy. It's your stone. Comes out of volcanoes, volcanic glass. Obsidian. Obsidian's also very good for stimulating the magnetic field, where quartz is more for stimulating the electrical field. Interesting that. So having 1 and 1 as polarizing effects is very interesting, because you'll feel the different sensations of feeling the magnetism. When you feel the magnetism, you'll feel your blood, and you'll feel the flowing currents that flow with your blood, around your blood. And when you feel the electricity, you'll feel this subtle tingling resonance through your body. So the electrical frequencies of the nervous system, and this is the hormones flowing through the blood. So yeah, one can re-magnetize and re-electrify one's blood work with crystals and intention and energy, resonant frequencies of our consciousness shifting. So we do have a lot of potential to fight these toxins and things that are being put into our systems by creating really positive energy into the food. This is one of the reasons why people bless food. You see, have you ever wondered why people bless food? Because it's not natural to bless your food. If the food is natural and it comes from the earth, it's already blessed. Where did we start blessing food? There was a time when people were being fed poisonous food, and they started realizing we got to bless this food before we eat it. And so blessing the food made the food become more empowering, because if the food is perfectly pure and natural, it's already blessed. It's, you know, if you're picking a apple from an apple tree and it's an organic apple that lives in a beautiful forest, what defilement is there that has come into that food that needs to be blessed? The food is the blessings of the divine. But when it's been farmed with the intentions of making money, using not such good water quality and using all sorts of toxic sprays to grow the food is full of its imprint of toxicity that's been carried in the water. Since water holds memory, yeah, there's a lot going on there. Thought I'd add that in.
You bring up a good point, Franklin. You know, there's an aspect of etymology and alchemy to be considered here, because blessing means the shedding of blood, right? So that's one reason. But look at the alchemy. If we look at, for example, my grandparents' generation and their parents before that, the purported slavery era, you have a multitude of pork entrails as a main component of food, right? Making something out of the worst of something, which turned into a culture of soul food, especially in the southern states. So you have this blessing of food that goes along with religion on one level, right? But you didn't have the level of cancer, the level of disease that you have today. So ultimately, to be people's perception, because I know people who are raw vegan, who eat the best of the earth, and they keep getting cancer because they're not truly addressing the problem. While I know people who smoke 2 packs a day and drink like a fish and eat the worst of the worst, but they can run a 540 flat. So what is true in your mind and how we choose to look at things goes a long way. While I would never recommend McDonald's, your intention reigns supreme.
Yeah, I think there's definitely something to be said about our ability for self-healing and adapting, and our intention, and I think is the most important aspect when we're preparing a meal. I've noticed especially recently, I prefer to cook all of my own food because I can place a certain intention with it. It's almost a ritual, and it energizes me in a much different way than if I go out and prepare food, because you got to think that different types of foods are also being prepared by different types of people, and it might not necessarily just be they're using low quality ingredients. It might be a lower vibrational type environment that's getting manifesting into the food, and then that is a byproduct of how, once we consume it, how we end up feeling. And I think the thing about cancer is very important. It leads to the question is, where is the origin of a lot of that disease? Is it strictly just the food, or is it somebody being stuck in a certain mental pattern or other habits that are really creating the energy environment that's leading to the disease? And I liked what Meta Soundworks was leading to about sterilization, also about, is it only the food, or is it the principle of our ability to adapt and transcend it, which I think Rudolf Steiner was leading to the concept that in the future we're going to be adapting more where it's not just the biological aspect of procreation, but there's a spiritual aspect as well. And perhaps it's cutting us off from two people being more intentional about what kind of spirits they're bringing back into the world through their children. And maybe if we had that type of power, it might transform the entire environment of Earth and the different types of spirits that we're bringing in. And maybe that's a larger aspect that we're not looking at if we're just focused on the food alone.
Yeah, my mother's zany aunt would say that there's a lot of Atlanteans being reincarnated over the past few decades. That's kind of made things change the way that they have, which I first thought that was a bit strange, because I always had thought of Atlanteans as being like very advanced and harmonic peoples. But if you look back at the stories, the more I learned, it shows that they were very advanced and harmonic initially, but they had this crystal that was damaged, became the dark crystal, and they fell from their grace. But the cabal, supposedly, that runs our world governments, stems back to the Amalekian Satanists of Atlantis, according to their story. I don't know how much credence there is to it, but that's what they say.
And then there's the elephant in the room. We've mentioned this in other discussions. The period pill. It's a problem, period. How's that? It gets into the water supply, and then men are on it. So basically, unless you're drinking water from a well, you're drinking progesterone. And when men drink progesterone, and you're not just drinking it, you're taking it in the bath, absorbing it through your skin, and in the shower. So if you think you're clever, well, I only drink bottled water, well, guess what? You're still getting it in. So there's no way of escaping that unless you find a way of basically turning all of your water into distilled water you wash with as well. It's quite a job. Energy wise, it's not a realistic resource unless you have a natural solar distiller in your garden and you can wash with a bucket of water. Then you might be able to do it in a day if it's a big one. It's a big solar distiller. But that might be an option for people that have the time, the energy, and the resources. What should I do this holiday? Should I go for a holiday to Brazil and spend $1,000? Or should I spend $1,000 to build myself a huge solar distiller in my back garden so that I can get 2 or 3 buckets of distilled water every day? At least that way you can have a bucket wash of like hormone-free water. What a concept that we're even discussing this as a possibility, because this is like where it goes. But yeah, there's a lot of issues with the progesterone in the water, because in London, I know in many parts of the UK, in London, if you drink water, it's been through 7 human bodies. So 3.6 of those are women. And out of those 3.6 women's bodies, probably 1.8 to 2 bodies of those have had the progesterone in the body. So you are, just by drinking water, taking a double dose of progesterone going into the body. And it's something to think about, isn't it?
Now, is this tap water?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it must be the same in cities in the US, right?
Yep.
Big
Yes.
cities must be the same story.
And of course,
So
as well.
I've wondered why, we see all these groups that are starting to organize, and a lot of people are organizing to have like a more farming culture and be more grassroots. I wonder, why hasn't there been a group that's come and been willing to do an experiment kind of like that and assemble and have their solar water distiller, and then they could run tests and say, hey, this is how it affect our entire community, and maybe that would gain more momentum for other people to start investing in it, and then that'll lead to larger movements and have some real results. I've connected with some of the more science groups that are trying to run smaller level experiments, and I've been wanting to see like where are some of the results so we can start getting a little more momentum behind it and get a little more steam going. But I haven't seen anything quite on that scale. Hopefully in the future someone will do it and we can see what happens.
I love the idea of a solar distiller. Mike Reynolds, who created the Earthship, which is built from reused tires that they'll pay you to take away from the lot, and then create it into a berm so that it doesn't need any heating or air conditioning, and is always 72 degrees with a front-facing greenhouse that faces towards the winter sun, to be able to recycle your gray water into that room, which is a buffer zone, which goes from 50 to 80 degrees, but keeps the inside of the house 72 degrees at all times. The only thing he hasn't invented for his creation, which was given to him by channeling, was a water filter, the ability to purify water that's captured from rain. And I actually designed like a solar distiller using glass and mirrors to actually capture that water, then purify it through distillation. And I thought that you could actually find maybe grow cane outside of the home, which would store water 5 feet under the ground through a drought, and you could probably get water from that cane as well. So, but these ideas are something that we could really do well putting into practice and starting to experiment with in our own backyards. I would love to be involved with something like that myself. The sun has a lot of power to purify.
this is one of the reasons why I solar gaze every morning with my son. We go and do our solar gazing and climb the mountain in the morning, to expose ourselves to the sun and the sky. But yeah, the sun's energy, if you let it into your nervous system, it actually directly engages with the central nervous system through your open eyes, through the retina. So solar gazing, powerful way to retune the nervous system. I don't think there's many ways that's more powerful than that, because it's the life force coming out of the sun directly plugging into your eyes. It's a powerful experience. So obsidian is a black mirror. Yeah, totally. Completely. And yeah, gazing into that's going to give you some interesting kind of intuitive experiences of the divine feminine sort. And so I suppose we've reached a point where we're going to start looking at the media a little more closely. Films we've watched, computer games, intuition. How can we be learning from ourselves if we're always busy? Why have we been taught to always be doing something? Reading a book, playing a game, watch a film, doing something. People don't just sit around and veg out. And if you do, you're criticized as being lazy. Isn't that interesting? To just be contemplating the nature of being is considered slothful in Western society. And I think it's a big part of the problem. We're not allowed to just sit and do nothing, because if you do, other people will look at you with a negative consequence. Get the evil eye, you know? And I think that this is probably one of the reasons why we're getting dumbed down. Because I believe that intuition is intelligence. And without the intelligence of intuition, we're definitely losing something. Who just fell off? Oh, Quinn. Maybe he sent something in the power.
He sometimes pops out and will come back. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I wanted to mention that I'm glad that you had mentioned the progesterone in the water. We are all well aware of the fluoride is in the tap water as well. But aluminum and fluoride are a bad combination in the brain and can kind of what they say, shred the brain or definitely affect the synapses there. But when you're exposed to mercury, lead, or aluminum, metals as such, a good way to get them out of your deep tissue is through chelating agents. Some of the ones I use are green tea and cilantro. Those are a couple of the most powerful ones that will actually pull this heavy metals out of the deep tissue to help you. It can be very effective. Mercury is found in a lot of seafood, and if you like seafood, the small fishes like anchovies and sardines are known to have less mercury than other fish. Also, salmon, because they live in rivers for part of their life, have lower amounts of mercury sometimes. I've been trying to get Atlantic salmon because I don't really know what ended up happening with radioactivity of Fukushima in the Pacific, but I've personally been avoiding Pacific salmon as much as I can. To stay away from radiation exposure. I would think that would be diminishing by now, but I'm not sure.
Meiko's mentioned something interesting, which I think is quite valid and quite worth looking at, is that it's the food isn't what's causing the disease. The food is what interferes with the mental patterns of frequencies of consciousness. So it's the homeopathic idea that everything is changing our vibrational field. And every food we eat changes our vibrational field, and it changes the kind of thoughts we will think due to harmonic resonance. Because the body's harmonic resonance has got to be in resonance with the thoughts that's being thought, and they've got to be able to pitch and tune off each other. So if we change the frequencies of our bodies, then the frequencies of our thoughts change. And I think it is the frequencies of the thought that generate the cancer. It's an interesting concept. But possibly it's like what came first, the chicken or the egg. They work together in meta concerts of sorts. Meiko seems like her Wi-Fi is on the blink. Magic LaCroix is mentioning shungite, tap water to alkalize it. Beautiful. Good bit of shungite's always going to get the water pumping nicely into the system. And obviously it's going to, like as well, copper. Copper's another good thing to structure the water nicely. If you're really clever, you put bubbles through the water so that it raises the pH by a factor of 10, which is pretty cool. That means there will be 10 times less positive hydrogen ions to interfere with your system. And that means in relativity 10 times more negative hydrogen ions to empower the integration of the different organic frequencies in the body. Beautiful, brother.
Those shungite.
Wow. Where did you get that?
Got this at the local gem shop. I like to put this in my water bottle and see what it would do for me.
Best though to get a round one.
Yeah.
Because you're gonna damage that beautiful geometry.
True.
It's
If I
gonna
were to
roll
put it
around.
in a plastic water bottle, it wouldn't damage it, but I don't really like to drink out of plastic. So
Ideally copper
yes,
or a copper jug.
I need to get one. Right now, I have
Yeah.
a lot of stainless steel jugs.
Well, that does its trick. Does the trick.
Got headspace though to grow. I love copper. I try to wear copper as much as I can for jewelry and stuff. I know they use copper at the hospitals for door handles and things because it's got that antibiotic factor. So it can be good for your health. It's really good for your blood.
Yeah, copper is also fascinating. I was talking to Mexico about it. Mexico played around with metallurgy and was pointing out that copper, when you heat it and you put it into cold water, instead of it becoming harder, it becomes softer if it's hot. So if you take a hot piece of copper, like really hot, dunk it into cold water, yeah, it will cause the copper to become softer. But if you do that with steel, it will cause the steel to become harder. So copper's got that. What is it called? Is it called tungite? There's a word for it. I forget. It's been so many years. I think it's called tungite. I could be completely off. Property of copper. That's probably the wrong word. No, probably the wrong word. There is another word.
Shungite.
No. Okay, well, there is a word for this, and I've got it wrong. I had a feeling I might have got it wrong. But there's definitely an interesting property that copper has when it comes to dealing with temperatures, as it holds. Like, this is why you cook with a copper pot, right? Because it holds the heat, and it conducts the heat better than steel. So if you've got a copper pot, you're going to use less gas or less fire or less electricity to heat your food. So it's more efficient. And because it holds heat better, it conducts the electrical energies really well. There's something quite profound to be understood about this copper. You know, that is able to have this effect with life force, I believe.
Have you heard of the Fermi gas? To say that it loosely binds electrons in copper crystals, form Fermi gas. An excellent conductor of heat and electricity. Copper crystals, that kind of throws me off.
Yeah, copper crystals. There's that too.
Metals loosely bound in electron.
Your voice is off. Are you there?
Yes. I was just trying to learn about this copper conductivity of electricity and heat. It's, they say, one of the best ones.
Yeah, in India, they say that copper removes toxins from water. And because of its magnetic properties, I could imagine there must be something to it, because I've noticed with my copper bottles, it's the weirdest phenomenon. I'm telling you that the water flows upwards. I will put water in the copper and I'll leave loads of space and I'll screw the lid on. And at first you think it's the pressure of the lid being screwed on, because the lid's
Victor
sorry for the
Schauberger
noise.
would be proud.
The lid's like this, basically, right?
Yeah,
It's just a chunk of copper.
cool.
So you screw it in, and the water starts coming out the sides of the bottle. And it doesn't happen. It happens at certain times of day. This is the thing. It happens in the mornings when the sun is close to the horizon,
Whoa. What's going on there?
and the water will start flowing out the top. And like you'll screw it at a certain point, and the water starts coming out, and then you'll just stop and wait for it to stop. It doesn't stop. It just keeps coming out, and it just keeps coming out. I'm like what the hell? It's like there's a tap on inside the bottle, and the water's just coming out. You actually have to screw it quickly to stop more and more and more of it from coming out. And it's a weird phenomenon. And I asked Mexico, does she get the same thing? Because she's got one of the same bottles, and it happens to her as well at certain times of day. Maybe it's sunset. I've got to track that with her.
I have two
Maybe
questions.
hers happened-
Um,
What?
Is that cap hollow or is it solid chunk? Hollow, okay. And
It's hollow.
are you familiar with
On the
the
bottom.
of Victor Schauberger?
Sorry.
Are you familiar with the work of Victor Schauberger, the water engineer?
Well, I don't know much of it. I mean, I've heard of him. I've heard some of the work that he's done, but I'm not that familiar. No.
Yeah, he talked about how water has the power of levity, and that if you take two running courses of water and run them into each other into an egg-shaped container, they will actually make a fountain, and the water will go up into the air, and you can make water go up just the way that you direct it, the way that it moves. So he was able to create anti-gravity with water. But they brought him to America, and they stole all of his research, and they shut him down, and they blacklisted him, and all of his work was covered up. But he created some good things in the farming industry and with forestry. He helped people move logs. But his work was phenomenal and ahead of its time. His motto of his work, his life work, was comprehend and copy nature. And he thought that if we could cooperate with nature by understanding it and merging with nature, that it could help us. And he was very right on about that. I'm very strong proponent of his work.
That's interesting. Take a little trip is saying that it could be sulfur in the water that's causing that, which it could well be. That's very interesting. Maybe I should put some of my Himalayan black salt, which has got a high sulfur content, into the water and see what it does then.
Yeah, sulfur is great for your health. The town I live in used to be called Sulphur Springs, and there's a spring here with sulfur that really good health-wise. Keep people young, extend their longevity.
Yeah, if you want to get the right sulfur contents, sulfur-based salts, Himalayan black rock salt, if you know it. Don't get the black salts from the islands. Get the Himalayan one because it's natural. The deposits is just laying around on top of the Himalayas. They just go and pick it up. So it's, I believe it's got 10 of the 12 tissue salts. So that's it's pretty impressive. Because we normally have sodium chloride, which is one of the 12. So we basically, the other 11, we only get through our vegetables and through our food. So having a salt. Oh, and it's also got soluble iron in it. Himalayan rock salt, by the way. For those of you that are anemic, soluble iron means it's like direct into the system.
So you don't need vitamin C for it to be bioavailable with that as much?
It's a very good question.
Because I know that having vitamin C with iron does make it more bioavailable with vegetables, for example. If you use an iron skillet, it can help.
I think if you're eating enough vitamin C, you see, Okay, so what is vitamin C to me? Vitamin C to me is like battery acid that becomes alkaline, that empowers. Why does it make your immune system work better? I think it makes the immune system works better because those little white blood corpuscles magnetize towards their opponents. And so they use magnetism to propel themselves towards the opponents and to magnetically attach themselves. And so the vitamin C increases the electrical potential like it would in a battery. Yeah. Like lemon juice in a battery. And because of that, it causes the electrical charge in the white blood cells to be greater, which means the magnetic potential is greater because it's relative. And so they are more magnetically powerful. So if you're eating enough vitamin C, enough raw fruits, like you should normally be okay. Like I with my son, we have a smoothie every morning for breakfast. So this morning was plums and bananas, and lately it's been a lot of mangoes and apples and mangoes and bananas and plums. But every day it's a good dose of smoothie. Try and get him to have like as close to a pint of smoothie as possible every morning. He's always up for it. This morning I tricked him like into having an extra dose of smoothie because I put a bit of cacao powder in it, so it gives it a chocolate flavor. So I can like dress it up as like a really special Saturday morning smoothie. We're gonna double dose it. So he double doses it because it's got chocolate in it, and of course cacao is really brilliant.
I love cacao. I try to take it with honey sometimes. Just chew on it raw, and you get so bitter, and then put a little honey. Such a good little balance.
We've got the best raw honey here, anywhere in the world, I'm sure. After traveling the world, I'm sure of it, because we've got the most varieties of fynbos flowers in the Western Cape here, in the city around me where I live. So there's more different types of wildflowers here than there are on the subcontinent of Australia. So all this wildflower honey is of loads of varieties of very small flowers. Bless you.
Thank you.
So the honey has got a very distinctive flavor, and it's raw.
Have you ever tried the Manuka honey?
Yes, I have, and I believe that there's a lot of Manuka in the Cape Town honey. That's my point.
From the bee.
There's a fair dose in it because I think it's got a lot to do with the different kinds of flowers that they're coming from, and because it's such a wild
tea tree flowers.
Yeah, there's such a wild variety of flowers here in Cape Town that you're getting such a mix. It's got a bit of everything in it.
That's awesome. Bees are so magical. I was watching a documentary of an individual that was experimenting with chitin from studying bees and the flight of bees. I don't know if you've heard of this, but they say that bees' wings are not really big enough for them to fly, according to our understanding of physics. But there's some element of the chitin that they're made of that allows levitation. There was an engineer that actually created a levitating craft with chitin and was able to fly around with it off the ground. But his work was shut down. It's fascinating work. Have you heard of that before?
I'm not specific. Are you talking about who are you talking about specifically?
I'm gonna look up his name.
Are we talking about in Germany, post Second World War?
Yes.
Yeah, I have heard of that. But I forget his name as well. But I'm sure they did it in a lot of places.
Viktor Grebennikov.
Yes.
Yes.
That unpronounceable Victor name, yes. That's ringing a bell.
Yeah, that's like
the Vril technology is quite a big deal, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And in Afrikaans, we say the word bril, which is a looking glass. Yeah? And B and V being interchangeable. So vril and bril. Bril is something that can focus light and bend light. So vril is something that can focus and bend magnetism. one of the components of light. So there's two components to light, magnetism and electricity. Because the electricity is what it puts out and the magnetism is how it gets propelled. If that makes sense. If propel is even the right word, how it creates a wave of movement between different poles. So there's definitely something to this real technology, and I'm pretty sure that, there's probably so much more of this type of technology that's been hidden from us.
Yeah.
They'll find you. If you make something that's not allowed to be made, they'll find you and they'll shut you down. They'll probably offer you money first and say, there's some millions, go and sit in the corner and shut up. And most people will be like, yeah, okay, that's enough millions for me. And if you're not going to go with that, then, they played nice, then they won't play nice.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened to the guy that created the water power car. They offered him a big contract, sent him down to lunch, and his last words were, "They poisoned me outside of the restaurant before he fell to his death." So sad. And they have a saltwater power car now, too.
Yeah.
Be able to desalinate the rising ocean level water. But there's new hydrogen-powered cars that are now available starting next year. Honda's coming out with hydrogen-powered vehicles at 0% emission. They're using hydrogen power for tractors in South America right now.
Yeah, it's interesting how they've hidden all of this from us. So this brings us to the last part of the discussion. And I really wanted to wrap up this discussion within 45 minutes. How to develop intuition. What exercises, what to avoid, what to do. How can we ensure that our intuition is being actively propagated and not diminished? We've discussed all the things that diminish our intuition. Now, what can we do? I mean, apart from eating well, which we've mentioned, basically, and looking after and being careful with the thoughts you allow yourself to think. Obviously, they're immortal. But what exercises would you guys like to throw something at the wall, as it were?
I would think that meditation could be a huge help in boosting intuition. The theta brain waves increased. I believe it's theta waves. With a lot of meditation, many hours of meditation, your theta waves can increase, which leads to more mental clarity and inner peace and focus and intuition. So oftentimes we struggle with the beta brain waves, the monkey brain. When we're trying to start off on meditation and have ruminating thoughts. And what's helped me as a practice in meditation is one of two analogies I use to explain this. One I like to use is that you're imagining yourself sitting by a river. The river is your train of thought. And as a thought comes into your mind, it's like a stick coming across the river. If you reach for the stick and play with the stick and entertain those thoughts and go into them, it will create a dam of more sticks that will block the river. If you try to stop the stick from coming, it will also create a dam. And so if you allow the thought to come and allow it to pass, you say, I see this thought, I allow it to pass, and you tell yourself, I'm here and I'm present and I'm listening. And I constantly say this to myself as a thought comes in and allow it to pass. And that process was able to help me to go into a deeper state of trance. And once you can reach that state, which usually takes about 15 minutes, it gets easier each time. And as you do that more, you will not have to deal with as many ruminating, intrusive thoughts. You have more mental clarity and the ability to control your thoughts instead of your thoughts kind of imposing upon you. That's been helpful for me. I know there's a lot of other things that people can suggest as well. But I feel like cardio really helps. The endorphin rush of cardiovascular exercise can help bring me into that state. So if after I do that, I'll do some stretching, which also releases endorphins, and then do a meditation after that. I can really help, and do breathing exercises with the meditation will also really help with the clarity and going into a trance, because it boosts DMT from deep breaths and slowed breaths. And if you can take slowed breaths, 15-second breath in, 15-second pause, 15-second breath out, 15-second pause. It can be difficult to pause for 15 seconds with no breath after having let a breath out. But if you can do that, you're taking one full breath a minute. That's really advanced. So you might start with 5 seconds. Make your way up.
Yeah, that also happens naturally if you just start to enjoy your breath.
Mm-hmm.
It becomes so slow that you might feel like you're not breathing. But you are, just very slowly. What do you say, Dr. K? Are you with us at this moment?
I would say meditation is one of the best things you can do for any and all things, definitely. But pay close attention to your higher self. Pay close attention to what your mind tells you in certain situations, and write it down when things jump out at you. You'll be surprised how if you just entertain the higher aspects of your mind and knowing, because intuition is on the surface of knowing. You want to know, so you want to work your intuition in a way where you can begin to know, because you already know all that there is to know. Your intuition is trying to remind you of this, so you want to pay attention to it. When you journal, you can literally write yourself into a higher state of awareness. So pay close attention to where your attention goes, and then the intention you give it.
Yeah, there's
That's
definitely
what.
that.
Can I continue?
If you have intrusive thoughts that are reoccurring, I've been starting to make a list of these intrusive thoughts, and it's a list of things I'm willing to purge. I'm ready to let these go. So if you can go through a transmutative process in your heart and mind, and understand that these intrusive thoughts are trying to be released, they want to be let go, but it takes a reinterpretation. And what's happening is, I regret what happened in the past. I wish I hadn't done that. And what your heart is trying to let you do there when that happens is that you can say, okay, I'm going to take the lesson from this, and I'm going to learn something from this situation, and I'm going to thank that situation for teaching me this. And then you're thankful and you're ready to release that intrusive thought, and that can give you that clarity, that little bit more clarity that you're going to have, where that one thing that's tugging on your attention is going to be able to be surrendered to and purged out. So that's been able to be very helpful for me, writing something down, and sometimes burning that page or ripping it up and letting it go can be a very powerful process to help with mental clarity.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to be said about meditation. And it's like you mentioned, the slowing down of the patterns of the breathing, slowing down of the pulse, slowing down of the thoughts, slowing down of everything. And it's like we have to remind ourselves consistently to be stuck in the patterns that we're stuck in. And if we don't continually remind ourselves of the patterns that we're stuck in consistently, then what happens is we are no longer stuck, because being stuck is a habit. So when we meditate and we go into a deep state and everything slows down, it's like we're inhibiting our natural instinctual ability, which have been bred into us, to keep asking the same questions in the same pattern, not getting the answers. And so it's a form of insanity that we're all entrapped into, it seems. The meditation is a fast way out. I've come across Buddhist cosmology many years ago that suggested that it takes, I think, 47 minutes to get enlightened. That's 47 minutes of not following the patterns of mental thinking that we're used to and allowing our minds to be in a state of Zen. So if you're meditating and you get like 43 minutes, right? And you get the thoughts coming, then you start back at 0 again. Hence so much practice, hence so much training. Because to stay in a trance for a long time isn't that easy. So there's definitely something in that. And
You say it was 47 minutes, 46, 43.
46 something. I think it's 46 something, but I'm just like rounding more or less 47 minutes. I could be wrong. Look, it's been like more than quarter of a century, maybe closer to 30 years since I came across that information. But it always stuck with me.
Yeah.
And I always like put it as like, because that's how long I need to be in a state where I'm not habitually thinking, because those habitual thoughts create habitual patterns. Use habitual neural pathways, and the neural pathways create the frame and structure upon which I am who I think I am being. And when we stop those habitual neural pathways, the brain just relaxes. And when it does come back, it uses new pathways, and it uses them, many of them, all at once. Sort of like somebody who walks funny, and because they walk funny, they've given themselves a problem. And then they practice the Alexandra technique, and they learn to walk properly, and the ailment of health goes away because they've learned good posture. So let's say someone had bad posture, and the bad posture was causing kidney problems, because it was cutting off the circulation to the kidneys. And that was creating a chain reaction of health issues. And they got good posture, then the kidneys were getting enough blood, and so they got healthy again. You know, I'm just simplifying, using a simplified, oversimplified metaphor. But basically, similar idea. The brain is habitually pushing things in that way, and you need to stop it from pushing it in that way. And meditation is where you stop it from pushing in that way so that it can reorganize itself when you start afresh, sort of like mental cleaning in a sense, but not brain washing, brain remodulating.
I like it.
Anyway, that's the part for meditation. And another thing I would add in here too is we've been accustomed to our belief systems. I think our belief system has got a lot to do with it. We need to dismantle our belief system, like in a very serious way. And a lot of people are awakening their intuition. What are all these numbers people are seeing? Yeah. And I've been living with this since I was a kid. Like, I've always had these numbers, and people used to think I was crazy. So I couldn't tell them. Like I woke up and I went for a pee, and it was like 2:22. And then I woke up and it was time to, like, you know, to go to school, and it was like 7:17. And then I got to school and it was like 10:10 when I looked at the watch, you know.
I looked at the time earlier and it was 2:22. I was going to say something on the show.
Exactly. So these patterns it's our intuition that causes us to be in sync with the time patterns. Why did you look at the time at that time and not 2:21?
It's the only time I looked at it.
Yeah, exactly. It's my point.
It's so weird.
It's like we're doing it because our intuition's driving us. So the intuition is being driven to awaken now if we just allow ourselves to flow with it. So studying numbers can help what they mean, getting an insight into numbers, studying various different impulses, because then we will notice if people aren't studying numbers and they don't think it's important, they might be just seeing it, not realizing what's happening. That's your intuition trying to speak to you directly. All you got to do is listen. That's the other part of meditation.
Khalil might be able to confirm this, but I think today is a 2-day. A day of two or two.
Now, I would ask you first, why do you say?
Because I added up all the numbers of the date and ended up to 20. I think.
You know?
Oh, I didn't hear what you said. Come again.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
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 I was saying, why do you say it's a 2-day?
Because 3 plus 9 plus 2 plus 2 plus 4 equals 20. And 20 equals 2.
Very good. Technically speaking, you are correct. But it is actually a universal 11-day. But two is a hidden 11. So we're talking about that literal bridge. But see, and this is why hidden aspects to numerical frequencies are so important, because when you see one number, you're never just seeing that one number. There's always hidden aspects to it. So you are technically correct. Very good.
Thank you for pointing that out. Yeah, that was an oversight on my part. But yes, 11, the master number. Exactly what we were talking about. Master numbers. Triple master number. So, well said, my friend.
Well, it makes you think, because, on one level, we all operate by a certain clock and a certain calendar. So it's always a different time and a different place. But then at the same time, if time doesn't actually exist and this is all an illusion, this is, like Franklin just said, an aspect of your all-knowing mind working through what we call intuition, trying to get your attention. So one of the most important thing we can do is to listen to yourself. But again, that's why meditation is so important, because you need to know what's truly holding space in your mind. Sometimes we don't realize that until we go within, because we're fed so many different narratives and thoughts, and we entertain so many. Sometimes it can be hard to juggle what's actually yours and what's being entertained.
Do you guys have any information about the numerology of 2, what it represents? I would think like a pair, couple, sacred union. I don't know.
It is all of that. It is femininity. It is partner. It is the idea of coupling and joining, self-reflecting self.
Mm.
It is also where we're going. Where we're going to.
Mm-hmm.
So it is the energy that we move towards. You see, if you're moving, you become masculine because you're active. And active will always move towards passive. So the same way that a positive ion will always move towards a negative ion. It's just how they work in order to reestablish balance. So in a sense, that's why the word 2 and the word 2 are the same. It's interesting how that, and the word 4 means it's a relativity between 2 different entities, right? But it's a relativity in terms of how this relates to that. This is for that, right? And 8, what I ate is going to give the structure that builds out in my body. So Saturn,
2 cubed.
8, yeah, It's gonna build Saturn's cube, and your one relates to personal, very personal. One could go that way, or one could go another. One could make a particular choice, or one could not. So it relates to the personal identity. So it's an identity number. It's very interesting how the words in English have given us so much insight. And this is where the intuition also comes into it.
Yeah.
Like we don't need to study too much. We can just sort of look at what's obvious. And the intuition has a wonderful way of uncovering what's obvious, in a sense, just like, decoding.
So
And
two could be additive or transitive, like I'm going to, and I have too much. So it can be a lot of things. And that holds power to its meaning. Like it's in travel and it's expanding and it's gaining more coming from one.
One is the loneliest number that Take a Little Trip has ever seen. Makes me think about that System of a Down track. This is the loneliest day that, that track?
Yeah.
System of a Down. I don't know if you listen to it. It's a really beautiful track.
It could be promotion for them in high school.
Yeah, it's a really beautiful track.
The lead singer
But
was a singer. If I'm not mistaken.
It takes two, baby. Two to tango. Yeah, it's a very active number. Yeah. The dance of life, polarity. I think it also represents on a very deep level sensitivity.
Mm-hmm.
And today is also a 9, isn't it? Today is a 2 and a 9. Well, not today.
Today's the 9th.
Oh, yes, it's still today. Is it today?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
9 plus 3
at
is
least
12. Sorry?
At least technically speaking. But that speaks back to, what I said before, it'll be Sunday for you, here not long, while it'll still be Saturday here. So the time is always relative.
Time is that relative force. Is it interesting how these polarities move around the planet? We've got to take that into consideration. Whether the planet's flat, cubed, circled, inside out, concave, convex.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's an expression of consciousness, personally.
Planar.
I think everything's just an expression of consciousness. I think the planet is a mood. We're in the mood. So it becomes what we need it to become when we look at it. And which is an interesting concept, because it does mean that this egregoric group mind that we're all packing out or unpacking is creating space around us. It's a very interesting concept. So, because when one's alone, things change a lot. If you're surrounded by wood in the wilderness, I'm sure you've experienced that. You feel this anything can happen possibility. I don't know if you know what I mean. If you're in the thick of a city, anything can happen isn't so possible. I mean, anything that you want to happen. It seems less likely. But when you're alone in the wilderness with wood all around you, shielding you, it's like your mind, it's almost like, wow, maybe I can make that happen. You never know. So it's fascinating the way we limit ourselves when we're around each other. And I think that the consensus that we're all holding for reality is a huge limitation to our intuition. So we want to break the consensus. We want to break our patterns. We want to do things we don't normally do. Jump on buses we don't normally catch. Eat foods we don't normally eat. read books we wouldn't normally read, watch something you don't want to watch, listen to music you don't normally listen to. Oh my gosh, the revolution. I heard this cool track. I got a new hero now. Like, the revolution will not be televised. I wish I had that track. It must be in my history. I want to find it. I want to play that to us. I think there's something to be said about listening to unusual music that's inspiring. And I actually started tracking that artist. He's got some really good music. So
I think I heard.
sometimes yeah.
Yeah. I definitely heard that sound bit from something.
And so, yeah, we're constantly being exposed to our intuition. We just don't recognize it. Somebody compared it to a soft little voice. I think it was
It was a soundtrack in a movie.
What is wrong with my brain? Why can't I think? I must be getting tired. But somebody compared it to Jeremy. Jeremy compared it to a small little voice that we can hear when we were comparing it to animal magnetism and intuition. Animal instinct and intuition. When that question came up, he spoke after you, and he compared it to a small little voice, and I found that really interesting, because listening to that small little voice involves being very quiet and listening. So there's a lot to be said about listening, using your ears to travel. I think our intuition and our ears are connected, if that makes sense, like a sense of hearing. Because you want to be here, right? Not there. And what brings you here? Hearing. You're literally hearing, right? You're creating a ring of hearness. And so the ring, being here in your ring, can be achieved by hearing. Isn't it quite beautiful the way words do that?
Yeah.
So listen to the sounds the body makes. Listen to the sounds you make when you walk. Listen to the sounds of your own breath. Listen to all these different sounds, and you can get to live in the present. And when you hear from hearing, you start to see numbers. And numbers, when you're seeing them, take you out of the numb air that the brain is making. So the brain is airing, it's making errors that makes you numb. And by practicing hearing, you can become here so that you can see the numbers that are holding you back. And so you'll look at the time, or you'll see 3 birds and 3 birds and 3 birds, or however you'll see it. Before we had cell phones, we had nature. But it's all the same thing, really. In terms of your intuition, it's gonna look for the information in the world around you wherever you're looking. So I think there's definitely something to that.
Absolutely. I was thinking about something we mentioned earlier. What if you're tired? How does it affect your mind? And I was thinking, like, sometimes when I'm delirious, it makes me a little bit more joyful, and like self-limiting beliefs are like kind of a little bit less constraining. So instead of being like, oh, I can't do that, I might be like, oh, I never did that before. Maybe I should try for once, to like make a joke about it or something, and then kind of open a pathway myself to be able to just allow myself to try it out or do something new when I'm delirious. So that could be a gateway, but you want to make sure you stay hydrated and stuff, and be careful about it.
Using the left hand if you're right-handed, using the right hand if you're left-handed, using the other side of the brain just as a habit. Because when you use your left hand to do things that you do with your right hand, your brain has to work backwards. And then it has to learn a new way of doing an old thing. And it sees a correlation that you never saw before in the thing that you're doing. So it actually improves what you're doing, technique-wise, which is quite interesting, which is why martial arts is so powerful for developing intuition. Because you do the technique with the right hand, then you do the same technique with the left hand. Then you do the same technique with the right hand, and you're always focusing on the technique, right? And so because you're switching techniques, you're consistently programming that different way of thinking with each different way of doing the same technique. They're like almost opposite.
And I know if you cross your arms and legs, you can connect pathways of your left and right brain. Help you remember or think in different ways. Bruce Lipton mentions that. Microbiologist.
Yeah, definitely. There's definitely something to that. Why is it we live in this stupor of patterns and habits? I think also when we recognize our habits, there's something quite powerful happening. And that's normally a point where we need to start making powerful changes to our situation. And the media can be a little bit overwhelming and upsetting, to be fair, especially on these platforms, all these social networking platforms that I think it's designed to create a certain amount of anxiety in us in the way that it's been designed by certain experts that are setting the trends. And it sort of makes me wonder why in Americas, for example, they've allowed this, right, to become a pattern. Like now I'm talking, but I'm not here, which is interesting. Yeah. It's like some part of me is going off and I'm seeing myself over there talking and my voice is talking. And so somehow when we embrace new ideas and start asking questions, we start to create a distance from ourselves. And when we create a distance from ourselves, we're actually closer to ourselves. I don't know if that makes sense. So the cacophonic noise that we're living in, traffic, machinery, life, all of us living on top of each other, I think is part of designing the limiting of the ears, the limiting of being here, hearing, so that we are consistently there, right? Where are you? I'm there. Well, I'm going there. Where are you? Well, I've been there. And we're consistently being goal oriented. That's my goal. It's over there. So we're constantly being pulled away from here towards our goals there and there. And so it's just sort of, I think, a habit that we need to work with to consistently try and find a way of changing those habits. What do you think, Dr. K?
That is another aspect of knowing thyself. If we have habits, which we all do, where do they stem from? Right? The same way we have behavior and persona, that all stems from a similar place. So to be cognizant of that, that's the greatest cheat code we can have to changing the character that we have designed. But we have to know the character. You have to know what's fully in your script to be able to rewrite it.
I would definitely say that there's a tuning there that happens. And And tuning is a big part of it, I think, when it comes to sound, harmonics, music. And possibly we need to start also considering what music we expose ourselves to. The tuning of the music is going to tune our nervous system, which is quite an interesting concept. I mean, obviously, we know if we listen to a lot of what's on the pop parade, it's going to hurt us. A lot of the youngsters' music, I can't listen to it. Does it mean I'm old? Like, I just can't listen to the stuff these youngsters are. And I'm not talking about, like, I heard some really cool drum and bass this morning, and I was like to my son, "Oh, that's cool drum and bass." And my son was digging it, and I was like, "Yeah, that's good drum and bass." I said to him, though, you're gonna, by the time you grow up, that'll be forgotten. They'll have replaced that with the new version of drum and bass, which will be something else, you know. And it was good drum and bass. But it's fascinating that we've allowed our sounds to be manipulated in such a way, you know. It's got such a powerful domain in our consciousness for where we reside within our consciousness field is sound.
Yeah. I went out to see some good drum and bass last night with my girlfriend. It was fabulous. Glad you mentioned that. But it's gotten to like a next level thing.
Yeah, man. The 70s, the 60s. Back in the days, they still made music properly. People were still tuning in to 432 hertz. A lot of them were. You know, Pink Floyd, Jimi Hendrix did it from time to time. A lot of those artists were quite sussed, very sav. And embrace the random. That's exactly what I think it is, you know. And then of course repetition. Something that was mentioned before. But as a practice, so japa. Japa is very powerful. Reciting carefully constructed, and I can't stress this enough, very carefully constructed and well contemplated affirmations, repetitively, over and over and over again, till it puts you in a trance. And once again, trance is a big part of transformation. I mean, it's in the word, right? Transformation. So we can see shamanism is at the heart of all alchemy, or trance is at least, which is the way of the shamanic path. So we're looking to indulge in some kind of a trance. And I've always found it was much easier to go into trance if I was using my left hands first, preparing myself and warming up my legs a bit and finding that I'm getting myself into that energetic state. And you mentioned crossing the arms and crossing the legs. I think when we cross our legs, we disconnect ourselves from the chi field around us, from the world. We're still connected to our inner chi field, but we're not exposing our chi to the world. We're sort of encapsulating it. And when we cross our arms, we're doing the same thing with emotion, shen, with the spiritual quality of more spiritual energy like love and such. We could close ourselves off from all of that. And fear, you know, other side of it. So if you're afraid of something, fold your arms. If you need to be in a loving situation, don't fold your arms. So there's something powerful in this arm folding situation as it relates to our emotional states. And what else is there we could do?
What if you hold your arms behind your back? Is that like a different thing?
What do you mean?
I feel like when you close your arms in the front, it's like you're closed off. But I feel like when you close your arms in the back, you're like opening up. Kind of feel like almost it's opposite, because like you're making yourself vulnerable.
In the front. Dr. K, you were going to say something.
Exactly. If you think like Morpheus in the Matrix, that's actually how Morpheus walks. He walks with his arms folded behind his back. I do the same thing. because you're open. But you're guarding the base of your energy, because typically your hands are going to be at your jed pillar or at the base of your spine.
Exactly. This is a powerful technique in a lot of the mudras that we can do with our fingers, and the asanas we can do with our bodies, which are like bigger mudras. And yoga. Okay, so yoga is wonderful. Now that we've breached this topic, yoga is a great way for getting in tune with our intuition, because we're stretching the kinks out of our bodies. There's the kriyas in yoga, which is purifications for foods and for mental attitudes. Many kriyas, you can put water through your nostril and put it up your butt and make it come out your butt. And I mean, there's a lot you can do with water. Saline water, a bit of salt in the water, slightly warm. You can put that water in all sorts of orifices, make it come out of all sorts of orifices, do a proper orifice ejection system. So there's a lot to be said about the kriyas and many of the yogic techniques, and the japa, the chanting of certain mantra. Certain sounds produce a certain shift in the way that the neural structures operate. So if we repeat certain sounds over and over again, they will retune the brain, like the aum retunes the brain. If we go it retunes the brain, and you go around, it loops over the top of the head, comes through, resonates through. And if you do it over and over and over again, it will basically bliss out your mind. And color, the colors we choose to wear. Tune into the colors that we're patterned into wearing, that we're habitually wearing. Try new colors, see how they make us feel. This is your science experiment. Enjoy it.
What would you say with the colors contrast between blue and red? What would they represent to you, to each other?
Blue and red.
Is it like one masculine, one feminine?
Let's just put it this way. Blue is cool, calm, and collected. Red is fiery and passionate. So on one level, red is active, right? But on another level, blue is active. And blue is passive where red is active in a way. So cool, calm, and collected means that your thoughts are active, but your body is cool, calm, and collected, right? Your emotional body is cool, calm, and collected. So it relates to the etheric, where the hot, fiery, passionate disposition of the color red relates to the astral, because the word astral, esh, stral, esh means ash, means aleph, shin, means fire, literally. And stral means a beam, so fire beam. Eric means beginning and ending, so that which creates a beginning and an ending. And Eric is rotating towards an end, like thoughts, cycling, beginning of one thought, ending of another thought, beginning of the next thought, beginning, end of the next thought, beginning of the next. It goes beginnings and endings. Emotions are more like just one continual beam radiation of something that's flowing through you. So the red does represent the passions and the desires, and comes back to appetites, right? Where the blue represents not fulfilling appetites. So blue is a meditative color. It's a calming color. It's a color that relates to deep impressions. Different shades of blue. Indigo is a kind of blue. which relates to stimulating the emotional body, but towards the divine realization, recognition. So the emotions are in tune with the divine elements, which are a very subtle place to be at. And the red means you're ready, right? So blue, you blew out your air. So the water element is breathing out, the out breath. Red means you're ready. In martial arts, you're ready when you've taken in your air. You're taking in your air. So when you defend in martial arts, you should breathe in. You strike at me, I should breathe in when I defend. Subtle little breaths, and then breathe out when I strike. So there's something interesting. Being ready, you allow your passions to direct your instincts, which are governed by your emotional body. And then with cool, calm collection, you plan your technique so that the technique is perfect technique, not wildly lost, energy wasted. It's got to be efficiency. Efficiency is the key. So you could think of blue and red as the in-breath and the out-breath. And the out-breath is sending consciousness out of the body. And the in-breath is bringing consciousness into the body. And so we breathe in the astral and the fire, and we breathe out the water. And so when we breathe out, the water vapors leave our body. So we can change our temperature of our bodies by the colors that we wear. And being mindful of which breath the color relates to is also an interesting concept.
I feel like red and blue are represented to like be kind of the two pillars of like Boaz and Joachim. And I feel like there's a push towards like ascension, but there's like little information or wisdom being dispersed about like integration of the two opposites of the lower and the upper into the heart space. And I feel like that green energy of the heart space, the heart chakra, is like really integration, like feeling color that's kind of been like almost like not really giving credit. Like I think green's like associated with like a couple things, like it's associated with being new or associated with being like sick or something. But very related people associate it with like, nature, which is pretty well known, but not the first thing people think of. And also people don't think of green as like being like the middle, being like the integration of the two polar opposites of red and violet in the center of the 7 colors. But there's really 7 colors in our color system because Isaac Newton studied Ayurvedic wisdom. So he wanted there to be indigo as the only tertiary color integrated into our color spectrum in science, which is pretty interesting. A little bit of magic and paganism in science. It's been established. There's some magic to it.
You speak of blue and red, and I see a parallel between indigo and orange.
Yeah.
It's like blue, red, and then indigo, orange. It's like playing 2 keys in a piano and then playing the same 2 keys once a little bit up. They make a chord. So blue and red can make a chord, and orange and indigo makes a chord. And Blue and red are quite an interesting tone shift when you're looking at orange and indigo. I think when we're talking about intuition, we're talking about the color that represents intuition very much. I think one of the colors is orange and another color is indigo, and I'll tell you why. I'll give you an example. When you go to India, all the sages are wearing what color?
Orange.
Orange. Amber as well, but orange generally. And so that's because it relates to Mercury. So the mercurial nature of the mind, that quicksilver nature of the mental potential, represented by the orange. And the indigo relates to having like initiation and being born again and dying, if that makes sense.
Oh my God. Killing me right now. I wore orange last night for the first time in like decades. And I was wearing it with like blue and indigo and stuff.
Nice. So orange is and the word orange is or, light.
Back an old part of myself.
The range of light, orange.
Yeah.
So or is light, and or range is how big of a range of light can this encompass? The biggest range of light is Mercury, because it's touching the physical and touching the spiritual and divine, and able to dance between the two as a messenger. So that inner messenger from the divine to the earth plane and back, it represents intuition. Because the intuition dances. So the orange is fundamental, but in order to reach the orange, we need the initiation of indigo. So you need the initiation of Venus in order to reach the Mercury of orange. In the same way that one needs to be fulfilling one's passions of red in order to find the cool, calm collection of blue. If you've got unfulfilled passions, you won't be calm. If you've fulfilled your passions, considered what they are, and done what you really want to do with your life, then you'll be happy and calm in life. If you've got a lot of things that you haven't done because you didn't do what you wanted to do, then you'll be feeling agitated, like there's something you need to do. So, and then of course, yellow is about expression. To yell. So we're talking about the solar radiance. And the solar radiance works with now there's an interesting perspective, because the solar radiance is working with its complementary. The other two couplets aren't working with their complementaries. But the solar radiance and the moon's radiance work together, because the sexuality represented by violet and purple, right? All psychologists are aware. It's been well known that the violet has got to do with either sexual repression or sexual kundalini force. So like that violate, yeah, to go into a woman's body is almost to violate, like to go past a threshold, to go in, to sublimate. So violet is what causes you to go in, and indigo is where you're going towards to experience like the rebirth of life and death. So that violate is about going totally in, where the solar radiance is the exact opposite of that, and that's about expression. to yell it out. Shout, shout, shout it all out. Yell, get it out of your system. Violet is the opposite. Get it into the system. Go in, go inwards. That journey inward starts with violet, which is why I think people are so drawn to violet. I was always very drawn to violet and indigo. Those are my two favorite colors, hands down. But I have a love of all colors. And then green. Green is sort of like the one that stands on its own, isn't it?
Yeah.
And it organizes its own sort of, all the colors have to agree with green. Because green,
blue makes them
sorry?
teal. It gets along with blue, it makes them teal sometimes.
You see, green is the most abundant color on Earth. The Earth plane, physical. We're not counting the water element, but on the Earth element. So green is what converts light energy into crystals. So green is what builds. Green is what structures. Green is what gives substance to something that's insubstantial. So we can consider Saturn as maintaining this contract through contraction, because the light energy of the sun has to contract and contract and contract and contract and contract and contract to become a sugar crystal. And it does this through the color green. The green, the chlorophyll in the plants, acts as a contraction system for the light of the sun so that we can get that sugar crystal, and that sugar crystal is condensed sunlight. And then we need that sugar crystal to create energy or to be as a fuel source. And all living things require the fuel source of green. So Saturn represents the reaping with his scythe, the reaping of the living of the green stuff for sustenance. But green is where that sustenance comes into being from the sun's power. So the black cube of Saturn represents that contraction on some level. And so like understanding colors is going to help a lot for developing intuition, because we'll get a sense of what the colors represent on very metaphysical levels. And I suppose it's very easy to and I would suggest to people to figure it out for yourselves. Play with the colors, think about them, sit down and think about them for a long, long time. Because there's something that Druga was saying that I thought was really on point about information. And I went off on one. Sorry, take a little trip. Left hand is the lady killer. That's interesting. Yeah, I think that's a normal human tendency to isolate. It's a solar thing, right? Because it's got the word soul in it. I, soul, 8. So you're eating your own soul. Isolate. Yeah. And powers of Saturn are being imposed upon the powers of the sun. So I represents 1, soul, the sun, and 8, what is being done, Saturn. So
Kronos.
1 soul under the powers of Saturn. And Saturn is contraction. And the sun wants to not to expand specifically, because that's Jupiter's domain. That's the color of the blue. The blue color is the expansive color, like the sky. It's very expansive. Where green is a contractual color, because it contracts between yellow and red. So it contracts between the expression and the action, and how to bring the expression into action. So there's a element of control in green. Green's the controller almost in a way. So I think it's like I noticed with crystals, and this is what I was mentioning about what Wild Dharma was saying. They took indigo out of the flag. Damn straight they did. You need to take your flag back. Yeah, man. And the flagpoles. I saw a really interesting story about what flagpoles are, with the flags creating electricity. Very interesting. What show was that? That was on Universe. It was a very good show. But I do think that what was I saying about crystals? The same crystal meanings have been written by everybody. I swear I want to write a book about crystals.
Yeah, you should.
Because it's the same meaning for every stone, and like I don't agree with it. Just my experience of using stones, I don't agree with it. Like it just doesn't make. It's like I wonder how much, if it's deliberate disinformation. Why is it that every book says the same thing? And I mean like literally. Wow.
Sagittarian force.
Your wife was there, huh? Well, Kundalini awakenings can be very powerful experiences. Can shake the world, literally will shake the world. And that's intuition sort of coming into effect. And so colors can stimulate that, and sounds. To control of your hips. Elvis the pelvis. Makes me think of Elvis when you say that. Hips and mind. Yes, the chi. The chi is controlled by the hips. That's why the hips are so fundamental for martial arts techniques, for channeling the chi. So what do you say, Dr. K?
About crystals?
Yeah. And I mean, I'm sure you've come across that they're all saying the same thing, a lot of books. And just a lot of it seems like it's just repetitive brainwashing almost.
When it comes to crystals, the best experience is to actually interact with them. Crystals are highly alchemical. So on one level, think about the X-Men, right? Think about mutants. All of the X-Men and the Brotherhood of Evil Mutants are mutants, but their powers are unique. Their properties are unique, right? So, in terms of study, there's some really great books on crystals, but those books I rarely see talked about or pushed. Um, People need to interact with their own crystals, and not just their birthstones. A lot of crystals are programmable. So if the body can do things automatically, so can things that we program, right? Like our lights, perhaps, or people with these smart homes, or even your television on your phone, right? Even down to alarms. So you can do the same thing with crystals, you know. Um, but trusting, where you get your information from, that's going to be trial and error, and I cannot encourage proper study enough.
Yeah, I would say that that's really fundamentally important. That's where I've often found, like, you know, The people that have become household names. It's almost too predictable. I'll use the Dalai Lama as an example for Buddhism, right? He's the household name, that the go-to source for Buddhism, but he's not the closest source to Buddhism that there is. And it almost seems like there's some deliberate propaganda going on there. And do you remember who was really popular in the 80s? Sai Baba. Do you recall? You must recall that.
Oh, yes.
And Sai Baba had this thing of manifesting necklaces, jewelry for his students. Yeah. And I think there were a lot of things that went wrong with Sai Baba and the ashram with girls, if I'm not mistaken. Exploitation. So Sai Baba was quickly removed. Now the Dalai Lama, after he's been like sucking children's tongues and stuff, I bet he's going to be like moved to the side. They're going to bring out their new horse to bet on. And I think that the industry is being controlled by the editorial industry. They don't want too much truth to come out. So they found like, okay, this one is giving enough truth in such a way that it's actually not really useful. Let's make this one a bestseller. And then that one becomes a bestseller, and all the other ones that were actually giving the real truth don't get an opportunity to publish. And that gets pushed and pushed and pushed and pushed. And then from then on, only others that are repeating that story get to be published. So that's now set the bar. And maybe the way it's interpreted is not quite so right. Maybe the way the ideas are about crystals are a little bit off. The Crystal Bible became like a gospel for crystals. And I'd often read the Crystal Bible and I'd be, oh, there's something missing here. You know, this description is not like really making it work for me. There's certain elements of truth in it. But so I think like with stones, it's a lot to do with personal experience. Because then you won't need too much. This is where intuition comes in. So how to develop the intuition. Pick up a stone and feel it and go on a journey with it. See where it wants to take you. And you'll start noticing that every stone's got its own tone, its own frequency, its own. And then you'll pick up a different stone and it's got its own different thing going on. And see, every stone's got its own resonant field. And as you start to this one. So, and this is a orange Labradorite, very beautiful piece. So every stone's got its own frequency, and as you tune into that resonant frequency, you start to gain an emotional connection with that frequency. It unlocks something emotionally, and then there's a communication that starts because there's a rearranging of your frequency to match that frequency so that you can conduct information directly through the information field. So crystals are probably a really great way to work with intuition, and proprioceptive senses in your etheric senses in the physical body can be strengthened so that you can feel the currents of etheric currents. And then you can start to map your aura with your hands. And that's a great way to develop your intuitive functions as well, because you start to map the electromagnetism. You'll find there's places where the electromagnetism feels different. Then you can work with those certain places, certain frequencies. So at the moment, my will is overcharged. So I need to look at, because your right arm is how you extend and achieve what you want and your desire and your will. Your left arm is sort of how you plot, like organize, plan, if you will. And you got your right foot and your left foot. So your left foot is normally your first journey out. And your right foot is normally how you arrive. So your left foot is the fire element. The right foot is the earth element. And the right arm and the left arm, right is the air element and the water element. So these are working in conduit. And so the left arm, the water element, works with the earth element of the right leg. So understanding the pentagram in your body can be quite a good instinct when working with these currents to feel the different elemental vibrations. And so that's a good way to work with the intuition. Another way is words. What do you say about that, Dr. K? Playing with words.
Well, you're definitely going to need words because expressions have to be properly expressed and put into context. And words, of course, are a larger makeup of frequencies and feelings. We choose our words very carefully, whether we realize it or not. The words are imperative.
Yeah, where's Ronan when you need him? He'd be here talking about definitions. Love Ronan. He loves to throw that out there. The definitions. But yeah, looking at words and what they mean and where they come from, and playing with words that you see in every day, and seeing connections between certain words and other words. This is where numerology is going to come into play, is it not? Gematria. There's a connection between words when they share a number, or a sound, or a meaning, or a notion. Yeah.
Take, for example, certain words will be used in sequence or in propagation to promote something, and they won't necessarily tell you why. Symbol, triangle, warning, pyramid, they all have the same numeric frequency, 516, right? So, that's just a slight example, but you can continuously find a correlation. One of my favorites is 444. You're talking about angelic or Enochian numbers before. Well, 444 is equal to Messiah, it's equal to Jesus, it's equal to Muhammad, it's equal to Lucifer, right? And we can keep going. These are some very interesting words to fall under one number. So obviously we're talking about a frequency. So it's imperative to understand the frequency that these words are essentially riding the wave on.
Words give shape to our thoughts. So they are containers. Yes.
And they also choose, they are how we essentially choose to define ourselves.
And Takelots talking about the feet, and a feat is something that you can do, and you got to hand it to somebody when they get it right. So when somebody does an amazing feat, you've got to hand it to them. So words have got a beautiful way of of fulfilling these notions. and you got to play with it. You just got to play with it. I think that's what intuition is you got to have a sense of humor. You got to have a giggle about it. I think humor is, if Slick was here, he'd be all over this, humor. Oh my gosh. If Ronan was here, he would be generating humor, because he's like humor per minute, isn't he? one funny guy. But there's something in humor. There's something in it, Hue is light, and myrrh. So humor blends the different frequencies of light towards each other so that they can merge to create one light. And so if it can blend myrrh, one light, into another light, then it can human, yeah. So human is, what we are. We are beings of light. It's in the word. And so the same way that the sun's energies are compressed by Saturn in leaves, solar power, in order to generate crystals, which represents Saturn's contraction, then the hue is contracted through the Saturnian element within us, the black cube, the cube of being, to become a physical dense body.
Yes, I wanted to also mention that we learn the sacred right of writing properly spelled words so that we can make magical spells.
There's a question for you.
How we say Manier in America? Merca. What's Manier? I'm not sure what he's getting at. Do you know anything about that, Franklin? Dr. K, man. I don't follow mainstream culture at all. Study mysticism, archaeology, anthropology. Maine. Okay. I know what he's talking about. Yeah, here in America, we'd be talking about people like, hey, Maine. It's the word Maine, like the main word. Maine, M-A-I-N. Sounds like that, but we're talking about man. But they say Maine. But no, you're on mute, Franklin. What were you trying to say?
That's why the lion's mane is so important.
Yes. Lion's mane as well. I did forget that. That's
so
huge.
it's the main man.
Yeah.
And Saturn represents bones, teeth, and hair. So this is why often Saturn's considered in some circles a black sun.
Bone, teeth, and hair. Oh, yeah. I know it has influence on teeth. Astrologically, on star charts. Interesting.
Well, we've gone for 522 and 11. Oh my gosh, did you see that? I said it and it was 522, 11. 522, very important numbers, and 11. Hey? And it gets even better, because when you add 522 and 11 together, you end up back with 11, the number that we started with for the show.
Yeah.
What do you say about that, Dr. K?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
I looked up at the clock and I said, Well, we've been going for, and it was 5:22, 5 minutes 22, 5 hours 22 minutes and 11 seconds. How do you like them apples? And it comes back to 5:22 is 9, but it's got the 22 in it. And when you add the 11 to that, it brings us back to the sacred number 11, which is where we started from for the show. Isn't that powerful?
Well, that goes right back to the energy of the day, which should be should be reflected in such a way, and many others. It's about noticing. When you can notice one way, you can begin to notice others. Again, the idea of being open is absolutely priceless in terms of awareness and intuition and knowing.
Yeah, we've got to start getting the show wrapped up. So I want you guys to have your last say. The thing is, you didn't say much about Dune, and I'd love for you to unpack a little bit about Dune, the spice, intuition, propaganda. What is being said? If you feel.
Ooh, Lord have mercy. Well, Dune is my personal favorite series of all time because of what it represents and what it showcases. Dune came about by Frank Herbert, and the first book was 1965. He wrote it for two reasons. One, because he became obsessed with sand and desert ecology, but he had been an avid reader and writer since he was 4 years old. He felt like the idea of the white savior trope and the idea of colonization, good God, that charismatic leaders should come with warning labels on their forehead. So
Can I
you
add?
have this character.
Can I add that word's got colon in it? I just noticed, but please continue.
Well, that's what colonizers do. They turn everything to shit. So that's that word is perfect. You know what I mean? So Paul Atreides is a son of a duke of a great house, and that house is given Arrakis, aka Dune. Dune is a desert planet that was once that was once Earth, that has a spice. It has a chemical, the spice melange. The spice must flow. That is in everything. It's in the food, it's in the air, it's in the water. Mind you, Arrakis is a desert planet, so it doesn't really have a lot of water, but it's been kept that way on purpose. Spiritually, this represents crossing the burning sands, and of course, the idea of Malkuth, and so many other things. The House of Atreides represents the Taurus and the bull, which is Asar or Osiris. Paul Atreides himself represents Haru, Jesus, all these different Christ-like, Messiah-like figures. Even the second book is called Dune Messiah. It's about esoteric religions. It's about politics. It's about psychedelics. Um, and it gives you millennia in history across all of time, but it is as grand a story as you will ever come across. It's where Star Wars, Star Trek, The Matrix, Terminator, all of these current iterations of sci-fi classics stem from.
The spice melange, fascinating. What that represents, I think, it's quite a powerful. That was in the. That was a truck going past, was it? The spice represents something quite interesting, I think. Like you say, Okay. Okay, you've muted
Well,
yourself. Okay, I get you. Sorry, yeah?
the spice represents melanin. There's some very stark parallels when you really look at what these different tropes are bringing about. When you look at the Bene Gesserit, the Bene Gesserit are a group of super witches, assassins, Illuminatus, based largely on the Sibyls and the oracles and the gypsies of mythology. And through political means, through sexual advances, through assassination, they manipulate the great houses to try to bring about the Missionaria Protectiva, which was the name of our show last night on the Ronan Experience. Shout out to Moonfeather and Rona. The Missionaria Protectiva is the idea of seeding myths and mythology, religions across the galaxy in order to make it easier for political and religious influence when they have created a Kwisatz Haderach or Lisan al-Gaib, which is a messiah, which is a male Bene Gesserit who has access to their entire ancestral memory. The Bene Gesserit are all women, and they have the Reverend Mothers have the access to all of their female ancestry. They are trying to breed a male through eugenics that has access to his entire genetic memory and try to bring him under their control. In a move to eliminate House Atreides, in league with the Talaxu, the Spacing Guild, which is what ships the spice all over the universe, and the Harkonnens, which are the cousins of the Atreides. They form an alliance to wipe them out overnight. And this forces Jessica, the mother of Paul, and Paul into the desert of Arrakis of Doom. And this should be sounding familiar because this is a parallel on Ishmael and Hagar, the concubine of Abraham, right? But this is also familiar to the story of Horus, or the story of Haru, and a great many heroes. So you can see where a lot of the original parallels come from.
It's like another part of our history being told because it's in the future and history repeats itself, doesn't it? Sort of like Star Wars. Fascinating. Those of you that haven't seen the film, you should go out and watch the film and the series. I'm in South Africa. We're not allowed to watch the series of Dune. Did you know that? Yeah, we're not allowed to get the Dune series here. I was looking for it and I was like, you know what else we're not allowed? Loki. There's some kind of laws prohibiting Loki and Dune from being in this hemisphere. How do you explain that?
Well, I'm a pirate, so I'll send you a website. I'll send you a link where you'll be able to watch all of that for free. No worries.
Well,
Networks operate like that. That's one way they build markets up at the same time and then tear others down at the same time. Case in point, like Marvel. Marvel had kind of a controversial movie. They've been doing that a lot lately, especially the last few years. They had a controversial movie a couple of years ago called Shang-Chi, Legend of the Ten Rings. And because China thought it was largely about appropriation, they didn't allow the movie into the country. You know what I mean? So, when you look at movies and series like Dune, for example, Frank Herbert shopped that book around everywhere. Mind you, you have a planet called Arrakis, which sounds a lot like Iraq. You have literal Arabic and Muslim chants and songs and scripture in all throughout the series. He incorporated every form of mythology and religion that you can imagine in order to try to draw attention. But he also had, the most powerful vestiges and images of women you've ever seen in science fiction. So, everywhere he went around trying to shop this book, everyone turned it down. It wasn't until a magazine actually read it that they decided to publish it and make it a book, and then it caught on fire. But Frank Herbert was a three life path, which is a natural creative. So how things come about is also very important. And interestingly enough, going back to Indies 2 and 20, Frank Herbert was born in 1920. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's basically it. We're going to have to get you on to do a whole breakdown of that series and other series as well, if you're up for it. I think people need to get the specifics of these shows because it can be quite enlightening as to what's going on. And you say that you make me want to watch that program that China banned. It's obviously all about sex, right?
Well, Shang-Chi was actually a very good movie. It had a lot of mythology. It actually it would have done a little bit better if it came out now because it had Fing Fang Foom, which is a dragon popular in Marvel Comics. But the mythology that was showcased, the magic, the idea of this divine 10 rings, which is really talking about the Sephiroth. You see what I mean? So when we understand what's actually being shown to us, number one, we take that power back, and this is really the true power of decoding. You can't have a spell over you if you understand what's actually being cast. It's kind of like Zatanna. Zatanna is a female sorceress in the DC universe. Anybody familiar with the DC animated movies? She's had a relationship with John Constantine for the last few years. Um, all of her magic spells are literally words said backwards. Right. So we're talking about inverting frequency. This is what happens in a movie. Any movie or TV show or series you watch, even a cartoon or a YouTube video, it gets into you. You don't get into it. And that's why these kinds of conversations are so powerful because we can interact. We take a little trip. We can interact with people in the chat. We can have real time synchronicities and realizations, right? And this is where censorship has to come in. So it's very easy to have a narrative that seems one way, but there's always a surface level story being told, subcurrent level being told.
Well, thank you for that, brother. I think that's a lovely place to start wrapping it up. Indy, brother, what is it you'd like to add?
I just want to add that if anybody out there is interested in getting involved with remote viewing or controlled remote viewing, you can contact Lori Williams, who works with Lynn Buchanan at intuitivespecialist.com. Lynn Buchanan was actually the character that was played by George Clooney as Lynn Cassidy in Men Who Stare at Goats. It was based on Lynn
classic.
Cassidy. Yeah, and he took his teachings from Ingo Swann, who would also pass his teachings down to Russell Targ, down into the CIA and stuff. But that stuff's all really fascinating, but really powerful work that they're doing to work with your intuitive powers, to be able to access anything through space and time by accessing the liminal, through training your body to tell you with a martial art language, you tell your hand to write. it's an incredible process, but you can be able to do incredible things with it. And if you feel like you have powers, you should contact intuitivespecialist.com.
And last but not least, what strain have you been enjoying?
I like to call it Gorilla Cookies.
Gorilla Cookies.
Yeah.
Is it a cross strain?
Yeah.
Someone you know?
Yep.
Gorilla Glue and Cookies. Girl Scout.
Yeah.
Wow, what an interesting cross.
It is.
So it's got the fuel of the Gorilla Glue, has it?
Yeah.
Wow, interesting. And the flavor of the milk of the cookies.
Yeah, it's good. It's a crazy taste. Smell.
Interesting.
Strong.
Yeah, because take a lot of you're making us all jealous. You're like, what's he got? Like, it looks good. Sending you so much love, brother. I don't even joke these days. Because I said to my son, I'm going to try and stay as healthy as I can. So I climb the mountain instead, and
that's better. I'm being a better
strength and fitness.
I'm trying to get.
Sorry.
I'm trying to get away from it again. Go back to CBDs and stuff. But
my problem with smoking is my lungs.
Yeah, me too.
Your lungs don't feel good when you toke too much, and inevitably you end up toking too much, and then you have to cut off, and then you come back to it with fresh lungs. It's like, whoa, that's fun. But I think as I get older, I'm toking less. Like I've got some fairly nice bit of herb, but I only take it out for special occasions now, and I enjoy it so much more. Yeah. It's like so enjoyable when you haven't had it. It's like, oh my gosh, it's so beautiful. Where I think I used to take it for granted because I was growing my own like top grade organic indoor, so I was just having too much. There comes a point where there's too much. You're just coating your lungs with tar.
Yeah.
And the half of the benefits get left behind but my endocannabinoid system is learned to replenish the dopamine wonderfully. The mountain, climbing up into the wild every morning is like having a.
Yeah, I love that. I go for walks with my cat up to the top of the hill up here. There's a big property. There's some deer grazing up there a lot of times. But my cat will follow me up on the road and stuff. If any cars come by, he'll kind of go up on the side for a minute and come back around. He's good for going for walks with. Don't need a leash or anything.
Well, I think I've said all I need to say. Dr. K, is there anything else you'd like to put on the table?
I would just like to say thank you for the space. It's been a wonderful conversation. By all means, pay attention to your intuition, pay attention to your knowing, pay attention to your mind and where it goes. Understand that you are always speaking to yourself. What you call spirit is the subconscious mind, and it never stops paying attention to what you tell it. So try to be cognizant of, your intention. Love, peace, and power.
Well, thank you, brother. And thank you, brother, both of you. And Soraya, my dear, are you, can you hear us? Yes.
Yes, I'm here.
What is it you want to say, my dear? You've been so quiet the whole time. I got you to speak earlier, and you've always got such wonderful heart presence to bring when you do say. What is it that we haven't said that you want to say that you think could be said?
Well, I think that everything boils down to being your intuition being the most important tool to use. That it connects to all. Because without intuition, what's left then?
It's like the trunk of the tree.
Exactly, it's our inner compass. Tells us right from wrong. I think it was today or yesterday. I shared this exact same piece. What is relevant to this to today? What we're discussing regarding something that Morgan Freeman said about his intuition.
So peeps, go and check that out. It's on.
A very good one. I don't know how to do shared screen with a phone, so I cannot do that. But it's a good one.
At Infinite Words of Love.
I think Candy Scott shared it. And I passed it on because it was really a very good message. And in the end, he said, intuition, we all have it, but few listen to it.
That's a really beautiful way of putting it. Did I spell that right? Yes, I did.
Yes.
So that's what you pump into your Telegram search engine. You just go into the little bar on the right-hand side. There's a little magnifying little circle. Click it and type in the words at, exactly as it says there, at Infinite Words of Love. You can't forget it unless you bump your head really hard, and it's got to be hard to forget that. And there you go. You'll see a wonderful load of inspiring content that's actually designed to awaken into intuition specifically. And sending you all so much love. Take a little trip. It was great taking a little trip with you. Thank you for being with us. Thank you all for being with us and enjoying the show, I hope. And sending you all so much love. It seems like I was broadcasting live to Twitch. It's like a thing I opened. Haven't really done anything on Twitch. I thought, hey, let's add it in. And now the stream went to Twitch. So that seems pretty cool. So, and we were, I don't know if you noticed, my channel was broadcasting this. I forgot to click record. So it's not recorded on Telegram. But it was streaming live through Telegram. So it worked. I'm really stoked about that. So we were on Telegram, we were on Facebook group, Facebook page, my Facebook profile, and Twitch, and Twitter. Yeah, we were on Twitter as well. Another account that hasn't really been.
You've been all around today?
Excuse me?
I said you've been all around today.
Yeah.
Platform wise.
Learning how to get it out there. Learning how to get it out, get it going on. So sending you all so much love, big blessings. Blessings to all of you. Hope you have an absolutely awesome day and a great night, Sarai. I hope you sleep well. Blessings to everybody else who was on the show. Thank you for all the wonderful comments in the commentary section and all the people that have joined us, and whoever it is that just arrived. Thank you for arriving. We're on our way out, but the recording is here. And we went to 5 hours and 57. So we almost hit 6 hours. I swore I wasn't going to go over 5 hours.
It always happens.
Just be grateful it's not 8 hours. That's
It's at least
for as
better. That way you don't have to plug your eyelids onto the ceiling.
It's been bad. I'm sitting here falling asleep, literally like dozing off because I wake up at like 5 a.m. So
Yeah.
when I'm going till 2 a.m., it's like a 22-hour day for
Yeah,
me.
that's too much.
And it starts like mountain climbing and big story with my little boy. It's like and we today we didn't do a big pace, but we did quite a lot of bundabashing. We climbed a whole long without paths along the top rail of the mountain. Some places it
Okay.
was a little bit dangerous, but he's a brave little bugger. He's a 7-year-old, but he's quite brave.
Sweet.
So I had to like be very careful with him, because you can
Course,
you go
he's a
tumbling
girl
down there.
still.
But it's good for him. He's 7 years old. He's getting his man on, getting his man shoes on at a young
Please.
age. How to breed an alpha male. So he's fit and strong, very strong, like a little ox. Thank you all. Sending you all so much love, blessings, peace, harmony. Take it easy. Don't forget to smile. Smiling increases the intuition because it puts pressure on these two. The muscles create contraction, which contracts the skull bones, which gently pressures the pineal gland and the pituitary gland. So definitely something with that. Keep massaging
Then I
those
smile a
glands.
lot.
Yeah, smiling is the real medicine, I believe.
Yeah, it is.
That makes life so much better because when you smile, you always see the brighter side of life. Something about that song with the bear, always see the brighter side of life. Yeah, smile and enjoy because life is short and it'll be gone soon. Like, with that positive note, gonna love you and leave you all. Take it easy. Om Shanti. Blessed be. And take care.
Much love.
Much
Take
love.
care. Much love.
Thank you guys all for being stars.
Peace and
Om
power.
Shanti. Peace, love, harmony.